from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set.
We'll call this meeting to order, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada. Let me see. Ryan, would you lead us in the pledge, please? To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, what I'd like to do is have a moment of silence, recognizing the lives that were lost in 9/11 in 2001, 22 years ago. Thank you very much. I think those of us that were around will never forget that day. It's hard to believe it's been that many years. Madam Clerk, are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda?
Thank you, Chair. There's no corrections, but I need to report that NC Media's Channel 17 online streaming is down, although it is available on cable Comcast, their Channel 17.
Okay. And I think that by going to our county website, they can link into it also, correct?
Yes, they can from the county's website.
Very good, very good. All right, then we will go into public comment. Members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on the agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. We'd like to have you give your name and the district that you reside in, if you wish, and you will be given 3 minutes. So if you'll come to the podium. John?
Good morning. My name is John Vaughn. I live in District 3. I've talked before about Rise's corporate culture, the lack of leadership and accountability from the CEO, and their willingness to manipulate the legal system to get their way. The county is now experiencing these issues in real time. I respectfully ask that you think about what's really happening here. You have Rise lawyers claiming vested rights for property that has not been mined for 67 years. I expect you will see from county lawyers, public testimony, and from Shute, Mahaley, and Weinberger that their claim has been a complete waste of time and energy. You have a CEO who's been convicted of 13 counts of dumping waste into the environment. He knew what was happening, and according to Judge Patterson, chose to break the law anyway, including lying to Canadian inspectors. You have a flawed EIR, which was rejected by the Planning Commission. Rather than fix it, Rise brings out the lawyers, claims bias by the commissioners, and files for vested rights. You have dozens of promises to provide environmental compliance data in the future if you will just give them a permit now. You have promises for really stupid things like a 100% safety factor for wells. Beyond that silliness, promises that nothing will go wrong for any reason at any time for 80 years. And finally, you have financial reporting that does not meet GAAP requirements. According to Rise's April 2023 10Q filing, an internal audit by the CFO and CEO revealed material weaknesses in financial controls caused by lack of segregation of duties due to insufficient personnel. The document concludes there is a reasonable possibility that misstatement of RISE financial statements will not be prevented or detected. They can afford lots of lawyers, but can't seem to afford an accountant. We all know that RISE's vested rights ploy is merely a desperate attempt to force the county to comply. But even if the ploy works, the process then requires financial assurances. The likelihood that those assurances will be real versus fictional or even achievable in the future is very, very low. I respectfully request that you just say no to all parts of the RISE project. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
I used hand sanitizer back there, so.
No, just, no. Come on up to the podium and speak, and you can give that to our clerk. Yeah. If somebody else would like to come up first, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will. I'll take the initiative here. My name is Al Wolf. I live in District 1. I've been reading The Economist. I hope some other people too, because of the this electric car stuff that's going on. This most recent issue of The Economist talks about mineral resources and the shortage of those resources for supporting the electric car. And I don't know if people realize that the war in Ukraine is leading to shortages of resources. During World War II and our invasion of Europe, we used 360,000 gallons a day in fuel and lubricants to beat the Nazis. And of course, I was in the Vietnam War on a nuclear ship, but we didn't have to worry about fuel except for the aircraft on the flight deck. But as wars go on and they use more of the jet aircraft and helicopters and so on, and 70-ton tanks, they do not get good mileage, I'll tell you that. And I saw when I was on ship, I saw them dump helicopters that were partially damaged into the ocean, and that's wasted energy as far as I'm concerned. I've been brought up to be very conservative about everything. My father was from Austria, and we didn't waste anything on our 200-acre fruit ranch outside of Auburn. And I would encourage people to pay more attention to what's going on in the world of minerals, resources, and that, and don't waste anything. And also, I'd like to recommend a book that I just got. It's called Crossings by Ben Goldflab, and it's about how we've overpaved the world and the environmental consequences of overpaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Al, and thank you for your service.
I'm Harry Boggs, and I'm from the Penn Valley area in District 4. I hope everybody had a wonderful summer so far. But last night I was looking through some old notes from what I remember in current events in East Orange County, Florida, where in a quiet suburban setting where there was an ice cream parlor on a busy street, a mother lost her 2 kids crossing an unmarked intersection at the ice cream parlor. Twins in a stroller. That was about 2005. So I maybe didn't do this right. I should have maybe resent the email regarding this, including the photo that is in. Well, they'll get it later, I guess. All right, I'll have to flush it out by just using hand motions or symbols for streets. But you have something new that occurred in downtown Penn Valley with the removal of a Wells Fargo ATM machine that won't be returned. I talked to them about that, so that's been displaced. So it will send people down about 1.5 miles further into the Commercial Street area at Pleasant Valley Road, on the road into Lake Wildwood, which is currently unmarked, has no white stripings, no flashing yellow night lights, no anything for people who in the future might be traversing from the ATM, who are bus riders, or just needing to get back across the street to meet their ride because they're carless, or they just walk or bike all the time like myself. But to get back west across Pleasant Valley Road, I would say it's 80 to 100 feet asphalt to traverse with nothing to protect them at all. So it's a matter of when somebody will be hit, likely killed or severely injured at Commercial Street and Pleasant Valley Road near the Smash Burger and near the Players Pizza. So who will, let me, and then I'll leave it at that. What department engineer or staff member will be going out there to look at what I'm talking about at Commercial and Pleasant Valley, whether it be Public Works, Department of Highway Transport, or whoever, one of you perhaps, who will be out there to look and see as to whether I'm correct in seeing imminent danger? Who will do that for us and when at Commercial and Pleasant Valley? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary. And I think we have got your email, so we've seen those pictures also. And Heba, I don't know, you may have somebody contact Gary on that. Thank you. Michael?
Morning, Board. Michael Taylor, District 1. I'm changing my, how I'm going about things, trying to figure out creating solutions to bringing up problems to you guys all the time. I'm considering or asking you guys to consider putting together a citizens committee or a citizens commission similar to what you guys just did with the youth commission, and having a citizens commission that has the ability to do presentations to the Board of Supervisors, bringing issues directly to you guys from a citizen's point of view, as well as having the opportunity to present ideas at your annual meeting each year for creating priorities. So I'm asking for direction from somebody how to go about presenting the idea and creating it and making it happen, some sort of a commission that's similar to the youth commission that was just approved by the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. All right, anybody else? Bill?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I have 2 points this morning. One of them was what that gentleman was saying about the street safety. I'm concerned with the safety regarding on the alley on Mill Street. The alley.
That's Grass Valley. Bill.
Grass Valley.
That's Grass Valley. We have no jurisdiction over that.
Right.
So go to your next point, Bill.
My next point is,
I'm sorry, Bill, I didn't mean to do that to you.
That's okay, Ed. That's okay. My next point is to really get involved with the school system and find out what's going on with the school system as far as what they're trying to do to the kids in this county as far as indoctrination. I don't have kids personally, but it's a shame what's going on in this county, and we all have to step up and protect the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I think the Grass Valley City Council meets tonight also, Bill, if you wanted to bring that issue to them. All right, is there any other public comment? Seeing none, I will close the
Chair?
public.
Chair,
Yes,
we
I'm
do-
sorry.
I'm sorry, Chair, excuse me. We do have a caller and one email that the board did receive.
Very good. I apologize, Julie. We bring the caller in.
That's fine, thank you. May we bring the caller in, please?
Anybody home?
Yes, go ahead. Can you give us your name, please? Is
Hello, can you hear me?
that Matthew?
Yeah, this is Matthew Cole,
Hi, Matthew.
and to the Board of Supervisors, and something I just heard kind of cued me, which was no jurisdiction in Grass Valley. I think we have a representative there. Yeah, Lisa's there for Grass Valley. So I think that the tax base that comes out of Grass Valley and the fact that sheriffs show up at my door when I live in Grass Valley, I think there is a jurisdictional issues going on in Grass Valley with the county. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't shut people down when they want to bring something up that you think or you want to say you have no jurisdiction over. Because it all interlinks, and that's, I guess, what I'll talk about is the fact that all these lines that we have with BLM, National Forest, county, city, state, Caltrans, and the amount of green waste that is just dumped along the roads, off the side of cliffs, off the sides into the creeks, and this is happening in the cities as well as the county. So the fire is not going to stop at the line and say, okay, hey, this is a Grass Valley fire, or this is a county fire, or this is a Nevada City fire. It all interlinks. Listen to it nonstop happening on the scanner. Just lost another house out there on Squirrel Creek. And we're just getting into the real fire season right now. This is the worst part of it. And Grass Valley hemming and hawing over what they want to do, and they have to raise taxes to do anything about it, is just hogwash, because there's so much regulation put in place that they could do something if they wanted to. And the city, a lot of the city properties are culprits in themselves. The homeless camps that are going on city property, the homeless camps that are going on developers that are sanctioned by Grass Valley, with the Loma Rica Ranch and all these other Berryman Ranch and all these places that can be built out and make everyone wealthy. I don't think we're going to make it to that point with the fire danger. Truckee has a grapple truck. This side of the hill should have a grapple truck to start picking up piles and getting them out of here. We're so far behind in our green waste. And I brought it up to you before, directly across the street from the Rood Center. That piece of property has been dumping over the fence for 30 years probably. That's how much green waste there is there. On the road, on the side, on the driveway leading out of the Rood Center towards Cement Hill, there's a dead oak tree that's been down for over 2 years that is just a perfect amount of ladder fuel right there. Please remove that, because looking from my jail cell outside as being a political prisoner, looking at that green waste and watching people walk by it, county people, as well as the folks you had come down from Washington Ridge to clean up that side of the hill, which was great, they stopped short of that big pile of dry green waste at the Rood Center. And I really enjoyed your event the other day, the Collaboration Day. It was nice to hear people say that they don't get to talk with the other agencies unless you guys have events like that. So they actually were able to network between themselves, which is really important. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Madam Clerk, email?
Would you like me to read it in the record?
Yes.
This is from Deborah Swan. She's a District 4 resident, and she writes, I'm concerned for lack of response to a 911 call made as I came home 12:30 this morning of August 16th. Oh, it's her neighbor, I'm sorry. Her call was around the same time when she returned home. Driving by Gray Lane and Purdon Road, she saw 3-foot flames coming from a burn barrel by a homeless encampment and open turnout behind a bank of mailboxes. She stopped and asked what was going on and they yelled at her they were cooking a turkey. That was weird. When she gets home a few minutes away on Montezuma's and calls 911, they tell her warming and cooking fires are illegal and transferred her to the sheriff, who also puts her concerns off. This is terrifying for us in the most critical time of fire season. How do we change the warming fire rule? Does this also okay the developing homeless encampment at the edge of State Park as you begin going down the canyon to the river that now has generators and gas cans? To let these blatant, alone squatters endanger our entire community is not right. Why are people harassed and asked to move motorhomes living with friends and family safely, while blatant and dangerous homeless trailers allowed to continue on Purdon Road? And she hopes to get a response from the board.
Thank you, Julie. No other callers or, very good. No one else? Then I'll close the public comment portion. And we will go into the consent agendas. These items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions or hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may raise their concerns to the board members prior to the consent agenda being introduced. The supervisors will take the concerns under consideration to decide if there is adequate reason to remove the item from consent. Board members, is there any item you would like to have removed?
Mr. Chair, I would like to remove item number 15.
Item 15.
Number 6, 4491, item 10, 4447.
All right, members of the public, is there any consent items you would like to see pulled?
Suggest pulling 15 as well. I'd like to speak on it.
That's pulled, Michael. Number 15, number 6, and number 10. All right, Madam Clerk. All right, then I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda minus those three items, 15, 6, and 10.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Swarthout,
Second.
second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Supervisor Swarthout, start with you.
So, Mr. Taylor, if you would like to take the opportunity to speak on this issue, share your concerns with us.
Michael Taylor, District 1, same district as this project. I have, first of all, there's been an opportunity to speak 3 minutes at the Planning Commission about this entire project. There was an opportunity to speak 3 minutes again for the approval of this project by the Board of Supervisors. There is a laundry list of issues that we've all heard me complain, staff heard me complain and talk about. This project, in my opinion, is, well, let me go with the first part of this. I raised a concern a year ago that there was a failed septic system on this property. And as part of the reasoning for this project, it says that the system needs to be replaced. The system is a failed system. I brought that to the attention of county staff. County staff said there wasn't a failed system on that. This is an example of a situation where I believe there needs to be some sort of an ombudsman process to bring things to the next level of bringing concerns to your attention. I also believe that that this project's going to run way over. There's issues with the bidding process of a 600 amp panel that was spec'd for the project that's not available. There's issues with not sure whether or not it's going to have solar. There was issues with the two septic systems for one building not being spec'd properly. They're going to have overcosts. I think this project is going to, down the road, going to appear to be mismanaged by county staff from the beginning to the end. I believe that what's the word they're using here? I can't think of the word. It's going to cost way more than $300,000 in addition to this project before it's done. As well as I don't believe the county staff or yourselves have read carefully the agreements for these grants. And I think these grants have short-term and long-term costs to the county that are far above the $4 million that the county's getting to pay for this project, which is not including future maintenance of the property, future maintenance of the program, the cost of the program, and maintaining the program. I think that we have put ourselves in a situation where this project's going to go way over. It's going to cost the county down the road over and over through the programs, and I think that this project needed the ability to have, again, a process for elevating concerns with that property, that project, to bringing them to you guys in a hearing process where I can present a hearing more like, instead of telling you or complaining and then having staff telling you that they believe that there is no problem. There's obvious problems with this property. There's 4,000 yards of material placed in 30-foot setbacks. I'll use the code compliance word, illegally. There's 2 septic systems for 1 building. It just goes on, the double standards with this property. And I just wanted to point out publicly, in the future, we're going to have problems with this project still. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
So I think we've heard your concerns. Every process that we do is a learning process here. The project has already been decided, and today we are just awarding the contract. So I wanted you to have the opportunity to share your concerns with us, but I'm good with making a motion to approve this consent item if there's no other public comment.
Is there any other? Supervisor Hall?
Sure, I'll also address the comments. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I just want to assure you that we are always here to listen. There has been no restrictions to your ability to raise the issues that you have. You've raised them to staff, you've raised them to me, you've raised them to other supervisors. We've all been as responsive as we can. And the fact is that we simply disagree. You're welcome to have your opinions about the project, but we believe that it is viable and it meets all the requirements. The fact that it's also been funded by a grant tells the public that there will be a robust tracking and reporting process. We don't get grants without having to report back pretty consistently and regularly on how the funds are spent and assuring that it meets all of the state and federal requirements. Thank you for raising the concerns.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this?
Chair Schofield, I do have a caller for this item.
Very good. Bring the caller in.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Matthew Coulter speaking on this topic, and it's connected to several other topics. The architect that's hired, am I being heard?
Yes, we got you, Matthew.
Okay. I never know your system. It doesn't give you any prompts or anything. It never lets you know that there's anything that you're connected. Thank you. Yes, the architect, Wallace Design Studios, outrageous amount of money that he's receiving for this project, as well as the project up on Old Tunnel that has had lots of problems, drainage, the whole hill slipped and flooded CVS. Then we go into the amount that he's getting for just drawing on a piece of paper some different things inside already existing walls of over $250,000 for the navigation center on Sutton Way. And then we go to his personal property on South Auburn Street, which is the old Pioneer Center, which has been in disarray for years, violating all kinds of city code for construction and waste runoff into the drains, as well as other things, and no one seems to even question it. Yet he's awarded contract after contract, millions and millions of dollars for just poor architecture. And I think if you would go and look at his personal project that he has his name on, and when I bring that up, another one of his projects and buildings that he owns, so he's been grandfathered in basically, because he was allowed to take city property with no recompense to the citizens of a pocket park in Grass Valley to expand his parking lot, a historic pocket park with plaques on the trees. The trees were cut down, plaques removed. And I'm just wondering why one person is enabled to such a degree with the taxpayers' funds that he can become a millionaire without anyone else even being allowed to qualify or even challenge the project. So this project that's going on out there, there's going to be lots of septic problems. There's going to be lots of problems in general. And as I've said before, we need to bring the mentally ill into the society, not put them farther out where they're walking along the highway with no shoulder and getting hit, laying in the road. Lots of police responses out there. You've heard from the Willow, you've heard from the store that's out there, the Rainbow Market, that they're not allowed in their facilities or even near them because they just cause such a problem. Isolation has a detrimental effect on people, and I feel like putting that out there that far away is a detriment without a bus line or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. No other public comment? I'll recognize a motion from Supervisor Swarthout. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2.
Yes. All right, Supervisor Bullock, item number 6.
Yeah, thank you. This is for the auditor controller. I was just had a few questions about the bank accounts. Thank you, Gina, for taking the time to come down and answer those. My questions are just related to kind of two pieces. One, is it typical to require independent bank accounts for internal departments? The second piece is related more to who can initiate the opening of a bank account and then what process surrounds the authorization for that account.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you so much for asking the question. Gina Will, Auditor Controller. So it is not super common for outside bank accounts to be opened, but in some situations it is justified and warranted. So the process is clearly outlined in our cash management guidelines, which was last updated in July of 2021. It requires that the request comes to my office for review and discussion with the department of whether it's needed or not. Then the request comes to the Board of Supervisors ultimately for approval. I think as you see in the staff report, so the custodians of the account include myself as well as members of the department. In addition, my office requires monthly bank reconciliations come to the office just to ensure that we are following the funds and making sure that the transactions are properly recorded.
So request comes from a department to you. You authorize the opening of the account, and then does your office open the account, or does the department head or somebody authorized to do that in the department do that?
The department typically does that, and again, just ensuring that myself or the treasurer tax collector, one of the fiscal officers for the county, are included as signers on the account.
Okay, great. And then, so after the board approves it, it gets opened, and then is that account now subject to the single audit requirements that the other accounts associated with grants?
If it's if it's related to a federal award, then absolutely.
Okay.
If it's not federal funded, then it would not apply to single audit. However, it would be included as part of our normal financial transactions audit and county audit.
Okay, so the bank account can't get opened unless it comes to us first?
Correct.
Okay, great. That's all for me. Thank you.
I think what I'd like to do on this, Hardy, is, Gina, if you can stay there and have you bring up your next item.
Okay.
And then what we'll do is discuss both of those items, if that's okay. And then we'll just have public comment on the 3 minutes on both items, so. Is that okay?
Yep. Any other questions? Next item is item 10.
Item 10, yes.
Chair, we probably should have a vote on this first, unless you want to hold
Well,
both votes
it's like the
following this.
consent agenda. My thinking is we could vote on both of them at the same time. No?
I don't believe so, since they were pulled now.
Very good.
But we could do a vote following,
My bad.
if you'd like.
My bad. That's all right. We'll just go back Item number 10, is there any other discussion, Supervisor Hall?
Actually, back on item number 6, I wanted to just ask.
I mean, that's what I meant, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah. So, thanks, Gina. And this is the fact that we're opening commercial bank accounts is based on the request of the grantor, it says. Can you explain that?
That is correct. So in some situations, a grantor will request, and in this case, it sounds like they're using an intermediary for the administration of this grant. And because of that relationship, this outside bank account is being requested.
And the grantor is considered to be whom?
So the grantor in this case, and let me look at my notes just to make sure
I was checking the staff letter as well, but it's not clear.
So it is Nevada County Housing and Community Services that was awarded the 2 grants by the Department of Healthcare Services. And they are using a third party to administer the grant, which is Advocates for Human Potential.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other comments from the, is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Excuse
Very
me, I'm
good.
not seeing any callers, Chair.
I'll close the public comment portion then and entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve item 6.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, second.
I'll second.
Second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes. Item number 10, a resolution authorizing the Director of Information and General Services to submit a grant application to the Strategic Growth Council Community Resilience Centers Program up to $10 million.
Yeah, this
Supervisor
is
Bullock.
this is a really exciting opportunity, and I just had one question. I'm looking forward to the pieces in Grass Valley for the Veteran Centers, and obviously an excellent opportunity to make those facilities meet the needs of the Western County. I just had one quick question. We're facing down this large community project of a potential library construction project in East County that could double as a resilience center. We don't have a lot of facilities like that in Eastern County, and I just wanted to ask one question that, or make one request that in future submissions for the grants, if not applicable to this grant, but maybe in future grants, we could make sure we look closely at opportunities to integrate grant funding for resiliency center, warming or cooling centers into that library project in East County.
So Chair Schofield and Supervisor Bullock, we have Ariel Lovett, who could provide an update not only on this grant, but then also how we're supporting other grant activities for Eastern County Library.
Good morning, Chair Schofield, members of the board. Thank you, Supervisor Bullock, for the question. We did indeed actually reach out with this opportunity initially to our team. So as you know, we're partnering with the town of Truckee and the Friends of the Truckee Library in the development of the Truckee Library project. So we reached out with this after we looked at it as a team. We're not ready. The grant, we wouldn't be able to complete the anticipated construction completion for the library project would not meet the guidelines for the grant completion timeframe. So we are, though, in communication. We know there will be a second round, or Strategic Growth Council has announced a second round. At this point, it's anticipated to be $75 million, depending on state budget, could be more or less, but we're tracking that. And then, as Allison mentioned, we also did submit a grant to the Building Forward State Library Grant Fund, and we anticipate notice of that at the end of this month.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate watching it as new opportunities. I'm sure there will be other opportunities that link in different components of the library. It's because it's conceptual in nature, so we don't know exactly what we can put in that space. So if there is a grant opportunity that would include anything we think may be plugged in there, great. Thank you for following that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to give credit to Amy Condon, who's really been coordinating this effort, as well as aligning other board priorities with available funding that's coming down from the federal government and the state government.
Thank you.
Very good. Board comments?
Yeah, I have a question actually for my colleague on this. Is your interest in extending this funding for projects to the library because that's the community hub in Truckee in the same way that the veterans buildings can be community hubs here in the Western County?
Yeah,
Is that
exactly.
the link you're making?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
wasn't clear on that.
Yep. Then just connecting the resiliency centers for Truckee and our ours come at different seasons and for different reasons, right? Catastrophic snow events or road closures or flooding, or, we don't necessarily have the heat events, but there's all these other pieces, and our community isn't really well-equipped at this point, and the library is a potential facility for that type of activity.
Okay, but it hasn't been decided that the library is going to be a warming center or cooling center necessarily?
No, not yet. But
Okay.
it's a big building, and there's opportunity to incorporate all those uses.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Public comment on this?
I'm Harry Boggs from West County, and I know I don't live in East County, but it piques my interest a little bit. It's not a popular thing to be like somebody representing the Organization of African Unity at a meeting of the Organization of American States, thousands of miles away from where the problem lies. But I'm just curious, the library, I've been to the Truckee Library twice, and what will be the fate of that building? What's the current condition and the current disposition of that building that's just off the main road in what I would call downtown Truckee? And a place that provided me just small number of services just on very rare occasions, being in West County. And I'm just curious as to what's up with the building that I was in three times. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Actually, that sparked my interest in saying something too. It seems to me that if this building is vacant and it has a potential for use for county, maybe that would be an ideal location for CDA to have a satellite office for development and planning issues in that area so that people don't have to drive all the way around. It's a suggestion.
Thank you, Michael. Madam Clerk?
There's no callers for this item, Chair.
Very good. I will entertain a motion.
Item 10, so moved. Thank you.
Motion, Supervisor Bullock.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. Thank you. All right, with this, we have some community presentations. And the first one is a resolution recognizing Agency on Aging Area 4 in September 2023 for 50 years of service provided by a dedicated staff and in acknowledging their contributions and commitment to community support. We have Will Tiff with us today and Rachel Pena. Rachel, you want to introduce this?
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Schofield and honorable members of the board. I'm Rachel Pena, your Director of Social Services, and I have here with me Will Tift, who is the Assistant Director of Area 4 Agency on Aging. And we are here today to celebrate and recognize 50 years of partnership with Area 4, providing services to sorry, I'm distracted, providing services to our older adults and people living with disabilities here in Nevada County. And so I want to turn it over to Will to talk to you more about the kinds of services that they're providing in Nevada County and what the partnership has meant for us. And I know that several of you, I know that Supervisor Hall, Supervisor Schofield, and currently Supervisor Swarthout are all serving on the board. So we will make it brief, but just really wanted to recognize this because it's a long time that we've been partnering in a really positive way. So thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me all okay? Yes. So what do I know about 50 years of service? I'm 52 years old myself. So it is a long time. But our agency has, in its history, had just two executive directors. One, Deanna Lee, who started in 1972, preparing for the opening in 73. And she hired me in 2003, 20 years ago, and I worked under Deanna for 10 years, and she taught me a lot about the history of the organization, and then passed the torch to Pam Miller 10 years ago, and I've worked under Pam since then. So I think that, well, I'm going to take advice from Andy Burton, a Nevada County resident who served on our board for a number of years and as chair for a couple of years. And he said, anytime we talk in Nevada County, we should lead with return on investment. So last year in 22-23, your county contribution to our agency was $44,000. And in exchange for that, we were able to provide programs and services totaling $1,049,000 for a return of investment of $23.65 for every $1 that you contribute. So it is a remarkable number. Historically, we've been able to keep our administration around 10%, which is, you know, pretty low, and been able to partner with great organizations here locally. So we do not run the Aging Services Network from our offices in Sacramento. The governance comes from you. Advocacy comes from you through our advisory council, and service provision through 211 Nevada, Freed Center for Independent Living, Gold Country Community Services, Sierra Senior Services, are key partners. So I just want to take this opportunity at the 50-year mark to honor 7 people whose service to our agency has had a substantial impact on older adults in Nevada County and also people with disabilities. Starting with the late Supervisor Eric Rude, for whom this chamber, this building is named. As a young director just getting started, Deanna Lee had great admiration for Supervisor Rude, who sat on our governing board in the 1970s. For the late Larry Lutz, founder of the Lutz Center Adult Day Healthcare Program, who also served on our governing board for a number of years. For the late Mary Tucker, also served on our governing board a number of years, involved with AARP and the League of Women Voters. The late Dr. Cynthia Wood Schutz, leader for 10 years of the Nevada County Fall Prevention Coalition. Former Supervisor Nate Beeson, who oversaw the transition from our first director to our second director, and served as chair of our governing board during a time when we really empowered our governing board and provided more decision-making authority to our governing board. Former staff member from our Nevada County office, Sarah Morrison, who ran the Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, consistently had 500 volunteers active throughout the county. She knew each and every one of those folks and their spouses and their kids and their dogs and cats' names. And lastly, former executive director of Freed, Anna Acton, who has gone on and taken her skills to the Department of Rehabilitation to make change from within, but a fierce advocate who compels you to listen to what she has to say. So we have a great group of, we have a great group of staff here at the county, a great group of service providers, many, many more names, but, and much more great things to come. We stand on the shoulders of those who came before as we look forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. That was very nice. I think I'll start this with Supervisor Swarthout.
Thank you for being here. Rachel, thank you for your presentation. I just started on this committee this year, and I realized after probably my first or second meeting that I don't really know anything about how people are aging in our state. So this has been a great learning opportunity for me. I'm getting there, so I think that knowing the resources that are available for our seniors in our community and our disabled community are really important, and I'm very appreciative for the work that you do. Also, thank you for your acknowledgement of the people who came before. I always think that that's really important to give the history of the work that is done in our community, because while we sit up here now, we certainly are on the shoulders of the people who came before us. So thanks for being here today, and keep up the good work. I know you have some other celebration things that are happening this month, and look forward to attending those.
Supervisor Hook.
No, great presentation. It's always so eye-opening to really look at what's happening around us. And, no offense, but we're all headed there ourselves. You know, I'm going to be one of these, I'm aging. You know, it used to be the teenager now, where, you know, you hit that like 60s, 65 and 70, and it's like, wow, we're the adults in the group, right? So I really appreciate this, having my family that I take care of, my parents, and working with some of my constituents and finding the services that they need. This group is so wonderful. You reach out, and they make every effort to make things happen. And I think the other thing that was interesting, I have a constituent that wanted to work. And what a great opportunity, where most people won't hire somebody that's in their 70s, right? But there was a path for that. So I just find some really unique opportunities inside this aging group that is so amazing, that teaches us things every day, and you guys allow them to keep prospering and being important individuals in our community. And Freed, I mean, I can't even say enough about what they do. I mean, we just go on, and what Anna started here is incredible. And so thank you for what you continue to do. Thank you for Lisa for sitting on that committee. I think we all learned from that. And we celebrate with you on this. 50 years is pretty incredible. So thank you. Thank you, Rachel, for what you and your team do here locally. It's so important, because we have a aging community here that they prosper, they do well. And we got to keep doing that. So thank you.
Thank you, Will, for coming up here to make the presentation. And I also want to thank you for acknowledging the folks in the past who made a difference for Nevada County and all the counties who participate in the agency. The programs that the agency funds, such as Meals on Wheels and legal assistance and mediation, are so important to our seniors. And it's amazing that we've had to struggle to figure out how to fund them and make sure there's enough providers and make sure there's enough funds. We could do so much more with more funds. So I just want to commend you for keeping the program alive and moving and navigating the complexities of having multiple counties all needing more funds for their senior programs. But again, these programs are really essential and go a long way to keep our seniors in their homes and healthy and not being taken advantage of, and all of those things that the program helps provide. Thanks again.
I think it's been said, but thank you for being here today. And the number of agencies associated with aging, it's tremendous. There's a number, and obviously all over the nation. Personal note, I went and did a field trip with Sierra Senior Services for the day and did Meals on Wheels and delivered them to all these places. And Truckee is a pretty hardy group of, you have to kind of, you deal with the weather and everything, but these people really need our help when it snows or they're stuck inside. And it was just incredible the amount of volunteers that showed up and mobilized, because I got there earlier and then all of a sudden like this swarm of volunteers and cars and people picked up all the meals and then we went out. It was just really heartening to see that and really warms your heart. But yeah, and I've dealt with it recently. The transition of somebody who ages all of a sudden creeps up on you, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, okay, now we have to do all these things like moving and all these things that come with it. And so supporting the people in our community that are helping their family and friends age, I think is a really great, it's so required and needed. And So thank you for all you do, and as usual, please let the board know if we can assist in any further programs or anything. Thanks.
Yeah, well, again, I echo all these. I think when I represented Area 4, we went through COVID. I don't think we ever had a meeting, in-person meeting. I think it started up again with Supervisor Swarthout, but I do recognize the work that you put into it. So I want to thank you for that. And Lisa, I think your challenge is maybe in the next 25 years that your name will be brought up also as one of those great people with Area 4. And I don't know if there's much else to say. I think I'm going to read the resolution here, but again, Will, thank you for the work that you put into it, because you were kind of the key guy whenever there was a correspondence with the organization. It was you that we needed to talk to, so thank you. Is there any public comment on this? And in the chambers, Madam Clerk?
We have no callers, Chair.
Very good. Do we want a photo op on this? Okay. Then let me read the resolution, and then we'll go down and we'll do a photo op. And let me read the resolution, and we'll take a vote, and then we'll go down for a photo op. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada recognizing the Agency on Aging Area 4 in September of 2023 for 50 years of service provided by a dedicated staff and commitment to community support. Whereas Agency on Aging Area 4 started in 1973 and was one of the first agencies on aging in the state of California, the expansion of services for older adults grew quickly in the early 70s in response to the funding made available by the Older Americans Act of 1965. And whereas Agency on Aging Area 4 worked exclusively with Older American Act funding and contracted out all their services, the agency worked with many local counties, and in 1983, a joint powers agreement between Nevada, Placer, Sacramento, Sierra, Sutter, Yolo, and Yuba counties developed to formalize this arrangement. And whereas the agency provided a range of options to older adults, they may choose among home and community-based services and living arrangements that suit them best, making it possible for older adults to age in place in their home and communities. And whereas Agency on Aging Area 4 enriches the lives of older adults and people with disabilities by fostering networks of support and advocating for individual choice, collaborating with others, ensuring equity, and striving to do so with conviction. Now, therefore, be it hereby resolved that the Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the citizens of Nevada County, does hereby recognize the Agency on Aging Area 4 dedicated staff and commitment to community support by celebrating 50 years of service, and the Board urges every resident to recognize the contribution Agency on Aging Area 4 has made in our community. Signed by the Board of Supervisors. I'll entertain a motion.
I would like to make the motion that we approve this resolution.
Motion, Supervisor Swarthout.
I'll second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
And District 2?
Yes. And when I go down, I want to make a plug for one of your organizations. Freed is having an open house this Thursday out at their offices out there. So, and yes, well. All right, our next, thank you again, Will. The next presentation is a resolution, and I believe this is CEO Allison Lehman proclaiming October 7th, 2023 as the 2023 Heart of Gold Gravel Ride and recognizing its support and furtherance of youth mental wellness in Nevada County. Allison?
Great. Thank you, Chair Schofield and members of the board. And as I introduce the item, I'll also introduce Jennifer Singer, who's Executive Director of Bright Futures, who is the organization that's leading the event that is coming to our community on October 7th. Heart of Gold Gravel Ride and Festival is really a unique event. Not only does it attract hundreds of riders outside our area regionally, but also from other states to come participate in this event and enjoy our trails and stay in our communities and stay in our hotels and eat in our restaurants. But it's also a group of individuals who are not only diehards in terms of gravel rides, but also supporting an important cause. And that cause is teen mental wellness. 100% of the proceeds of the event is going to support local nonprofits that provide critical services to our teens. And those organizations are Child Advocates, Tahoe Forest Health Systems Foundation, and it's a unique program where it provides sliding scale for young people who may not qualify for Medi-Cal, but yet do not have private pay, so it provides much needed services that get referrals from the schools. Bright Futures, and we're all familiar with the wonderful services that Jen and her team provide to support our young people in our community. Wide Bonk, which is a nonprofit that supports getting young people engaged in mountain bike riding and supports their efforts in our community. And Nevada County has been a partner through our Health and Human Services Agency to support this event. It truly is becoming a signature event in our community. We're going on our third year, and I'd like to welcome and thank Jen, who'll provide additional information.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Chair Schofield and members of the board. I want to take a moment to especially thank Hardy Bullock for your championing of this, your kind of bringing this idea to us originally, and for Allison, who really has jumped on board to make this amazing. That so many county staff are really getting involved, and so I just want to thank all of you for your support. I do want to start with a few kind of reminders of that center us on why addressing teen mental health is so important. According to the Healthy Kids Survey of 21-22, 2 out of 5 Nevada Union High School's freshmen said that they were battling chronic sadness, and 1 in 4 has considered suicide. So it's really no wonder why we are committed to wrapping around our young people. I want to thank all of you for the commitment you're making to youth, getting the Youth Commission up and going, listening to those voices, and to the County Health and Human Services and Public Health for the commitment that they've shown our youth in the last few years, especially since the pandemic. So I just want to thank you for all for that. But yes, on Saturday, October 7th, we have the Heart of Gold Gravel Race. It starts right here at the Root Center at 8 a.m. and we have both a 46-mile and a 70-mile trek for those of you out there who are adventurous and excited to have that opportunity. I know we have some riders in the room. I know Ariel Levitt's been doing a great job of promoting it and tagging people. I keep hearing about that, so I know Ariel will be out there. This year, we're also kind of upping the game in the festival department. So from 12 to 4, there will be food trucks, activities, live music, really a community festival atmosphere that we're trying to create so that if you're not up for a 46-mile or 70-mile adventure, you can just come join me at 12, where I'll be, not doing that, but I'll be there at the party having a great time, welcoming our community. We'll have a kids zone, and lots of things are coming through. So I do know that we're looking for volunteers. So if you have not signed up for a volunteer slot yet or are out there listening and would like to learn more, you can go to bffyouth.org/hog and learn more about volunteer opportunities. We need both race volunteers as well as festival volunteers. So, or give us a call at 530-265-4311 and we can direct you.
Again, supporting teen mental wellness in our community is key, and I'm just proud of the partnership between the county and our organizations. We are all working very hard to make sure that our kids have what they need to be the next best generation for Nevada County. So thank you all, and I appreciate you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer, you might want to just stay up here, and as we go into discussion, Hardy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I was excited to hear from you and Allison, and I am so proud of the work you guys have done with this event, and everybody, all the organizations, and particularly Allison, in leading the charge from just your perspective in bringing and integrating all these community partners, many of which actually aren't in the room today, and a lot of sponsors that have made it possible for us to have the event aren't in the room as well. I just want to extend the thanks to the people that have just, blindly given it. I call them up or somebody else calls them up and they just send money. And I think we've raised about $200,000 in the last 2 years for teen mental wellness, which is really something to be proud of. And I'll mention that the Heart of Gold teen therapy item component of this is up and running. And so there's kids in our community receiving free therapy, and it's really crisis intervention. When people within the schools identify teens that are in need, they get sent over and they immediately are in therapy 24 hours later. So I mean, that's just incredible to me to hit the numbers that you're talking about and try and get to that 1 in 4 or that 2 in 4 number. It really is important to us. So anyway, I just want a huge thank you to everybody involved in this. I think this year is going to be an awesome event. The course is dialed back a little bit on the smaller course, which makes it a little more enjoyable, and we're trying to widen the audience of people, but it is still a bucket list item. People come from all over to race and say that they did it, right? And then afterwards, having this festival is going to be so cool. I know last year I hung around until like 4, and it's just a fun environment. The other piece I'll mention is that probably everybody knows, but I'll just throw it out there, that Nevada County is really becoming an epicenter for cycling, and it's a lot on the mountain bike side, but it's also on the gravel side, and even road biking that's been a part of our community since the Coors Classic and the Nevada City Classic. And so it's just kind of shifting gears a little bit, and it's great to see our community embrace it from an economic perspective and a cultural perspective, because it's just a really big, important part of why people live here now. So once again, huge thank you to both of you for promoting this and bringing it forward, and thanks to the board for supporting a special event here at the county. I think it's pretty cool.
Thank you, Hardy. Heidi?
Yeah, this is such a great item. I have to thank Hardy for elevating this outdoor sport, another aspect of the outdoor sport of cycling, elevating it to this whole new level and with a new project, and then, and of course, making it fun. Anything that Hardy's involved with is going to be fun. And then having it benefit this incredibly needy area of our mental health services. I think, our youth are needing a lot of help right now. There's just the stuff, what they've gone through the last couple of years with COVID and the political mess and uncertainty in the economy and their inability to find housing. It's just been very, very difficult for this next couple of generations. And so targeting them, getting them in their teen years, getting them the help they need to deal with and learn how to deal with what's coming in the world, I think is such a critical piece of the picture. And so what a great thing to combine this outdoor exercise fun event with providing more services to our youth who need it most. So thanks, and thanks to staff and Allison and staff for supporting this and contributing to it.
Heidi, Sue?
Well, I think Heidi and Hardy covered it all, but really, it's kind of fun to see where this has grown. I remember that first, let's do this bike thing, and everyone's like, a gravel ride? What is a gravel ride? It must hurt a lot more when you fall, I know that. But to see where this has grown and where it probably will continue to go is very exciting. And again, it's all about our kids, right? They're our future. So thanks, Hardy, again. And Allison, just for, like I said, that the county would step out of a box and do something out like this is just kind of exciting. And when we saw the people around here last year enjoying it, and now with the whole aspect of the kids zone and making it a family event, it's very exciting. So Jennifer, you guys, what we do with the kids here in the community is goes without saying. It's just, if you're out there and you still want to donate or come, be a part of Bright Futures in that group, all the time there's so much work being done, come over and see what's happening at the Litton Center, and there's just so much good stuff going on with our kids. So another great opportunity, come out on October 7th and enjoy.
Thank you.
Lisa?
Yeah, thank you all for the hard work that goes into this. I love the diversity of the board that we have up here and the things that we're involved in, whether it's youth education or youth mental health, arts or whatever. But here's the difference between Hardy and I. He's helping you by doing this great athletic event. I help the Friendship Club with prom dresses. So, but it's all worthwhile. I'd never really heard of the gravel ride until last year. My Rotary Club did the gravel ride as part of their bike race. And at the end of the day, we kept waiting for the gravel people to come back. And I was very scared and nervous for them. But then they explained to me how much harder that was than doing just the regular ride. So hats off to anybody who's participating. And you say 47 miles like that's a piece of cake.
It's the short one.
Yeah. But I think it's going to be a really exciting day. I hope people will come out, and it's for such a great cause. So thank you all for the work that you do. It's much appreciated.
Thank you.
Maybe you and I can just walk the course, huh?
Maybe the first 2 miles.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Hardy.
I mentioned, you brought up volunteers, so we do need more volunteers, and it's really easy. If you go to heartofgoldgravel.com, there's a volunteer tab, and you can sign up for 1 hour at 6 in the morning, or 3 hours, or teams, or you can sign up for any variation of commitments. If you want to have a little tiny commitment, then just sign up for one slot. Whatever you want to do, there's a place for you. And if you come out and you're not having fun, then you can bail. But it's really pretty easy, heartofgoldgravel.com.
Do we have any public comment on this? Okay.
May I say one more thing?
Sure. Yeah.
5 days later, okay.
No. Yeah, you can. I'm sorry, Jennifer, I was pointing to somebody else.
Oh, sorry about that. So I did want to just mention that 5 days after the Heart of Gold, we will be inviting you, the community, to come and check out the Neo Youth Center, which will be ready to go, and we'll start welcoming kids at the end of October. So thank you for all.
Yay. Bill?
Good morning. Jennifer, God bless you for what you're doing. I was a youth once, and I'm still a youth now. Because I've got, I love my Looney Tunes, and I love my life, and, the young people that I know, they're all going, Bill, you're an awesome person, and I'm going, so are you. I may know you, I may not know you, but you are brilliant. And I think what's really missing is positive influence in their life. They have so much negativity, they need way more positivity and love. And you bring it to them, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Bill. That's very, very nice. Madam Clerk, any?
There's no callers for this item.
Very good. I'm going to close the public comment portion of it. What I'd like to do is read the resolution, because I think there's some really great information in here, Jennifer, and I want to thank you for what you're doing with the Bright Futures of Youth. All right, this is a resolution, again, of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, proclaiming October 7th, 2023, as the 2023 Heart of Gold Gravel Ride and recognizing its support in furtherance of youth mental wellness in Nevada County. Whereas the Heart of Gold Gravel Bike Ride event was created with the impetus of youth mental wellness and the effort to bring people together to increase awareness and raise funds for that cause in Nevada County. And whereas the inaugural Heart of Gold Gravel Ride was held on November 20th, 2021, and whereas youth experience various youth experience various types of emotional distress as they develop and mature, from anxiety about school to short periods of depression, and serious mental health concerns may emerge due to challenges in their home, school, community, and interpersonal relationships. And whereas youth in our community are not exempt from facing homelessness, food insecurity, poverty, assault, and sexual abuse, all of which can contribute to mental health struggles which, if not treated early, can impact them for the rest of their lives. And whereas, according to the Nevada County Superintendent of Schools, more than 400 families, including children, were experiencing homelessness as of December 2019, while data from kidsdata.org indicates that 13.6% of children face food insecurity and 10% of children experience poverty in Nevada County. And whereas research has shown that unhoused youth are highly vulnerable and are at increased risk of assault, sexual abuse, exploitation, and substance abuse. And whereas roughly 8% of children in Nevada County face abuse or neglect, which is higher than the statewide average of 5.3%, and whereas within Nevada County, nearly 40% of ninth graders have feelings of depression, and 1 out of every 10 ninth graders missed school during a recent 30-day period because they felt sad, hopeless, anxious, stressed, or angry. And whereas this year, the Heart of Gold Gravel Ride is scheduled for October 7, 2023, and whereas this year's event is funded by the generous donations and pledged donations by the following organizations and individuals, including but not limited to One Toyota, One Subaru, Ubanet, the Event Helper, the County of Nevada, Enterprise Holding Foundation, Waste Management, North Tahoe Commercial, Catherine Rolfe, All Phase Heating and Air Conditioning, Allworth Financial, Dignity Health, PG&E, Tahoe Forest Health System, Kencho Wellness, and Area 13 e-bike. And whereas 100% of the proceeds raised from the Heart of Gold Gravel Ride support teen mental wellness in Nevada County, and whereas recipients of this year's proceeds include Bright Futures for Youth, Child Advocates of Nevada County, Youth Bicyclist of Nevada County, and Tahoe Forest Health System Foundation, all of which provide support for youth mental health. And whereas extra guidance and support as offered by the 4 beneficiary organizations can help youth address mental health issues, navigate the complexities of life, adapt to change, develop relationships, and realize their potential. And whereas the Heart of Gold Ride plays an integral role in bringing the resources to Nevada County community to support and further teen mental health. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada, California, hereby proclaim October 7, 2023 as 2023 Heart of Gold Ride and recognizes its support in furtherance of youth mental wellness in Nevada County. And I'll recognize a motion from Supervisor Bullock.
So moved.
Second.
And second, Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk.
Thank you. District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. And Jennifer, we're going to do a photo op.
Chair Schofield and members of the board, if we could do the photo underneath the flyer on the screen, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your efforts on that too, Hardy. All right. Next up is another presentation. Tricia, are you going to be doing this? Or Erica? Okay. This is a resolution proclaiming September 23rd, 2023 as the 26th annual Yuba River cleanup in Nevada County. Erica, I'll turn that over to you.
Thank you, Chair Schofield and Board. Erica Seward, Senior Admin Analyst with our Community Development Agency. So it's my pleasure to introduce this item in support of our rec and climate initiatives addressing visitor management impacts, trash mitigation, and protection of our vital natural resources and Yuba River watershed. Truly, Circle has been leading the way for decades with the annual Yuba River cleanup, and I'd like to invite Circle's Community Engagement Manager, Maddie Davis, to the podium to share more.
And thank you, supervisors, for having us today. I'm also inviting up Cynthia Ruelas, who's our Education and Outreach Coordinator at Circle. And my name is Maddie Davis. As Erica said, I'm the Community Engagement Manager at the South Yuba River Citizens League, and so excited to be helping organize the 26th Annual Yuba River Cleanup taking place this year on September 23rd. That's just 11 days from now, so we're really excited to get going with it. Wanted to share a little bit of information with everyone about the incredible accomplishments that we've seen over the last 25 years with the community efforts to clean up trash in our watershed. There have been over 135 tons of trash taken out of the Yuba River watershed, and that is at over 30 sites typically each year. Over 13,000 hours of volunteer time put into taking out this trash. And then we've had continued, I believe, it's usually about 10,000 pounds every year that we're taking out. So significant amounts of trash, and this aids in the restoration of our watershed. This year, the event will take place from 9 to noon, and we're looking for hundreds of volunteers to come out and support the efforts. This is also in alignment with the California Coastal Cleanup Day, which is the largest single-day volunteer event in California and in the nation. So excited to be participating in that with so many other wonderful counties in California. We are also taking part in this as a part of the Great Sierra River Cleanup, and it will also align with National Public Lands Day, so we'll be partnering with Tahoe National Forest, BLM, state parks, and yes, just so grateful for all of the county funding and all of our individual sponsors who've made this possible. And this event is sort of the culmination of the summer season that the South Yuba River Citizens League takes in our kind of proactive restoration of the Yuba River watershed. So I would like Cynthia to share a little bit of information about the River Ambassador program that's taken place over the last 15 weeks at Bridgeport and Highway 49 crossing.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Cynthia Ruelas, the Education and Outreach Coordinator for Circle, and the River Ambassador Program engages volunteers to educate visitors and promote stewardship of the South Yuba River. The 2023 program took place from May 26th to September 4th, with 57 volunteers contributing 283 total hours. River Ambassadors interacted with 2,980 visitors this summer, including 1,564 from out of town and 330 Spanish speakers. The busiest day was August 5th with 957 visitors at Highway 49. In total, over 15,421 people visited the program's locations, and that included Purdon Crossing, Highway 49, and Bridgeport. Through their interactions, River Ambassadors encouraged
proper trash disposal, recycling, and picked up over 3,463 pieces of trash, 321 recyclables, 228 glass items, and 262 dock waste bags. The significant volunteer engagement and large number of visitors reached demonstrates the value of the River Ambassador Program in promoting responsible enjoyment of the South Yuba River. Continued community participation will be key for maintaining the health and accessibility of this cherished natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cynthia, and really proud and honored to be participating in this program with this proactive education to help make the Yuba River watershed more safe, inclusive, and healthy watershed. So thank you all so much. We're also excited to have a party kind of similar to the Heart of Gold event after. From 12 to 3 p.m. we'll have live music at Pioneer Park, as well as lunch for all volunteers and a celebration of everyone's efforts. So grateful for all of the wonderful community members who've come out and supported over the last 25 years, and excited to celebrate again this year together. Thank you.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Cynthia. Heidi, I think I'll start with you on this.
Thank you. I'm so glad we're highlighting this again, and thank you. I have to thank Circle for starting this program and keeping it going, and the hundreds and hundreds of volunteers who are willing to get out there in their boots on a hot day with gloves and garbage bags and pick up the crap that other people have left over the course of the summer, excuse my language. But it's truly a service. I mean, to think about 135 tons of garbage over 26 years, imagine if that was still out there. And then the fact that River Ambassadors does this great job of helping people with public safety and educate about the river, but also, you know, right there at the front, starting to get people to think twice about leaving their trash or not picking up after their dog. So it's a great reminder for them to do that. So I want to just commend you and all the volunteers, and please encourage volunteers to come out. I will be there. It's an event I've had to miss too many times, but I have been out there picking up trash myself. Cigarette butts is my specialty. It drives me nuts. Something so simple. And, you know, to folks who go to the river, this is the heart of our community, that river. And to think that you would leave your trash, please just stick a trash bag or a dog poop bag in your pocket. You know, it's very simple to pick up after yourself, and it makes such a difference to the beauty and health of our river. So I want to encourage volunteers to come out to help, and I'm sure we'll have fun figuring out what the most interesting and exotic piece of trash that someone finds this year. It's always something fun. Thanks again for everything you do.
Sue?
Yeah, no, thanks, Heidi. You covered that. I am the thought of what it would be without the River Ambassadors down there on the weekends. I mean, there's days you bring out bags of garbage ahead of time. I don't know if we count that in, but right, where there's always this work. I guess that's what's hard for me to realize, that people come to our most amazing river and leave your trash, right? But we're going to make a fun event of it, and we're going to go out, and mine too is like, I always like to see what the funniest exotic garbage comes from. We used to have a contest for that, actually, so it was always, everyone was really digging in and finding something really creative. But looking forward to this. Thank you. It's hard to imagine that you take tons of garbage out every year, and it is, and we make it a fun event with volunteers, and I think that's important because it just shows what this community really feels about our recreation area and the work that you guys do. So thank you, thank you. I love being a part of what we do in our Yuba cohort. We talk about these issues all year long. You know, you developed this River Ambassador program that's been invaluable for educating and helping folks that, you know, traverse the river and be safe. And without that education, we would probably have twice as much garbage, and it would be even more scarier. Don't take glass to the river, for goodness sakes. And if you got to bring your dog bag. But, I mean, we could keep on doing that, and educating. I find that repetition is the key, right? So we're going to keep on doing that. So appreciate the work you're doing with education. Love that we get to have this conversation in our cohort every day, keeping safe and waiting for the mile markers that are coming. There's so much great work being done. So we're going to look forward to that weekend. Going to be fun at Pioneer Park. I am requesting no smoke, no rain. It's going to be just a perfect day of picking up the garbage.
Lisa?
Do you promise? Yeah, thank you for all the hard work. Just, I mean, imagine if we did not have your organization out there doing that cleanup, what it would look like. And really appreciative to all the people in the community who come out to help. I've been out a few times. I'm hoping to be out there this year to help. It's just astounding to me that people don't pick up after themselves. Litter is the one thing I've never, ever understood in my entire life. I was taught that you pack it in, you pack it out, and you pull out other stuff too. So through the education, hopefully people will become more aware and become better stewards of our public lands and our rivers and clean up after themselves. So thanks for all the work that you guys are doing. Really appreciate it.
Marty?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's been said, but I'm really proud of the work you've done, and I'd like to mention too that South Yuba cohort and the connection between Nevada County and the state parks and BLM and the Forest Service, and it takes a community to protect a resource like that. And so you've done great wrapping your arms around all those stakeholders and bringing them all to the table, I think is really important. And I think that from an organizational standpoint, Nevada County has really stepped up to take care of and care for and be a partner to Circle and the South Yuba and these pieces that are kind of, you have state parks down there and other organizations that are jurisdictionally pretty much in charge of those areas, but we as a community have really stepped up, and I'm really proud of that, and Supervisor Hook and Hall both and yourself. So just thank you so much. And I won't be able to be there this year, but I will be there in spirit and try and help you in any way I can. So thanks again.
Thank you, Hardy. Is there any public comment on this? Madam Clerk?
There are no callers, Chair.
Very good. So Maddie, what I would like to do is read the resolution, and we'll do a photo op. Read the resolution, and then we'll call for the motion. So again, this is the Board of Supervisors. This is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Nevada proclaiming September 23rd, 2023 as South Yuba River Citizens League 26th Annual Yuba River Cleanup in Nevada County, 26 years. Whereas the mission of the South Yuba River Citizens League Circle is to unite the community to protect and restore the Yuba River through science, engaging in active stewardship, educating the public, and inspiring activism from the Sierra to the sea. And whereas every year more than 800,000 people visit the Yuba River swimming holes, beaches, and trails, leaving behind tons of trash and recyclable bottles and cans, 800,000. Whereas Circle's annual Yuba River Cleanup and River Ambassador program are designed to keep the river clean, healthy, and safe, and whereas over the past 26 years, Circle volunteers have removed 135 tons of garbage and recyclables from the river canyon, and whereas in 2022, 407 volunteers removed nearly 5 tons of trash and recyclables from rivers, creeks, and lake shorelines within the Yuba River and Bear River watersheds. And whereas families love the cleanup and is an excellent team-building opportunity for youth and school groups, clubs, faith-based organization, and businesses to build camaraderie and leadership skills while cleaning up trash and trails in our cherished watershed. And whereas keeping the river from being trashed is more than a one-day-a-year activity, and whereas since 2012, a group of dedicated volunteer river ambassadors have spent every summer weekend educating visitors at state park river crossings about how to keep our waterways clean and safe. And whereas Circle's river ambassadors promote an ethic of responsible, non-polluting use of river by speaking one-on-one with park guests at crossings, beaches, and on trails, using a friendly, non-confrontational approach to be an awareness to the polluting impacts of trash and dog waste, and the dangers of broken glass, the importance of recycling, and the catastrophic potential of wildfire. And whereas river ambassadors have spoken to more than 59,560 rivergoers, removed 41,435 pieces of trash, and collected more than 5,200 piles of dog waste, and worked diligently to keep our river healthy by also providing dog waste and trash bags to recreationists. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Nevada County proclaims September 23rd, 2023 as the 26th Annual Yuba River Cleanup in Nevada County, and encourages volunteers to register early for their favorite cleanup sites at www.yubariver.org for a family-friendly, fun morning spent cleaning up and restoring the river. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Seconded Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you guys doing? You need a break at all? All right, then we will move on here and see what have we got here. Oh, Craig Griesbach, our OES Director. This is a acceptance of the informational presentation from the California Disaster Airlift Response Team, CalDART, regarding their statewide network of local teams and resources in response to emergency events. Craig, turn it over to you.
Good morning, Chair Schofield and members of the board. Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for Nevada County. Our airport manager, Kevin Edwards, also extends his apologies. He wanted to be here for this presentation, but is at a conference this week. As you know, our community faces many unique threats and challenges regarding emergency events throughout our county. Fortunately, we have many unique partnerships to help us respond to these threats when they become a reality. Our local Grass Valley Airport is a connector of many of these relationships, is a recreation hub, contributes directly to our local economy, and is a big part of our culture of who we are in Nevada County. It is not only the home of our Grass Valley Air Attack base that we all know, but is also a resource for our partnership with the California Disaster Airlift Response Team, CalDART. With that, it is my pleasure to introduce Scott Beasley and Gary Vosters with CalDART to provide more information about their program and resources that they provide to the community. Scott?
Thanks so much, Director Griesbach.
Chair Schofield and Supervisors, thanks so much for your time today. We do have a presentation. Is that queued up?
Yes, Jeffrey,
All
is
right.
that coming up? There we go.
Lovely. All right. Again, my name is Scott Beasley, just a civilian volunteer and resident of District 4, here today in my role as agency liaison to your local team for CalDART, again, the California Disaster Airlift Response Team. It's been a little over a year since I stood in these chambers to announce our status of being mission ready. And in that last year, a lot has happened, so I wanted to give you an update on that. But a quick refresher. The history of CalDART. So this organization statewide was formed in the wake of the Loma Prieta earthquake. And during that time, if California residents probably remember, 89 World Series, earthquake hits, infrastructure crippled in many different ways. Santa Cruz and Watsonville essentially became islands. Not the fun kind with sand and blue water. We're talking islands from infrastructure and overland travel. During that period of time, a civil aviation was called into play. And without any planning, without any organization, 500,000 pounds of food were delivered to that area. So again, with no team structure in place, 250 tons of food were delivered to keep those cities viable and functioning. As you can imagine, that after-action review had a number of needs improvement boxes checked, and CalDART formed from that. The scope of CalDART is essentially to provide an air bridge to isolated areas, and then that second point, transporting human and material resources. So that can be done for areas that, again, are completely isolated from the outside world, or just when it makes more sense to travel faster, safer, and more direct over air. It could be the transport of first responders. So think about, river fire. If that had gone a little bit further, we could have brought in your IST. If, this recent fire with the town of Washington had gone a little bit further, we could have done some airdrops to that area. So material is a big piece of it. Medical supplies, food. When Vancouver was cut off from landslides, was that about 18 months ago? Their main highways were shut down. It was CalDART partnering with a number of different agencies getting food and medical supplies to the border. We can also help Civil Air Patrol with eyes in the sky. Definitely not our primary objective and not our bread and butter. That's more CAPS work, but we can assist them similar to what we're going to be doing to your leadership retreat on Friday, showing them critical infrastructure projects and pieces around the county. And we can also do ground-to-air relay of communications when communication is crippled. So again, think about the fire that knocked out cell tower in the Lake Wildwood area. We can potentially circle a plane partnering with Aries, whom we have a great relationship with, to provide that bridge for you. Scope of practice and flight mission parameters, we are part of FAA Part 91 regulations. All that means is these are just pilots. These are people with planes. This is not military. This is not government. This is just non-commercial flights. And what you should be focusing on, given the budget constraints, is that means this is all free. OES was, generous enough to try to get some compensation for the pilots flying on Friday for your event, and we ran into some issues of taking payments for that. So we did put in a request, I believe, for an omelet bar. I don't know, to thank the pilots. I think that didn't quite go through. But we can't accept compensation. Again, just like your search and rescue or your new HART team, like these are just people with planes that are spending their own money on their own fuel, doing the right thing. And important, for general counsel and others, they are all insured. So we've done the vetting for you. Statewide, there are 12 official teams. Though we are not an official team, we have a number of pilots, about 21 people signed up at our local airport, which includes some pilots and ground crew. Perhaps more important is that this gives us access to the broader team statewide when we need to bring other resources into our county. One of the things that I brought up to this group a year ago, one of the biggest problems was me. Though I have a lot of experience in mitigation, preparedness, and response, I know exactly nothing about aviation, and we fortunately solved that problem. And on the next slide, you can see we have, we're bringing a lot here, so next slide, sorry. We now have Gary with us today. You should have received a packet in response to a request for MOU with their full bios. I'll just sum it up and say that this guy's the most passionate guy about planes I have ever met. Like, I hope you all get a chance to talk to him. I was sitting behind you. He was just watching flights on his phone during the first half of this meeting. Like, that's like the way someone would be checking their fantasy sports team. He's just watching flights on his phone. Mary McMillan retired from a major airline where she worked in ops. Before that, her job was delivering planes, which she delivered to every continent. So these are experienced people. Dale Smith, you might recognize that name, again, also experienced pilot, and I believe former GVPD. So, and then worst case scenario, you got me, again, first responder and former experience with section chief role at Camp Fire when that became a Type 1 FEMA event. So in terms of what's happened, in December 2022, the Episcopal Church, Northern California Diocese, requested support to supply transport to Fortuna Airport following an earthquake that shut down normal supply lines. Earlier this year, March 2nd and 8th, San Bernardino County, various agencies partnered with Northwest Evac and Operation Mountain Strong to move 21,000 pounds of food when more than 20,000 residents were cut off due to snow. A story that we can all relate to, right? This is something that could happen to us. You know, Highway 20 is under construction, landslide happens somewhere down the road, snow, etc. This could be our story a couple years from now. There was another mission in Siskiyou County to establish a sky bridge during the Happy Camp fire to get people and material into Happy Camp. One failed mission, with sincere apologies to District 5. We had a request to transport an emergency manager from Truckee to a conference on the West Coast. We really don't do that, but I have said, please ask us for help because we want to do things like that to gain the experience. And apologies, we couldn't drum up any pilots for you on that one. And then just a couple weeks ago, running from August 21st to September 6th, in my role as agency liaison, I was assigned about a dozen cities and towns sprinkled around Kern, San Bernardino, in eastern LA County as part of the fallout from Hurricane Hillary. And what I'm hoping you take away from this story is that, like, we need a plan for our county, because I'm calling in to, I'm gonna forget the names, like 3 Points, Cedar Springs, Big Pines, these, you know, towns like Big Bear, you know, like, and just trying to get a hold of who's in charge, because the flow of information from county OES down to the volunteer fire department of Olancha might not be as great as you would think. And there were a number of stranded cities that could have used our help, but it took me 4 days of literal cold calling to get a hold of these people, to try to get things started, to then figure out what they needed on their end to approve us. I've already stated, we have vetted our pilots. We've seen their medical card, we've seen their certificate, we've seen their $1 million+ of insurance. So we're comfortable putting our pilots in the air, or any with CalDART. I think, next slide and final slide here, my question is, in collaboration with Nevada County, you know, what does this county need to be active? And my work as a first responder for other agencies, I know that we are, how do I not offend general counsel? We're a little stricter, or we do more work in vetting people, I'll word it that way. So if we need an MOU, I would suggest get it going right away, but hear me loud and clear, you don't. There's only one other county in the state that has one. And what I could use is just more education and getting the word out to potential requesting agencies. I ran into Kim Stein, who works in public health emergency services this past weekend, and her husband's a pilot, so of course you talk about pilot things, and found out what I was doing, and found out that she had a request for service not that long ago and simply needed a pharmacist carrying a bag of medicine to go be picked up and delivered back to Nevada County. That is exactly what we do. But this is someone who I know from town, didn't even know what the service offering is. So when it comes to that transport of people and material, we're here to help. And like any volunteer organization, people have to, be active, and we got to keep these pilots engaged. Hopefully part of that education will come this Friday. We're super excited to run Operation Hawkeye for the county as part of the senior executive leadership retreat, and get some of your staff members in the air to show them that critical infrastructure. But anything else we can do to keep this moving forward so that it isn't a Loma Prieta situation where we're trying to find out who does what. It's just flipping the switch, calling Gary, and him putting some planes in the air for you. So thanks for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
Any questions?
Yeah, Gary, were you saying anything?
No, I'm just here mostly to answer questions. Scott's a great speaker. I can answer the aviation end of it if you have any concerns. The one thing I'd like to, he already covered it, but pilots by nature, very good risk managers. We've been vetted to work with FEMA, the National Guard. So yeah, you don't want a typical citizen running up and helping a firefighter. That's too big of a gap. We understand that. That's why we went through this vetting process. We practice annually. We did a really neat exercise where there was a lost hiker up near Truckee, and there was a world-renowned tracking dog who just found a dead body down in the rice fields. This is all scenario. We had to get that dog to Truckee as quick as possible because one more night might mean life and death. We don't know about tracking. The dog's handler said, "Oh, please, can you bring some dirty laundry for him to sniff?" We found the distraught mother and brought the laundry, and we simulated all of that. It's not too far-fetched of a scenario.
Yeah.
Nor is a jackknifed tanker truck closing I-80, 20 being inundated with its construction and everybody on that. It's now dysfunctional, and we need to transport people behind, the other side of that line. We can get you to Truckee in 20 minutes. The last thing I'd like to leave is a tagline that I try to promote. We have a wonderful airport here. It's your airport. And a mile of road will take you a mile of rail will take you a mile, and a mile of runway will take you anywhere. So please keep that in mind. It's your resource.
Thanks, Gary. I think what I'll do is open it with a pilot. Artie, you want to?
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was a great presentation. And thanks for taking your time to volunteer. Aviation can be an expensive endeavor, and I recognize that any flight you do is definitely expensive to conduct. And thanks for volunteering and doing it. And thanks, Scott, for volunteering all your time to organize. I can only imagine how frustrating it is when you, you see resources on one side and you see a community need on the other, and 4 days of lag time. And general aviation has a lot of utility if you're mission ready and you can move the plane when somebody needs you, right? So those two things have to happen. You have to be ready with the aircraft, and you have to be able to go when called. And it's obvious you guys are ready to do that and serve our community. One question, if we don't have enough participation in Truckee, I'd like to get involved and help to build participation from the Truckee Airport, because we have 254 hangars and they're all filled with pretty capable airplanes. So that's one element. And then I'd also like to make a plug for the Nevada County Airport. I was out there, I flew in there a week ago, and learned to fly there 30 years ago. And it's just seeing the progression of that airport. It's a beautiful airport. Kevin's done a great job planning for the future with the helicopter pads and kind of the non-aero stuff around the airport. I think from my perspective, it's a well-run airport, very capable. And so I just, it's like you said, a mile of runway will take you anywhere in the world. General aviation is just a system of other systems, right? It connects you to other airports and other pieces of the community, but it's important to take care of them and fund them and go after grants and all those things. So I think we've done pretty good, and I like the airport. I like what's going on out there. And so thank you again, and thanks, Scott, for bringing it forward. But again, please keep me in the loop if I can help in Truckee.
Great, thank you.
No, that was a great presentation. Thank you. It's just always amazing to me what kind of opportunities are here for this county, and especially when it comes to emergency services. what you guys do with SARS, HART, and now this. I can see how they're all integral parts of keeping our community safe, as well as other places in the world where you might go, or the United States. I mean, I'm not the world, but I imagine there's little niches everywhere that do this kind of work, and you guys are a part of that now. So, yeah, very interesting. Love to see where this goes. Can't wait to hear how the senior group goes and what they learned from you in their workshop. I think that'll be exciting to get that feedback.
Yes, thank you so much for volunteering your time to do this. I think it's always great when you have a passion for something and you can help translate that into helping the community. So it's much appreciated. Use us as resources when you're trying to reach people, because I think all of us have connections, especially statewide, with various governments and public entities that we can probably help you with that. So thanks for all that you're doing. And it's one of those things where you don't really know anything about it until you need it, and then it's extremely important. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I was completely unaware of this service until I saw it in our packet. So badly needed with all the disasters that we have that are going to be continuing. This is just a great addition to all the other work that everyone is doing. So thank you very much for volunteering and being such a part of the solution.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I think that this presentation, this is the second time, right, Scott? The second time. So this is just another way of keeping it going. And I think the fact that you're pretty well locked in with our OES team now, so that Craig knows and his team knows that you guys are available. And it's great to have you. So thank you. Thank you so very much. I'd like to open this up for any public comment. Is there any comment or questions from the public? Come on down, Gary. Hustle.
Harry Boggs from District 4. I'm sure everybody in past years has been to one of the main buildings at the county fairgrounds where all the commercial activity and the sales and vendors are. And one of the vendors that they hailed me to come on over here and take a flyer about our emergency evacuation helicopter, so which is different. That I don't. Maybe with a nod, you guys have helicopter services, right? Anything we. It's totally different group. Do you guys also have chopper? I mean,
yes, down in Santa Bernardino, they had to use helicopters, and it was 4 private helicopters that flew for 4 days.
Okay.
And within CalDART.
So if we're funneling this down to a local, okay, December 24th, 2021, I'm walking down at night at Christmas Eve, and I hear a huge bash from another senior's apartment in my complex where the cerebral palsy gentleman who's in a HUD building, subsidized building, living alone, crashes violently into his stove and is on the floor. I didn't go into, well, I got help, so they came to check him out for laceration. I was done with my part because I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if they were able, Christmas Eve, late, 9 p.m. Yeah, we have 24-hour emergency responders who are going to attend to him, but I wondered, where did they take Al? Did they take him out to the cul-de-sac? And I didn't hear a chopper come in to take him to Davis or any, I don't know where he went. Where do you think he would have gone depending on the, they triaged him on site.
They probably don't know, Gary.
Yeah, this is out of scope of practice
in
for
a
us.
In a typical setting, where it's a small medical emergency with 1-2 family members or a highway incident, your budget will not allow for that type of activity.
Gary,
I still have 55 seconds.
Present to me, okay?
Well, can I nod and give eye contact to them also? I don't want to put you on the spot, guys, because I know you're doing an awful lot for a lot of people, but and I don't want you to do more than your volunteers.
I could probably address.
Yeah,
thank you.
Gary, maybe
Emergency
afterwards.
Services probably came and took them, and it was probably CalStar.
Yeah.
CalSTAR is probably the group you're thinking of.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Any other public comment? Madam Clerk?
There's no callers, Chair.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion, and I think this is a voice vote, am I correct?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Bullock, second Supervisor Swarthout. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much, Scott. Gary, thank you so much. All right, you might, okay, maybe afterwards. We might let our folks know we're running about 1/2 hour late, so.
Chair Schofield, we have notified Steve Rose, our HR director, and staff that we are running late.
Okay, very good. And again, we're okay, folks? Okay, now, okay, a real 5-minute break. And then Aaron, Mike, maybe you guys can come on up here and we'll kick off very quickly. Meeting back to order. Nevada County Supervisors, September 12th, 2023. The next item on our agenda is our Public Works Director, Heba. Public hearing to consider revising the regional transportation and local traffic mitigation fees and associated amendments to the consolidated user fee schedule for the county departments as adopted June 20th, 2023. Heba?
Thank you, Chair Schofield, honorable board members. I'm Heba Al-Gindi, Public Works Director, and we're thankful to have with us today from NCTC, Mike Woodman, Executive Director, and Erin Hoyt, Deputy Executive Director. And from GHD Consultants, we have Don Hubbard, Technical Director, and Rosanna Southern, Transportation Engineers. So we will commence with the presentation by the consultants in advance of the hearing. And Susanna, because we're running behind on schedule, I would ask you to please speed up going through the slides. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Heba. So we'll turn this over to you, Rosanna.
Okay. Thank you, Heba, and good morning, supervisors. Again, my name is Rosanna Southern, and I'm with GHD. I have about a 15-minute presentation that I'll try to speed up, and I'll be covering the information that went into the updates of the Nevada County Local Traffic Mitigation Fee Program, also known as the LTMF, and the Regional Transportation Mitigation Fee Program, the RTMF. So I'll start off by going over the background of the two fee programs. Then I will briefly go through recent legislation that introduced some new requirements on fee programs statewide. After that, I'll discuss the updates to the Nexus studies that we just completed to fulfill the legal requirements and the results, including the recommended changes to the fees. Then Heba will cover the next steps, including actions that staff recommend you take today. We'll then close by answering any questions. So let's start by discussing the fee programs and why they're being updated. The LTMF was adopted in 1997, over 25 years ago, and covers the entire Nevada County region. It is split between Western and Eastern County due to the Western County also being subject to the RTMF. The LTMF funds projects on the county-maintained roads. There is an exception for parcels within the Truckee sphere of influence, which are subject to the Town of Truckee traffic impact fee, per the agreement in 2017. Like any fee program, this one requires a Nexus study, which I'll describe in a few minutes. The original study was done in 1997, with updates in 2008 and 2016. Here's the image from the 2017 agreement that the county has with the Town of Truckee, showing those areas in the blue boundary, which are subject to the Truckee TIF. The rest in red is the Eastern County, and those are subject to the LTMF. The RTMF program was established in 2000, so more than 20 years ago. It covers the western part of the county, including the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City, and funds regional projects. It is separate from the local fee programs. The RTMF program has brought in over $8 million, which has helped fund improvements that you've seen over the years. This fee program also requires a Nexus study, which I'll describe in a few minutes. The original study was done in 2000, with updates done in 2008 and 2016. So why do we update the fees? Well, the simple answer is that state law requires it. The reason, though, is that conditions change over time, including traffic levels, expectations about development, construction costs, and so on. Some projects get built and you don't need to collect money for them anymore, while other projects may be added to the list. The goal is to maintain fairness to everyone. Development is asked to pay its fair share of needed improvements, but no more than that. The state legislature has recently had its eye on fee programs because of concerns that impact fees are affecting housing affordability. So in the last couple of years, they passed some new laws that affect the RTMF and the LTMF and other fee programs across the state. The first one I'll discuss is AB 602, which went into effect last year and was intended to clean up the opaque and informal way that many fee programs operated, and to reduce the fee burden on small, affordable units. Most of the provisions were to enforce best practices that not everybody was following. The LTMF and RTMF were already doing those things, so they don't have much affecting your programs. However, there was one big change that does affect both fee programs, which is fees on residential development must now be based on the floor area of the dwelling unit, just like fees for office buildings and retail are based on the floor area. This is how the state is trying to reduce the burden on smaller units by shifting more of the burden onto larger houses that tend to generate more traffic. So instead of charging a flat fee for single family houses and a different flat fee for apartments and senior housing and so on, we are now separating each category into small, medium, and large sizes. These size categories, as shown on the screen, were determined in coordination with the advisory committee. And again, the point of the legislation is to ensure that larger units pay more than smaller units. The legislature's other focus has been on accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, which are separate additional dwellings built on a lot that already has a house. These used to be charged impact fees just like any other new house, but SB 13 has created a completely new system for assessing fees on them. To start with, ADUs smaller than 750 square feet are exempt from fees. If the new unit is larger than 750 square feet, then the fee is based on the size of the ADU compared to the size of the primary unit. So an ADU larger than 750 square feet, that is half the size of the primary unit, will now pay half the fee that the primary unit would pay if the primary unit were newly constructed. And again, the hope is that this will aid in the creation of small, affordable housing. So that is the background to the Nexus study. Now I'll explain the details of the updates. Again, the purpose of a Nexus study is to analyze a nexus between new development and the need for roadway improvements. So its calculations form the basis for an impact fee adjustment. In this case, since NCTC, Nevada County, and Grass Valley all needed fee updates, and since these studies would use a lot of the same materials, such as the same traffic model and land use assumptions, the three agencies agreed to have three separate but closely coordinated studies by a single consultant, us. This would save time and money to ensure consistency between the studies. We did the studies and presented the draft recommendations for the RTMF to NCTC on July 19th. NCTC accepted the study and recommended that the local agencies adopt it. We also presented the updates to Grass Valley, whom adopted the RTMF and GVTIF Nexus studies on August 22nd. Calculating the percent attributable to new development has legal limitations per the Mitigation Fee Act. New development can't be charged more than its proportional share, so this graph shows three cases, where gray represents existing traffic, the green represents future growth in traffic, and the black line is the capacity of that road, as an example. Case 1 is when there is no deficiencies now or in the future, then no impact fees can be charged. Case 2 is when there is no deficiency now, but new development triggers a deficiency. In this case, 100% is attributable to new development. Therefore, 100% of the project costs can be from impact fees. Case 3 is when there is an existing deficiency and development adds to it. In this case, the share attributable to new development is based on its share of the future deficiency. Updating the Nexus studies for both the LTMF and RTMF included updating the major inputs, including growth forecasts, project status, trip rates, and project costs. Now I'll discuss the resulting proposed fees for both fee programs separately, starting with the LTMF. As we discussed on the previous slide, during the Nexus study, we update the project list. Here's a project list from the previous study for the LTMF. And as you can see, the first two projects have been built, so they drop out of the list going forward. Stampede Meadows Road was dropped from the project list. This was a county decision to reduce cost and lower the resulting fee. For the other ones, we use a traffic model to determine if there was a deficiency. Upon the reevaluation, we retained most projects but dropped a couple where we are no longer expecting a deficiency. After updating the inputs and project list, we made a calculation to determine the maximum portion of the cost eligible for the fee program. And you can see that calculation in column C. And you can also see in this table there are safety projects that are listed for the 5 districts. These were in the previous Nexus study. The list of district safety projects was trimmed in coordination with county staff to keep the fees reasonable. The total project cost is $9.2 million. State law would allow the county to charge new development up to 32% of the total project cost, including 3% for administrative costs. The resulting amount used to calculate the fees for new development is just over $3 million. The fees are calculated by taking the project costs attributable to new development, splitting it between residential and non-residential development, and dividing those based on the number of trips anticipated between residential and non-residential. Compared to the current fees, the residential fee per equivalent dwelling unit, or EDU, increases by about 17%, and non-residential decreases by about 49%. This was mainly due to the growth projections within the region. Additionally, many residents of the county outcommute to work and shop, putting a strain on the road system. Non-residential development that lets people work and shop locally is relatively easy on the road system. This is one of the reasons why fee studies are conducted, because growth projections change and the resulting fee calculations show that corresponding adjustment. For residential uses, one more step in the calculation is to adjust the fee based on the size of the unit. Per AB 602, fees for residential units are now based on size and type in the 3 categories shown here. This comparison is just of the proposed fees for single-family units for each size category. All fees for residential categories are presented in the Nexus study in the executive summary and in Table 310 on page 27 of the Nexus study. As shown, smaller units are charged a lower fee and larger units are charged a higher fee. The smaller units would be charged less than even the current fee. This differentiation by size shows that we are complying with the framework set by AB 602. Now I will discuss the resulting proposed fees for the RTMF. Similar to the LTMF, as we discussed, we also updated the project list for the RTMF. This is the project list from the previous Nexus study. As you can see, we've had some that were constructed, some were dropped due to new forecasts that said no deficiency is expected, and several that were retained due to reconfirmed deficiency. But I want to draw your attention to the State Route 49 widening projects that are shown in gray. These projects are very expensive, and the RTMF fees could cover at most 53% of the total cost. That leaves a large gap in funding that would have to come from somewhere else. There needs to be a reasonable expectation that NCTC will be able to fund those projects for the remaining costs beyond what the fee program covers. Therefore, NCTC staff decided it would not be appropriate to leave those projects in the fee program because of the lack of anticipated funding. However, the one project that was kept in is the State Route 49 Corridor Improvement Project between McKnight Way and LeVar Meadows Road. After updating the inputs and project lists, we made a calculation to determine the maximum portion of the costs eligible for the fee program. And again, you can see that in that calculation in column C. With additional grant funding anticipated, this allows the fee program amount to be reduced to 28% of the total project costs. Therefore, 17.8 million is used to calculate the fees for new development. The fees are calculated by taking the project costs attributable to new development, splitting it between residential and non-residential development, and dividing those based on the number of trips anticipated between residential and non-residential. Compared to the current fees, the residential fee per EDU increases by about 5%, and the non-residential decreased by about 31%. Again, this was mainly due to the growth projections within the region. The overall regional non-residential growth in trips is more than the residential, so the cost for non-residential is split over more units, resulting in a lower fee. Again, and similar to the LTMF, the non-residential development that lets people work and shop locally is relatively easy on the road system. And there's one more step in the calculation. Per AB 602, fees for residential units are now based on the size and type in the 3 categories shown here. This comparison is just of the proposed fees for single-family units for each size category. All fees for residential categories are presented in the RTMF Nexus study, in the executive summary, and in Table 3.9 on page 27 of the RTMF Nexus study. As shown, smaller units are charged a lower fee and larger units are charged a higher fee. Again, similar to the LTMF, the smaller units would be charged less than even the current fee. And this differentiation by size shows that we are complying with the framework set by AB 602. This slide here shows the combined RTMF and LTMF fees, proposed fees, in comparison to the peer foothill counties. As shown, the residential fee per EDU would be in the mid-range, and the non-residential fee per trip would also be in the mid-range compared to peer counties. Thank you. I will now pass this back to Heba to go over next steps on this slide.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Roxana. Eva?
Thank you, Rosanna. Staff recommends accepting the Nexus studies for the local traffic mitigation fees and the regional transportation mitigation fees, and adopt the associated fees. Subject to adoption of the fees, our next step would be to execute the administrative agreement with NCTC with regards to the regional fees. For the local fees in the East County with the town of Truckee, we have an MOU and no need for changes. And the fees will become in effect within 60 days of their adoption. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Thank you, Heba. Sue, I think I'll start with you since we've kind of heard this.
Yeah, we heard it earlier, so it's kind of a little recap. It still is, these are always hard when you look at anything where it's going to be, the fees are raised, but then when you look at the overall, and really have to sit down and look at what's happening, had a good talk with Tricia, and just talking about how we build our roads and what we do. So through our NCTC, we voted to approve this at the time. And looking at it again, it seems like it meets the criteria that it has to. And again, this is a state mandate. So thank you for the presentation. Rosanna, that was great. Appreciate that. Very, very thorough. And that's all I have, Ed.
Lisa?
I know that it's necessary to do it. It is unfortunate that the costs are going up with with how expensive it is to build a home these days, and then we just keep piling on through legislation to make it more expensive. But I do understand the necessity of it. I find it's interesting that you use the methodology for the size of the home, because I think that I know many people, most of the people I know, 2 people live in a house that's 2,000 plus square feet. So I think in traditional communities where you have a lot more families. It is true that the bigger the house, the more people you have living there. I don't find that to be particularly true in Nevada County.
That was a
It's-
legislative change.
Yeah, so it's just, I know the state does a one-size-fits-all on many issues, and this is probably a really good example of that. So I understand the necessity, though.
Ready?
Thank you for the presentation, Rosanna. That was very clear. I was waiting for an explanation, and you did a great job. I just have one question. Well, it's two, really, but the one is, where is this fee charged? I understand it's coming through permits, but what I don't understand is, how are you charging non-residential folks? How does that get charged to them? Can somebody explain that?
Through the permitting process as well, depending on the type of the land use, it's typically based on the gross floor area when they apply for development projects.
How do they assess, how do they assess, like, on the residential, you're charging by the house, right, by the size of their house. If you're a non-resident, you don't have a house here. So how does that charged?
Is dependent on the gross floor area. So there is a fee associated with the type of use and the size of the use.
I think there might be some misunderstanding as to what non-residential means. Non-residential does not refer to whether the person is a resident or not of Nevada County. It has to do with the type of land use. So an office building or a retail building, those are non-residential uses. And that's what the term refers to.
Makes perfect sense. Thank you very much. Okay, I have no other questions.
Thank you, Don. Ready? Hardy?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. What determines the attributable cost to new development, that ratio that you've described? Who determines that, or what's the nexus study methodology associated with that?
I can go back to that slide.
Yes, I'll start with that, and Rosanna, you can add on if necessary. So we use a traffic model to forecast the future traffic on each project, and we also know the capacity of each project. It's based on the number of lanes and the capacity of the lane, depending on the type of facility it is, how wide it is, whether it's a freeway lane or a state or a normal country road lane or whatever. So that gives us the volume, that gives us the capacity. So the capacity would be that black line that you see in the figure. And we know the existing traffic and the future traffic, and that gives us the gray and the green bars there. And then if there is an existing deficiency, then the new development share of the deficiency and what the share of the need to have an improvement would be Y over X.
Okay, thank you. When you take into account the project table, and that would go through some of the elements, I think NCTC would be the jurisdictional authority that would gauge whether each project was viable, ready, needed to be funded and put onto that list. Is that right?
Yeah, that's done through the preparation of the nexus study and utilizing the travel demand model and the future growth forecasts. Then based off the existing conditions, adding the future conditions, those improvements that trigger beyond like the general plan level of service standard, then get added onto the list as a deficiency created by development.
Got it. Okay, thank you. It's becoming clearer to me. And then just one question on the LTMF. There was, I think it was slide 4. You had a map of Eastern County. Could I see that?
Sure.
So the Nevada County border and Sierra County is up, obviously on 89 North there. County maintained roads outside the blue sphere of the Eastern County parcels included in the MO or the TIF agreement. And I asked this to Tricia, but I just want to be clear. those are maintained through existing grant funding structures that handle other roadway improvements that are just typical throughout the county, is that right?
Might be a question for county staff.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the road improvements that are handled through this agreement in East County, or really in West County too, would just be things that are on-ramps, off-ramps, roundabouts, safety improvements, closer to the town centers that are joint in Nevada County town or city jurisdictions, is that right? Do I understand that correctly? If there's a, I guess my, here, let me restate it in a clearer way, I didn't do that well. If there's an unincorporated road with the safety improvement need that's outside the blue boundaries, does it get added to the list that Mr. Woodman described? No.
And no, for the next 5 years, the projects list would not be changing. So this is reflective of the sphere of influence of the town of Truckee. We transmit the fees collected, the local traffic medication fees, for projects needed outside of the sphere, let's say associated with a development project, then they could possibly implement such improvements until the next round of update. We could change the arrangement that we have today.
Okay, thank you. Just one last question, and I'll be quiet. Why is El Dorado County, just from a comparison standpoint, El Dorado County was incredibly high compared to others. Is there any reason, particular reason that you found in the Nexus study why we would, it's kind of the difference between mean and median. It's just very high.
Don, do you have an answer to that one?
Sure. El Dorado County is sort of an outlier, and they're sort of split between pro-growth and anti-growth factions. And the way they live with each other is they say, yes, you can grow, but if you're growing, you pay for it. you can't hand the cost on to local residents. And so because of the topography and other things, it just costs a lot to do new development in El Dorado County in the hills and things.
Thank you. Yeah, it's disappointing a little bit to kind of echo Supervisor Swarthout's comments. It's hard to build houses when we keep changing the fee structure and keep adding additional capital burden to everybody who wants to build a new house to put people in it. So just throwing that out there.
Yeah, it's Supervisor Bullock. This is Mike Woodman, NCTC. That is one thing that we keep in mind, and as part of the Project Advisory Committee, we work closely with the Nevada County Contractors Association. And I know NCTC staff, as well as jurisdiction staff from the county, worked really hard to look at the programs and make sure we were coming up with what we felt and the contractors, agreed was a reasonable fee increase. And in this case, for the regional mitigation fee program, the 5.3% increase on residential was actually just slightly over that of inflation. So, we feel that we've come up with something that's reasonable and not excessive. And we even removed some projects out of the program, some of the highway projects that we felt, weren't reasonable to expect outside revenues to complete those. And that helped to bring the fees down.
Thank you, Mike. We went through this presentation with Nevada County Transportation Commission, and we had a pretty robust discussion on this. Grass Valley in particular, their representative was very much involved and had the same kind of comments that you did too. And even one of our commissioners suggested perhaps we just eliminate the mitigation fees, and didn't believe that was realistic, so we didn't take any steps on that. But it was one of the things that was asked as the Contractors Association informed of this. They were involved with the study, so that was a plus. And then, of course, you guys have made this presentation to Grass Valley and to Nevada City, am I correct? Have they,
That's correct.
yeah, have they approved them?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Grass Valley has. The city of Nevada City is still to be scheduled for a hearing.
Yeah, but as far as the transportation convention, there really wasn't any opposition once we had our meeting. So I think that they've done an excellent job with this study and an excellent job in coordinating what the state law now says to us. So is there any public input on this?
Chair
Oh,
Schofield.
yes, I'm sorry.
Chair Schofield, if I may.
Yes, you may, Mike.
You know, although these fee programs do put some level of burden on development, like the regional and the local transportation mitigation fee programs, by nature, in terms of providing funding to make improvements to the transportation system, also kind of on the reverse, actually kind of help to facilitate that development by removing some of those barriers for expensive projects that are hard to fund. So it goes a little ebb and flow.
I think especially with the big projects that we're looking at, like the Highway 49 projects, these are rather small numbers compared to what needs to be made, and our grant process is extremely important to us, and I appreciate the work that you guys are putting into those. Hardy?
Yeah, I think, just quickly, is there plans to meet with the town of Truckee and present this information?
I'm not sure on the LTMF side. On the RTMF, the Regional Transportation Mitigation Fee Program, it only covers Western Nevada County. That was back from when we developed the program in 2001. The Regional Travel Demand Model only covers western portion of the county, and at that time, the town of Truckee already had the Traffic Impact Fee Program in place, as well as has recently passed a sales tax measure. And so talking with the town, didn't make a lot of sense at that point in time to expand the Regional Mitigation Fee Program to the eastern side, since the local Transportation Mitigation Fee Program picked up the additional area kind of outside the town.
Okay.
If I may add, adoption of the fees would be by the board today. If there is a desire to provide a presentation for information purposes at the town of Truckee, we'll be happy to do that.
That was the line that I was headed down. And then just really quickly, the TIF, the 2017 TIF agreement, is there a sunset on that? Or is it just by discretion in describing that periodically? Or does it ever sunset, or is it just in perpetuity? Yes, okay. Thank you.
What was the answer?
Tricia nodded her head and said it is.
Oh, well, that's not a very good verbal answer. Yes, okay. All right.
I apologize. I noticed that the supervisor was looking to Tricia, but I should have responded as well.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Trish. Thank you, Roxana and Dawn. All right, again, is there any public comment on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Chair Schofield, yes, we do have a caller.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Yes, I'm hanging on every word of transportation issues locally here. If you can hear me, this is Matthew Coulter calling in, sitting on the Union steps on Mill Street Mall, avoiding the traffic. And specifically, I'd like to ask what the county is doing with AB 43. AB 43 was passed to be able to adjust speed limits to conditions, basically, in municipalities, not have one cookie cutter, one size fits all. And it seems like we are a perfect example of why it was passed and put through the political process in Sacramento to get some traffic calming, get some control over our streets. I mean, you can stand on any street corner and see 50% of the people on their phones as they drive. You can see drunk drivers. You can see just people that are doing things they shouldn't be doing while driving. And always pulling into crosswalks, going too fast, and just in front of the root center is a good example. It was 45 miles an hour and bumped up to 50 miles an hour, which makes it really difficult to cross that street. to get to the library or to get to our government center from Nevada City unless you walk several blocks out of the way to get there instead of coming up Orchard Street from downtown Nevada City. So AB 43, I'd like to hear somebody there say that they're considering things that have been passed that are proper for our area, and that something can be put in place to save lives, because even over the weekend, we've had multiple bicyclists hit and pedestrians. It's a very dangerous place to be a pedestrian. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Heba, Mike,
The fees were developed based on the land use assumptions and associated travel modeling work in light of a list of projects. If there is a need by the community for improvements to operational conditions or improvements to roadway design, including the implementation of traffic calming, then that would be handled separately, and we welcome any request we receive.
Mike, did you want to comment on that? Because we know we got a project coming up out here.
AB 43 gives some leeway to local jurisdictions in terms of lowering the speed limits. One thing that the Nevada County Transportation Commission, not on the local roadways, but the state highway system, have been interested in and talking with Caltrans is looking at possibly pursuing some legislation to give the state more flexibility to actually, right now they can only lower the speed limit on a state highway by 5 miles an hour below the design guidelines for that speed limit. We would like to provide flexibility for the state and Caltrans to be able to lower that speed limit by up to 10 miles per hour. So for our rural highways, if we do make improvements, then we would have the ability, working with the state, to keep that highway at 55 miles per hour for safety purposes with the amount of ingresses and egresses we have on a lot of our state highways. So that's something that we're interested in working with the state on. For the AB 43, for some of the local roads and lowering speed limits, that would be something that the county could look into further through the development, maybe of the local road safety plan or just citizen, requests being brought forward, as well as the other local jurisdictions within Nevada County.
Very good.
If I may add, to date, we're dictated by the speed surveys because the speed limit has to be set within 5 miles per hour of the 85th percentile speed. So these are the rules that we're working with today, unless we design the roadway differently through the implementation of traffic calming, for example, change the operating speeds, and based on that, we could change the speed limit. There are provisions that we currently have to reduce the speed limits in school areas, for example, but these are specific for zones.
Very good. Thank you. Any other calls, Madam Clerk?
No, that was the only call, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment portion. I will bring it back to the board. If there's no further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Supervisor Hook, seconded by Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk, do we need to read that in? Do we need to read it?
I think we're fine.
Very
Yeah.
good.
So it's the resolution, District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Heba. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Aaron, thank you. Thank you, Roxana and Donald. Thank you so much for your work on this.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Well, I think Susan Cadero will explain that. All right, Steve, so Susan, because there are some instructions that is, okay.
Jeffrey, do you want to open that door?
Welcome, everyone. We're so glad that you're here. We really apologize for the delay. There's seats up front, so please come on down and fill those seats. Once again, we'd like to welcome you and also apologize for the delay. There are seats that are still open in front, so come on down and fill those seats.
Check, check. Check, check.
Good afternoon. We apologize for the late start. If you can find your way to, if there's any seats left, we will get started here shortly. Just a couple of public announcements. We are going to read all the names of the teams, and we ask you to hold your applause and cheers to the end in the interest of time. And we welcome the folks from Truckee joining us, and then also upstairs in the Empire, we have cupcakes afterwards.
It's not working.
Hello.
You tap the bottom.
Come on down.
I have the good one. All right, so this is a pleasure to be here today, and I think this is the most attendees that I've seen at one of these, so this is really great. And there's a lot of names, so I think Hardy mentioned there's over 200 names, so we'll try to move it along. But hey, we want to give you the recognition that you deserve, and thank you for all the work that you do for our county. And I get to start it off, correct? And I'm going to start it off with the Above and Beyond Employee of the Year. And I'll name off, we've got quite a few of them here. Joanna Armstrong from the Assessor's Office, and if you would, just come on up here and then we'll take a Photoshop when we're all done. Kate Bartlett, the Assessor's Office. Lucas Turner, HHSA. Cheyenne Frank, CDA. Claire Chappell, CDA. Marie Maniscalco, CDA. Michelle Garcia, CDA. Hayden Henderson, HHSA. Jennifer Montereth, HHSA. Jordan Dam, HHSA. Megan Brooks, HHSA. Jacob Colomgioni, HHSA. Lisa Hay, HHSA. Wow. Joy Reed, IGS Library. Jennifer McCormick, Sheriff's Corrections. Brianna Nicholson, Sheriff Corrections. Andrew Simon, Sheriff, Court Security. And Elizabeth Jacob, Treasurer, Tax Collectors. And the winner is, no, that's my Employee of the Year.
Oh, that is? And now if you care to stand over here, this is what you read, and then you announce the name. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so this is above and beyond the Employee of the Year. The dedication that this year's Above and Beyond Employee of the Year worked tirelessly to complete a program audit, which resulted in the department receiving the highest audit commendation on record. 4 state agencies evaluated this employee's work, and each recognized this employee's exemplary work. In addition to this work, this employee taught herself on an entirely new section of the profession in order to assist coworkers. This year's Above and Beyond Employee of the Year is Claire Chappell, Environmental Health Specialist, number 4.
Do we have anyone from Environmental Health that could come and accept this award on behalf of Claire? Oh, she can.
Should I do a little dance?
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank all of you for being, yeah. We'll give Amy a bad time because she obviously didn't let Claire come down for this. Anybody want to comment on what it's like? Yay! Hey, Amy, we'll talk later.
So cool. This is the best day you get to celebrate people working hard. Thank you to each and every one of you for what you do and making the Nevada County team work and thrive and be an awesome county, an awesome place to live. Thank you. So I'm here to present the Innovator of the Year. And number one is Kendra Camillo, Assessor's Office. Kendra, I think we could open, oh, it's open over there, okay. And Jessica Rist, CDA, Cannabis Policy and Compliance. And our own Steve Monahan, hiding over there, IGS Administrator. Kevin Archibald from Truckee, is he on our screen? Is Kevin, yeah, there's Kevin, hey Kevin. Facilities Maintenance in Truckee, and then Farah Kosart with Sheriff's Corrections Office. We want to hear about the innovation too. Do we have time for that?
We probably don't.
Okay. Welcome. You're in charge. This employee's creative use of limited resource resulted in 100 employees remaining safe and secure in all weather, including epic snowy weather. This employee applied skills to help these employees and even went so far as to find the resources to beautify the surroundings. Nothing says welcome to work like a workspace that dignifies staff. For this employee's creative use of resources to maintain and improve lives around him, we congratulate Kevin Archibald, Building Maintenance Specialist in Truckee.
Thank you. Did you get a photo?
Can you move the photo underneath Kevin?
We're not sure if we copied that. Oh, we're good.
Hello, you are next. Wonderful. Thank you. Here you go. Thank you, Steve. And here is
Go, Kevin!
Well, thank you all for being here today. We could not possibly do what we do up here without all of you in this room, as well as all of our other county employees. So thank you for making us look good every single day. So. I am going to present Volunteer or Intern of the Year. So, Aiden Keller from the District Attorney's Office. Diana Rennells from HHSA Veteran Services. Martha Dixon, IGS Library. Lindy Shasapian, IGS Library. Barbara Teagues, IGS, Office of Emergency Services. And Johnny Johnson, Sheriff Corrections. Okay. So this intern joined Nevada County as a recent college graduate to learn and grow while helping others and making a positive difference in our community. And what a difference this intern has made. Whether it be an administrative task, legal research, grant research, or working with victims of crimes, this intern has given 100% from day one. He stepped right up to help both team members and our vulnerable community members alike.
He has made himself indispensable by quickly and efficiently completing work for his team members who need to focus on other tasks. He arduously combed through a grueling amount of paperwork to locate some key pieces of data, resulting in the speedy completion of some large, older projects. This intern has made a significant impact on the Office of the District Attorney and therefore the safety of the community. This year's Intern Volunteer of the Year award goes to Aiden Keller, Intern District Attorney's Office. I'll put that together. Come on up. I look forward to you coming back when you finish law school, I'm assuming? Sure. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There's that. Let's get a picture.
You are. Yes, sir. I have a list for you. Hello.
So I'm doing Rookie of the Year, and you can see I'm still a rookie.
That's okay.
Okay, what a list. Gosh, it looks great to see you guys all out here. You truly are the heart of Nevada County. Just really appreciate you all so much. Okay, I have Rookie of the Year. I need Jacqueline Acree to come down from the Assessor's Office. Katie Borrego from Assessor's Office. Lisa Depew from Agriculture Commissioner, CDA. David Nicholas, CDA Planning Department. Zachary Reibel, Planning Department, CDA. Ariel Lovett, our CEO office. Karina Gonzalez, HHSA Administration. Jennifer Hondell, HHSA Administration. Jenna McHugh, Public Health, HHSA. Jennifer Moon, HHSA Social Services. Alyssa Wood, HHSA Behavioral Health. Rachel Geiker, IGS Administration. And then I have Alexandria Zambrano from IGS, Office of Emergency Services. Look at you guys all. That's awesome. Okay, and drum roll, please. Okay, our Rookie of the Year. For being a new employee, this employee has a knack for putting people at ease. When this employee works with the public, this employee knows the questions to ask to get the true situation that needs to be addressed. This employee has helped embrace a new system that helps customers update their information, working patiently with them through a new online form. This rookie is also helping create other online automated response forms on a website. This employee was an integral part of the February calamity response team and helped to get forms mailed or emailed to all the people who participated in the survey sent out by the county regarding the extreme weather event. We congratulate Jacqueline Acree, Assessment Assistant 1, Assessor's Office, for being this year's Rookie of the Year.
Both of these things go to her.
Okay, hello, everyone. I brag on Nevada County all the time, and it's because of all of you, and I'm sure you're all deserving of this award, so give yourselves a hand. Okay, that being said, I'm going to be reading the Collaborative Employee or Team of the Year, and there's a lot of names on here, so if I could read the team and then scram through the names, and then you can applaud. Can we do that? Thank you. All right. All right, Ally Bystander Training, Bree Mendoza, HHSA, Kathy Miller, Human Resources, Josh White, IGS, Ian Bolt, IGS, Cheryl Schilling, IGS, Carrie Klein, Public Defender's Office, Georgette Arano, Sheriff Administration, Annika Hagedorn, Sheriff Operations. Give yourselves a hand. You all come down? You all want to come down really quick? Should we do this for each team so we get pictures? Okay, run on down here, but don't trip. Come on down. If I read your name, come on down. Next team will have you walk down while I'm reading. This is it? Everybody? Okay. Do you want me in it or not? Yes. Oh. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. All right, our next team is the Assessor Office team. Diana Fitzpatrick, Rolf Kleinhans, and Lucas Turner. Come on down. Can we get through? Come on in the middle there. There we go. Thank you. All right, we have a behavioral health EHR core team. Andrea Lamecool, come on down when I read your name. Dawn Fadermeyer, Priya Canal, Amanda Long, Jamie Maxwell, Jeff Peterson, Catherine Walden. Come on down, people. Elisa Wood, Mike Crow, Rachel Gicker, Gary Richard, and Sebastian Roberts. There's got to be a few more of you here. Come on now. Good on you for showing up, you. All right, give them a hand. Thank you. All right, we have CDA Outstanding Public Service OPS team. Vera DeFerrari, come on down as I read your names, people. Kelly Finn, Kimberly Parker, Lisa Depew, Stacy Manning, Nicholas McBurney, Thomas Mayoli, Kara Katri Levinson, Antonia Powers, Kyle Smith, Nicola Head. Awesome. All right. Thank you. Okay, a couple more to go. Correction Officer Day, number one shift, first shift. All right, come down. Remember, Britt Broadhurst, Brian Darnell, Kristen Layton, Shay McFarland, Brianna Nicholson, Devin Ortiz, Travis Peebles, Michael Schnitzius. I don't know what everybody's here for, but we're here to award you. Look at this small crew. That way? All right. All right, thank you. Give them a hand. Okay, we have the dynamic duo payroll department, Patrick Cotton and Mindy Trigg, both auditor controls office. And they're both here. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, the last one I'm going to announce, but then Hardy's going to take it over from here. So the ECM home team, Stacy Crossan, Phoebe Bell, Casey Davey, William Davis, Kimberly Green, Eli Hinojosa, Brendan Phillips. Okay. All right, thank you. Give him a hand. Hardy.
Okay, we're going to quote Jeff. Is it one team, one dream? This is the team award. I think I can give it a shot. This is the Winter Storm EOC team, which I was in there during that period of time, and I was in the back and thought we were going to talk and get caught up, and everybody was facing the screens and working hard. So thank you for what you've done this winter. Courtney, and come on down. Courtney Personini, Gina Will, Vera De Ferrari, Michelle Garcia, Elijah Larimer, Caleb Dardick, Heather Heckler, Taylor Wolf, Nick Poole, Kim Stein, Kelly Carpenter, Tamron Cook, Rachel Pena, Kristen Plant, Nick Reedy, David West, Ken Baker, Alex Fryant, Lindsay Gordon, Jason Jones, Ian Reading, Paul Cummings, Craig Greisbach, Desiree Belding, Diana Wilburn, Jay Smedley, Lieutenant Sean Scales. It's a big team. Yeah. Oh, we're not going to be able to put all the teams up here.
That's okay, they're going to go away, and then this next team.
Okay. Or we could squeeze them all in.
You could.
Let's try and squeeze everybody in here. Okay, HSSA contracts team. Sarah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, I am? Okay. Sorry. Right next to Kim. Thank you. You guys can stay up there. You're a nominee.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Take care. One team, one dream. Hey, Craig. Okay, up next, HHSA contracts team. Sarah Graydon, Ashley Koski, Marion Mason. Congrats. Right, congrats. This one, right? Where are you?
Yeah, good.
Okay. I just was mentioning to Allison, Measure V in the mine has its own category, and I'm glad. Idaho Maryland Mine Planning Commission Meeting Team. Jeff Dorsby, Vera De Ferrari, Montana Bingen, Kristen I, Lisa Depew, Susan Kaplan, David Kopp, Thomas Maioli, Josh Helinski, Tyler Barrington, Brian Foss, Matt Kelly, Maria Maniscalco, close, David Nicholas, Shannon Polis, Shelley Romelli, and Kyle Smith.
There's more on this page.
Okay, I'll take that one. And that gets us part of the way through. Zachary Rubel, Robin Van Valkenburg, Caleb Dardick, Jeff Pettit, Taylor Wolf, Nick Poole, Kit Elliott, Scott Aaron, Landon Beard, Rossi Beatty, Adam Green, Russell Klinstiver, Brian Marlowe, Peter Oakland, Joshua Simmons, Justin Drinkwater, Larry Kramer, Jay Smedley, Alicia Burgett, Dennis Hack, Ricky Martinez, and Jason Perry. Please come on down. All right. Squeeze in there. All right, thank you, everybody. Public Works, okay. You guys are part of multiple teams today. Okay, Public Works Road Crew, Winter Storm Response. Tyler DeShane, Sean Cummings, Colton Gould, Robert Hoskin, Nicholas Kiger, Kelly Moyer, Jamie Rowland, John Vesey. All right, good to see you. Congrats. Good job. Sheriff and Sheriff's Heart team, Nicole Beltran, Stephanie Geckler, and Cassandra Triplett. Congrats.
Thank you.
And the snow removal team, this is a big team, one of our biggest. The entire roads crew, CDA, roads department. Let's hear it.
Okay.
We'll work through that. You may be removed later.
Okay. Two shots to do.
Social Services Eligibility Training Team, Crystal Clark, Joseph DeVille, Elizabeth Dyer, and Michelle O'Connor. Nice. How's it going? And we're on to Veterans Services Office. Tara Ireland. Can you pronounce that last name for me? Thank you. Cassandra Morcheco and Tracy Hart. And David. And last but not least, Youth Services Department, the library. Patricia Caspers, Ross, Pere Griffith, and Emily Phillips. Oh, I see. Okay, good. How's it going? Oh yeah, we have to get under Truckee, sorry. Perrette.
Should we stand over there?
I knew it was Perrette.
Heidi to read the winners. Okay. Ooh, we're doing something different. There are 2 winners this year in this category. Ooh. Okay. All right. February's epic winter storm caused the collapse of hundreds of trees, structures, and power poles and widespread access issues. Thousands of residents were trapped in their homes for days, including me. Often unable to communicate with the outside world, this team of dedicated employees worked nonstop for 19 days to help keep community members safe, working with local organizations to ensure essential services were provided to those in need. They managed a warming shelter, they coordinated the 4-wheel drive delivery of food to residents in the town of Washington, and they worked with PG&E and telecommunications companies to restore power and communications pronto. They also sent out an online survey via Code Red to identify local unmet need, which almost 1,000 residents used. Congratulations to the entire Emergency Operations Center Collaborative Team of the Year. Woo! Woo, 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 woo. Do we want them to come back down? Yeah. Come on down if you're here. Come on down if you're here. Fantastic job, you guys. Come on in if you're part of the group. Fantastic job. Well done. Good job. Thank you. Great, great job. Fantastic work. Hopefully you won't have to do that again this year. Knock on wood. Okay, we have another winner. The entire Okay, the entire winter of 2023, see, it's news to me too. The entire winter of 2023 was especially challenging with consistent record-breaking snowfall. This continued snow made life very difficult for many of us in Nevada County. Through it all, a team of dedicated people worked day in and day out, morning, noon, and night to help us. This dedicated, hardworking, amazing team worked round the clock, some for weeks on end. Due to their efforts, we were able to get to work and grocery stores. Trucks could deliver goods to county businesses, medical facilities, grocery stores, and more. And especially, trucks could deliver propane to heat our homes, and PG&E could work on repairing downed power lines. These unsung heroes frequently worked 12-hour shifts in freezing weather, often in the dark of night, sometimes at high elevations and on very curvy and dangerous roads. We all owe a big thank you to Nevada County's road crew for plowing our roads and helping to keep us safe. Congratulations to the roads crew, Collaborative Team of the Year. Woohoo! Job. And somebody gets this? Okay. Fantastic work, you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great, you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. And we're all done?
Excellent job. Thank you. Supervisor Swarthout. Let me give you your list.
Thank you. All right, our next category is Supervisor of the Year. And we're not talking about the 5 of us up here. Karen Park, Assessor's Office. James Edwards, CDA Building Inspection. Nicholas McBurney, CDA Building Inspection. Patrick Perkins, CDA Road Engineering. Brad Torres, CDA Wastewater. Casey Eyre, District Attorney's Office. James Amaral, HHSA Probation. Linda Valente, HHSA Probation. Jeremy Vance, HHSA Probation. Audria Villegas, HHA Public Defender. Kelly Carpenter, HHSA Social Services. Tamarin Cook, HHSA Social Services. Landon Beard, IGS Information Services. Kevin Peterson, IGS Information Systems. And Mike Walsh, Sheriff Corrections. Yeah.
We know the drill.
All right, thank you. All right, this year's winner, when joining their new department about a year ago, this new supervisor immediately became an essential team member. Employees throughout their department sing the praises of the new supervisor who established new, clear, and fair processes and expectations for subordinates. This supervisor treats all clients and employees with dignity and respect, even in difficult situations. This new supervisor also tackled giant projects like scanning and converting literally thousands of old documents to digital files. This supervisor has become the new subject matter expert for a new computer management system. In short, this new supervisor has improved order, consistency, accountability, and safety to their whole office. Congratulations to Adria Villegas, legal.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. All right, here is your microphone.
So if I may, I was thinking a bit about the teams, because so many of you represented the teams, and it says something about the continuity of how well the teams work together, and I think that's really impressive. And I think the winners were, to me, quite obvious, and the impact that they had on our public. And but I also wanted to say that some of you are on teams that the public will never see, and oftentimes we don't even see it that much unless it impacts the budget, and we really spend time on that, right? But I just want to say that all of these teams mean so much to us, and to the continuity and how well the county works together. I'm very impressed. I want to say thank you. And I also want to say, Heidi kind of brought this up. You know, as we go out and work with our commissions and other boards and areas where other counties are involved, our associations at the state, even in the federal level, we are extremely proud of our county of Nevada. And it's you that gives us that pride. And I think today, seeing you here today, puts a face to all those people that make us so proud. So I just want to say thank you so very much to you. So I get to name the Employee of the Year, and if you have been nominated for this, I think it's a special honor to be the #1 employee in the County of Nevada. So if you will, come on up. Katie Borrego, the Assessor's Office. Jennifer Triplett, the Assessor's Office. Claire Swanson, Board of Supervisors, Clerk of the Board. Love you, Claire. Patrick Day, CDA, Roads Engineering. Casey Davey, HHSA, Behavioral Health. Fred Jefferson, HHSA, Behavioral Health. Kelly Ciolis, HHSA, Behavioral Health. Lisa Hay, HHSA, Social Services. Zoe Tofoletti, HHSA, Social Services. Amy Moon, HHSA, Probation. Kim Stein, HHSA, Public Health. Derek Cosair, Sheriff's Corrections. Travis Peebles, Sheriff Corrections. And James Mason, Sheriff Court Security. Well, it's hard to imagine an employee who touches more departments and more individual lives than this year's Employee of the Year winner. This person works with our most vulnerable populations, and in so doing works with probation, social services, behavioral health, the public defender, the district attorney, the sheriff's office, child protective services, and many other departments. This employee responds to calls from partner nonprofits in a way that goes above and beyond expectations. This employee excels in responding quickly, rapidly triaging any situation she confronts, and following up to make sure that both the entity that called her and the person or people worked with have been assisted. This year's Employee of the Year award winner delivers medical care and medication, staffs shelters in the cold weather, and assists our unhoused citizens from the heart. Congratulations, Casey Davey, Behavioral Health Nurse. Oh, yes. Okay, and I think that wraps up our morning session. And you guys, we have a reception up at the Empire Room. Encourage everybody to go on up there. There's always some great goodies up there.
Chair Schofield?
And again, thank you for the work. And wait a minute, there's more.
We didn't call for public comment. I don't know
Oh.
if we have any members of the public that wanted, I'm so sorry.
Is there any public comment on this? Madam Clerk?
And there's no callers. Thank you, Chair.
Very good. We'll close the public comment portion, and again, thank you to all our employees.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name is Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. one who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's going to be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's going to have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang. Picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
From the foothills of the Sierra Nevada, a new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from Chicago Park to Spenceville. Every single square mile of Nevada County has a zone. And having a zone that you know for your neighborhood is going to help you save time to be able to evacuate and keep you and your family safe.
Ready Nevada County is an education campaign designed to help the public have successful outcomes during emergency events. We really focus on a whole host of disasters or emergency events. We want to have a broad spectrum. We want to be prepared for anything, but really we focus a lot on wildfire because we know that's one of the most likely events to happen in Nevada County.
Ready, Set, Go is really built around the wildfire premise to prepare residents to be ready before an event, to move into the set posture when there's a red flag or a fire is near you, and then to go when it's time to go.
Essentially, in its simplest form, it's a three-tiered community emergency preparedness plan.
I have lived in this house, which we built, my husband and I, 26 years ago now, actually. We selected the hardy plank, the concrete siding, and also the metal roof. Then when we moved up here and heard about the 49er fire, that's when we started to say, wow, this really is even more important than we first realized.
So the 49er fire is one of the most historic fires in Nevada County's history. They figured it changed the laws of the state of California that said this is how you have to protect your home. That came out of Nevada County.
Steve Eubanks came from the Fire Safe Council, and the main thing we needed to pay attention to was the ladder fuels. Planting has been removed from the edges of the house so that it does not touch the house. It was an incredible service from the Fire Safe Council to come out and spend a couple of hours going through this property.
So the ready phase is when there's no immediate threat to you and your family. This is the time when you should be doing education and planning, whether that be training, educating yourself, or accumulating equipment, hardening your home, creating defensible space.
Defensible space is really all about creating a buffer zone between your house and flammable vegetation. We really focus on defensible space around the home, that first 100 feet, but also around the roadway too. Another aspect of the ready phase is hardening the home, and really what that means is making your home more resilient to wildfire.
That's going to be putting the fine-grained mesh around the vents of your home so that embers won't get under your house or into the eaves of your house. That's going to be using non-combustible materials on your deck and around your home. So when an ember storm comes through, it's not going to ignite your home itself.
I currently live here in Grass Valley with my parents. All of us have sleep apnea, so we all have CPAP machines that require power in order to run.
I also use a nebulizer, and that's used to disperse medication that I need to get myself breathing again. When we have safety shutoffs, we have to hook up our equipment to batteries that have inverters.
We have a generator that powers some of the things around the house, but then I obtained a pretty substantial battery from Freed, and it was so easy to go through the process to obtain a battery that I would recommend it to anyone who might have medical needs that require power, or really anything. I would highly recommend contacting Freed.
So whether it's a snowstorm or a public safety power shutoff, we really want folks to be thinking about, okay, what are the things I'll need on hand to weather the storm? Do I need to have candles? Do I need to have battery-powered radio? Do I need to have flashlights? So what are the things that you'll need to shelter in place or address the disaster at hand?
So a go bag could be anything. It could be a backpack, it could be a suitcase. It's gonna be something that you put together to sustain yourself, your family, your pets if needed. That's gonna have food, water, medication, clothing, toiletries to get you by for 72 hours. You need to think of your go bag as the only resource you may have. Stores may be closed, the power may be out, so you may have to literally live out of this thing for a 3-day period as an evacuee.
If you are someone with a disability, maybe you have a chronic health condition. For me, I have type 1 diabetes, I have an insulin pump, right? And so that's a critical piece that I need to plan for if I'm gonna ever evacuate or be away from my house, frankly, for any amount of time, right? What we find often is that if people don't evacuate with their CPAP machine, with their oxygen concentrator, with their wheelchair, walker, then it can be difficult on the other end.
My name's Ulysses Palencia. I work in the 211 call center. I'm just a resident of Grass Valley. I have 2 daughters, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. In Nevada County, 211 is available 24/7. So what we provide for the community is information. That could be anything from directions to the resource centers. It can be letting them know where the fire is, if they are themselves in an evacuation center, if it's a fire, if there's any information as to whether their power's coming back on during a PSPS. 211 gets the information that we provide directly from the county, so directly from the Office of Emergency Services. The whole team cares. We're all local community members. We all just want to help.
So we were all sleeping in bed on Thursday, November 8th in Paradise. And first the house phone rang, picked up my phone. It was my sister who lived a block or so away from us.
We were woken by a telephone call from my daughter. She said that we were being evacuated.
I left sooner than them. I had everything ready. They were on the way out the door.
There was not time to think about what you're going to take, what you're not going to take.
The night before the fire, I knew it was a red flag warning, and I knew that it was a high risk. So on my way home, I filled up the tank.
On our way out, we didn't get too far from the house, and we're watching fire coming down the hill.
There was a machine shop right to my right there, and it had gas tanks and propane tanks. And I saw a lone ember kind of floating through, dancing through the air. And I watched it as it landed on the machine shop. In the time it took me to get my phone back into hand and to take a picture, it was engulfed in flames. And I knew that within moments it would start exploding and I would be dead. And just as I moved out of the range of the explosions, they started happening, and I prayed for the people behind me.
10-minute drive normally to Chico became almost 4 hours. So it was a long trip.
We started to hear a pattern. People kept telling us their story of how they escaped the campfire. And they talked about how if it wasn't for my neighbor who came and knocked on my door to tell me there was a fire, I don't know that I would have gotten out alive. If it wasn't for my son who lives next door picking me up and putting me in their car and driving me out of there, I don't know how I would have survived. And so I started really thinking about this connection between isolation and how connected you are to your community, to your neighbors, to your friends, to your family, and how that can be really helpful in a time of a disaster.
So we were actually the beneficiaries of someone making that plan in advance to have that group of people that they were going to call. And that she saved my life that day. So absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol. Came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
I mean, you look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I mean, I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada. A new hero will emerge. One who is ready. One who makes sure their friends and family are set. And has the power to go at a moment's notice. This fire season, you're the hero. We are Ready Nevada County.
Nevada County has a new tool to make evacuations safer and more efficient in the event of an emergency. This new tool is called Zone Haven, and we need you to know your zone.
In order to know your zone, you need to go to community.zonehaven.com, type in your address. Once your address populates in the pop-up window, take that information and write down the zone that is given to you where you know you'll find it in case of emergency.
Zone Haven and knowing your zone does not replace Nixle and/or Code Red. It actually supplements them, and it makes those tools more powerful because you'll know what zones are being evacuated or which ones are being placed on advisory. And as a result, you won't have to do anything else other than listen to those messages and know if it's time to go.
Even if you don't have internet, this could be done by word of mouth, it can be done by radio, or it could be us driving down the street, so please know your zone.
From Truckee to Lake of the Pines, from
Yeah, okay. I'll let her know that. I'll let her know that. All right, we'll reconvene this meeting of the regular meeting of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, September 12th, 2023. As soon as Supervisor Hall gets here, we'll carry on. Our afternoon session starts with a public hearing today to consider the meeting of Nevada County Planning Commission's June 22nd vote and recommendation to adopt a resolution amending Nevada County General Plan, Chapter 1, Land Use Element Policy 1.2.1.b, Policy 1.2.4b, and Policy 1.7.2, Chapter 2, and to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 2 and Chapter 4 of the Nevada County Land Use and Development Code to reduce barriers to housing production. Brian, I'll let you take it.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Schofield. Good afternoon, Supervisors. With me is Senior Planner Kyle Smith, and he will be giving a report on the proposed changes to the general plan and the zoning ordinance. So with that, I'll pass it over to Kyle.
Thank you, Brian, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, and everybody else here today. My name is Kyle Smith, and I'm a planner in the Nevada County Planning Department, and the planner assigned to these 2023 zoning ordinance updates to remove barriers to housing production. So before I jump in, I'll speak to a little bit of background to the project. The Nevada County Planning Department is required by policy to annually review our regulations for statutory compliance, but also to implement general plan policy and our Board of Supervisors objectives related to housing and homelessness, among others, and as well as responding to these recent changes to state law that I'm sure you and members of the public are aware that have come down the pipe for the last couple of years. As a result, the Planning Department, by direction of the board, applied for and was successfully awarded a grant from the California Department of Housing and Community Development Regional Early Action Planning Program, the REAP program. And that project funded an outreach and engagement strategy and the development of these proposed ordinances. And as we were going through our engagement strategy and developing these ordinances, we identified that many of these changes will or would affect additional scoring and make Nevada County more competitive in HCD's pro-housing designation program, which applies more points for grant scoring for some of their competitive grant programs. So our outreach and engagement program consisted of a series of roundtable and individual interviews with the development community, governmental entities, homeowners, and the general public as well. And in addition to our kind of formal public comment periods, we also had a community workshop where members of the community were invited to both share their ideas about removing barriers to housing production and also their thoughts on the proposed changes. And finally, we had a series of notifications that this project was occurring for both of these meetings, and as we undertook the project, including some additional targeted notifications to homeowners associations and other sort of established communities that may be impacted by some of these proposed ordinance amendments. So the proposed ordinance amendments we lumped into three general categories, the first of which being statutory updates to ensure that the Land Use and Development Code and our general plan is compliant with state law. These include allowing some additional housing types, including ADUs and JADUs, as well as duplexes in some zones. Additional fair housing standards to ensure that housing developments are essentially treated the same. And then some reduced development standards for ADUs, JADUs, and some statewide employee housing that's permitted through HCD. In addition to those kind of broad statutory updates, there were updates identified by the community as well as staff to implement housing element policies, to reduce barriers to housing production, and also to just generally support housing development in the county. Some of these are similar, and including allowing additional housing types. These include allowing duplexes or other types of multifamily development where density allows and zoning allows. Removing further development standards for ADUs, including some maximum garage sizes, those sorts of things, and then increasing residential density standards in some targeted areas, including our mixed-use zones and medium-density zones, and like I said, targeted areas that I'll touch on in a second. And then our final bucket are the what I categorize as technical updates, and these are updates to either reflect historical legislative intent or to clear up some inconsistencies. Some of these examples are the open space requirements. The greater than and less than symbols were just inaccurately transcribed for East and West County, and so this is clearing that up. Similarly, there were some uses that were left off in transcription in a previous adoption that staff have caught over the past months or years that we're cleaning up to align with legislative intent, or with the legislative intent of those adoptions. So to dig a little bit deeper into our statutory updates, so those additional housing types that I referenced, some of the bigger items are making accessory dwelling units. These are what have colloquially been known as in-law units or grandparent units. It's essentially a secondary unit that is pertinent to that primary residence on the parcel. And state law has recently made ADUs allowable on all parcels where residential development is allowed. So we carried forward those requirements and ensuring that ADUs are consistent with some of our other zoning standards, like fire safe requirements and that sort of thing. In addition to making ADUs allowable, state law has also made junior accessory dwelling units, or JADUs, allowable. These are residential dwelling units that exist entirely within the four walls of a single-family residence. So you can think of this as a garage remodel into a studio apartment or that sort of thing. And similarly, state law has made JADUs allowable on all parcels with that primary residential dwelling unit. Another large change is lot splits and second dwelling units that are consistent with Senate Bill 9. This was a recent legislative change to allow increased density in urban clusters and urbanized areas as defined by the United States Census. So this map here shows the urbanized clusters and urbanized areas that are also zoned R1. Which is the zoning district that allows these SB 9 lot splits. And so state law does allow slightly more density in these R1 districts, and similarly, they do have to be consistent with the Land Use and Development Code and be able to provide adequate infrastructure, including water and sewer provision prior to any development or subdivision approvals. Another statutory update I've categorized as fair housing. A lot of these housing types, emergency shelters, transitional and supportive housing, have previously been treated differently than other residential development, market rate, single family or multifamily residential development. So there have been some recent state law changes to ensure that all housing is essentially treated the same, no matter who would be occupying that housing. And then the final category of statutory updates are some changes to development standards. This includes some changes to the county's density bonus standards to align with the California density bonus law to both provide some allowances for increased density bonuses for specific population types, as well as increasing that affordability timeline from 30 to 45 years for those projects that utilize density bonuses pursuant to California density bonus law. In addition, another change is treating in-home family daycares as a residential accessory use. So, so long as the residence is permitted on the parcel, daycares would be an allowable use subject to zoning compliance and permitting through the state, and they would not need any additional land use entitlement or public hearing like this to have a daycare in their home. And then finally, there were some slight changes to development standards for state permitted employee housing. That's employee housing permitted through HCD. And it generally allows 12 units or up to 12 units or 36 beds of employee housing for agricultural use as permitted by HCD. Onto our next category of housing element implementation standards. So there were a few additional housing types that were identified, including removing some maximum structure size requirements for different multifamily housing types. So one is county-regulated employee housing. We currently have an 1,800 square foot maximum size for employee housing, and that can house up to 5 employees. And we essentially are just removing that maximum structure size requirement and treating employee housing similar to a single-family residential development, and not limiting the size of those structures to 1,800 square feet. In addition, we would be allowing duplexes to be developed in residential zones so long as the parcel and development is consistent with density on that zone. And these are targeted more to, in our community regions to be consistent with our general plan of promoting infill development in those community regions. The next category is development standards. Our current standards have size limitations for both patios and garages that support accessory dwelling units. These proposed amendments would remove, or would similarly remove those maximum size requirements to treat ADUs in a similar fashion to their primary residence. And then we have identified and proposed some streamlining for ground mount solar that supports residential development. As many of us may know, California state law generally requires solar on new residential development, and in some of our hillier terrain in the county, this may be difficult to develop ground mount solar just because of steep slopes or erosion control requirements. So working with our development community and our government partners, we've identified best management practices and some allowance to streamline residential solar in steep slopes environments while still protecting those sensitive environmental resources as well as users downslope. And then the last batch of development standards is reductions to minimum parking requirements for many housing types, from ADUs, or not requiring additional parking for ADUs, to changing our parking to better align with need. And then one of the other items is increasing our residential minimum density standards, as I mentioned, in our mixed-use commercial and industrial zones, and then in our urban medium density, our R2 zones. So these density increases for the R2 zones are specifically only allowed in our spheres of influence for the cities and town. And similarly, the density increases for our mixed use are only allowed in our community regions. And these are to, as with other proposals, to align with our general plan policies of promoting and prioritizing development in these community regions that already are served by adequate infrastructure, and we don't need to bring infrastructure out to other places. And then our last batch of updates include these technical updates. One recent change was the sphere of influence development standards. So in response to comments from the city of Grass Valley and in coordination with their staff, we developed standards for new development proposals within spheres of influence to better promote coordination for projects that either would annex into the city or that would stay in the county and may annex later. So this land use and development code edition essentially implements one of our general plan policies and then further enshrines it in our land use and development code so that our planners are implementing it for every project and not necessarily the larger discretionary projects. Another technical change that was identified by our contractor community was there are a number of parcels in Nevada County that have been legal parcels dating back to the gold rush era that may not achieve current minimum zoning standards. So we've created an allowance to allow these parcels that maybe don't achieve current minimum standards to enter into boundary line adjustments with neighbors to help developability of some of these legacy parcels. Another technical update is to better define our accessory uses and structures to being accessory and appurtenant to a primary use on the parcel, whether that be a residential use, agricultural, or commercial, just to ensure that we don't have accessory uses on parcels for storage in residential zones, that sort of thing. And then there are additional updates to our allowable use tables, definitions, and code citations to sort of align all of these proposed amendments. So there are 3 land use entitlements that are included in this project in order to implement the proposed changes. The first is an amendment to the Nevada County General Plan to allow for the changes to the Land Use and Development Code, and also to ensure that we maintain consistency between those 2 policy documents, the General Plan and the Land Use and Development Code. The series of amendments to the Nevada County Land Use and Development Code to both Chapters 2 and Chapter 4, and then a notice of exemption pursuant to CEQA as these amendments are both categorically and statutorily exempt. So with that, I will leave the Planning Commission's recommendations here on the screen, and I'm happy to respond to any questions from the board or from the public.
Thank you, Kyle. Who wants to start? Ready?
Start. Thank you. This is a lot in one big package, but I am happy to see that we're doing everything we can to make it easier to build housing here. A couple of questions right to start off, and then as I'm absorbing all this and hearing my colleagues' questions, I may have more. The first one, just a simple one, is we just came out with our ADU handbook. Does it incorporate some of these changes, or is it still going to be relevant despite these changes? Is it more advisory?
Our ADU workbook does include these changes, and we will, should these be adopted, we will ensure that the final version of the ADU workbook, it is still in draft form, and while I have the microphone, it is open for public comment right now, so please review it and provide comment on that ADU workbook. But should these changes be adopted by the board, we will ensure that these are included in the ADU workbook. And that ADU workbook is also designed to be a living document. So should we go ahead and change standards again sometimes in the future, we can also amend the workbook to align with those policy changes.
Okay, and I suppose similarly, I mean, we're right in the last legislative week in California, and I think I've just heard they passed 2 housing bills already. So I know there's been a slew of bills coming through. We're updating now, and then whatever bills get through, we'll need to go back and assess those at a later date. Is that just kind of a constant? Okay.
Yes, that's generally correct, and that's one of the reasons why we have a policy in our housing element for the planning department to annually review our policies against these changes in state law. So these do include changes up to the last legislative session. They don't include current activities, but absolutely we will review our policies when the legislative season closes.
Okay, and then there's a letter that was sent in by Jonathan Collier, and I ran into him on Friday, and at that point he said he had not had a chance to talk to you, Brian, but he makes some suggested changes in here. I don't want to blindside you, so I don't know if you've seen the letter or had a chance to review it.
I have seen the letter, and I realize now that I have an old version of my presentation up here, and I did have a slide addressing those, and I'd be happy to speak to those 3 items now if you'd like.
That'd be great. I'm particularly interested in the second, where he's suggesting to do the 8 dwellings where public water and public sewer systems are available rather than what we're now suggesting. And on that one, I just kind of would like to understand the difference between what he's suggesting and what we're proposing. But thank you.
Yeah, so I will start with that. The comment was essentially that to increase the density in our R2 zones countywide, not just as we propose to those parcels in the sphere of influence. I do want to clarify that any project, whether it be a residential or commercial, would be required to show adequate supply of sewer and water provision. So this proposal did come up, I'm not sure by Mr. Collier, but through our community stakeholder engagement program. And planning staff determined that residential density increases of that scope would likely not be consistent with our general plan EIR, and there would be significant environmental review required that just was not included in the scope of this grant-funded project. But should we propose density increases countywide, that would likely require deeper analysis. Before I let go, I can speak to his other comments as well. One was, I believe, referencing an owner occupancy requirement for JADUs. State law does require local jurisdictions to include an owner occupancy requirement for JADUs on either the primary residence or the JADU. So that is not something that staff proposes removing from these ordinance changes. And in a similar fashion, state law requires those transitional and supportive housing to receive some sort of public funding in order to qualify for state streamlining provisions. So this is another proposal that staff doesn't recommend including because it may be counter to state requirements.
Thank you very much. Quick work, you guys, on that.
I don't have any specific questions. I just had one brief. The city of Grass Valley had a letter that was included in our packet, and I was curious if any other jurisdictions had comments that were received that either weren't included here, or maybe they were just informal, or is there any other discussion there?
We didn't receive formal written comment from the other jurisdictions, but through our outreach and engagement program, we did work with our other jurisdictions to both identify barriers and maintain consistency with some of these proposed changes for ADUs, SB9, and that sort of regional consistency for developers.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
No, this is good as a lot. I mean, trying to read this makes me appreciate you guys all the more, because when I have to try to understand this, I'm glad I have somebody I can call and ask. But I'm kind of back to that thing when we were looking at urban medium density. That was one of the questions I had about water and sewer requirements. And it really doesn't read that way. So that's what I was curious about that. And then two, because especially out in a rural, when you get out to more rural area, even though it's zoned, but there's no sewer and water, I'm just concerned about how that would move forward.
Absolutely. So as part of project review, we rely on the applicants to show proof of adequate provision of sewer and water, whether that be through a will serve letter for public services, sewer or water, or showing that they have adequate pumping capacity in private wells, and similarly adequate sewage disposal through septic treatment or through septic systems and 100% repair area. So those are standard requirements of all manner of development, including our multifamily residential development.
Right, and I get that. I just think that that's something we need to look at some point. We already know we're in drought situations, and every time we punch wells, I mean, that should probably be part of a development process, is that you have to provide water and sewer that's outside of a regular septic. I mean, I just feel like that's some of the things, I know it's big, and I know there'd be a lot of pushback on that, but especially when we get onto the agricultural communities, where it gets a little tougher, and we see a lot of our wells going dry already. I just think water is one of those things that we should really be paying more attention to when we look at how we build density. But a great report, thank you. It's always so interesting.
And Supervisor, I can just add to your comment, most of these higher density zoning would be located near infrastructure and likely be served by NID or city water or something like that, and not as often do we see high density served by wells of any magnitude, but that definitely is part of our review process to ensure water and sewer can be provided. And the zoning, for the most part, is a maximum density, so sometimes if they don't have enough adequate infrastructure, then the property can't be built out at its maximum density and may need to be built out at a lower density, even if the zoning allows for more.
Okay. I just know it's an issue in Penn Valley, for example, to watch us do a build out there, that would be a challenge without having sewer and water. So those are just something I want us to kind of really think about when we move forward. Or more San Juan.
I think Sue brings up a really good point. It's almost impossible to develop any sort of higher density properties that are not in the cities, because I know the city of Grass Valley, they won't sell you sewer unless you annex into the city. So it's kind of a catch-22. We're required for the housing element to have this zoning, but the likelihood of it being built in those zones is highly unlikely. So I think we were sitting back here, I was sitting out there 4 or 5 years ago when you were doing the housing element update, and that was a very big discussion, especially with Penn Valley, with the city of Grass Valley, with Nevada City, about how the county can meet their requirements without having the infrastructure availability. So while I think this is great, I really appreciate the work that's gone into this because I know how hard it is. I'm not sure that this is going to get us where we need to go in building more housing in the county.
Yeah. I wonder if you would just clarify for us the sphere of influence clause and really what impact this has on the incorporated cities. I mean, I could see where it has an impact on Lake of the Pines and Lake Wildwood and Penn Valley, but Grass Valley, Nevada City, does this have any impact? And are we influenced by the city also with this?
In unincorporated Nevada County, outside of those city jurisdictions, these proposals would be sort of the law of the land, for lack of a better term. These are the zoning code, and similarly in the cities, they have their own zoning code. And although there isn't a kind of code interplay there, there is usually some sort of intergovernmental coordination, 100% for projects within the sphere of influence, because we are required by policy to coordinate with those cities, and they also get, for lack of a better term, first right of refusal to annex potential projects. But we also coordinate with cities. They often send us projects to review that are nearby jurisdictional boundaries or projects that may have some sort of planning, land use, or other impact on the county.
Okay. I think it's important to get the public comment on this one too. So why don't we go ahead and do public comment, and we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion based upon what may be addressed. Dwayne?
Dwayne Strasser, representing the Northern Sierra Air Quality Management District. We've been following this process for a while and attended some of the previous workshops. We support these amendments. There were some suggestions by a few community members that maybe these amendments would soften environmental protection of the community, and that's absolutely not true. We've watched this process closely. The county has done all of their due diligence, and I think our agency supports the idea here, and it will in no way impact our ability to permit future affordable housing projects down the line when it comes to dust, air pollution, that portion, which is all we are concerned with. So we just support this, and we believe that it's a positive way to move forward with affordable housing without creating any type of an environmental threat to the community. So I want to thank you guys for the work. So.
Thank you, Dwayne. Appreciate it. Tom.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Durkin. I live in District 4. I'm a columnist for the Union newspaper and the creative director of the Sierra Ridge No Place to Go project. The mission of the project is to advocate for safe, affordable housing for the hundreds, if not thousands of people and families in Nevada County who cannot find or afford legal housing. Therefore, we fully support the Commission's recommendations, and we urge that you vote unanimously to pass these resolutions and ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Elbow from District 1. How many of you watch YouTube? As far as, recycling that, the Egyptians and the Saudis are way ahead of us in recycling water and wastewater. And we need to do that. We can't keep building like it's going, like it's going out of style. Particularly, as far as our resources, we put too much of our transportation, for instance, on the emphasis on the automobile, and it is ruining our landscape, and it's creating a great imbalance. I'm in favor of writing into our building specs more recycling and more concentration of existing housing in existing space instead of spreading out all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Michael, District 1. I think this is amazing work. I think that what they've accomplished is a huge challenge in dealing with the general plan. Getting anything accomplished at this level is my hat's off to them. I personally would like to see us incorporate multi-use housing where you have your commercial building underneath with a house above. I know that adding on to this is probably not realistic at this point. I think if I understand it correctly, as far as something that you mentioned, Sue, is the R2. If I understand it correctly, it is the sphere of influence that the R2 would come into play. It wouldn't be. I'm assuming it's not in rural areas, and then 8 units, or actually 6 units or more, would actually require a state-approved septic system. If somebody were to develop outside of having septic system or treated water. So I think this is amazing for the community. I hope it does create housing, additional housing. I think we should be aggressive in rezoning to meet our housing element plan. And I understand our housing element plan, we meet it legally, the minimum. However, I think we should look at not meeting the minimum requirements of the housing element plan from the county point of view or staff, but to exceed it. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Hi, my name's Greg Zoller. I bumped into Kyle at the Collaboration Day and had such an interesting discussion, which was a great event. I wanted to compliment you on that. I live over near the high school, and I've been a builder since 1980, built dozens of homes here and other locations, and I'd like to make one. I mean, these are nice tweaks, but I mean, we've got a bigger problem that this I don't know if this is going to do it for it, and so I've been advocating for temporary buildings, potentially, that could be potentially, once we get out of this housing crisis, which affects the homelessness, that these buildings could be decommissioned back into just storage buildings or something like that. And my field of expertise when I was building, which was getting out of the box and on septic systems, so I built a lot in Alta Sierra, did off-site systems and advanced systems and things like that. And I can say that that's probably the biggest barrier to affordable housing. Some people have made the case that building in the rural areas might be problematic, but I think that it could be actually a benefit because property owners that are adding on, using the ADU law or in other laws to expand their properties could be held accountable to have a larger cleared or shaded fuel break areas around their home where the danger was dramatically lowered. So there are ways to have development without the risk. But particularly on the septic system, I'd like to, and I've been talking to Amy Araney about this, and I've done some research, and I'm not an expert, except I've done a lot of septic, is that we begin to look at this and water in terms of what today's requirements are and the conservation measures that are in place right now. For example, when I started building, we had over 3 gallon a minute flush toilets. Now we have 1 gallon a minute flush toilets, yet the septic standards are still the same in terms of what amount of effluent you're allowed to put into a certain amount of ground, or how do you, oh, better hurry, what you can put in the ground. And so I think that a case could be made that we would have, you could take a 3-bedroom system, and with engineering, and this is compatible with the Uniform Plumbing Code, we could have, with the low flow, with recycling, with tank inspections, we could get another bedroom out of a septic system and lower the chances of that system failing. There are a lot of ways to do that, and that would be one area that I would really encourage us to look into. I'd love to be a part of that, because then you could really open up the area.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Yeah, I think there's some good points that were made there. I think, Madam Clerk, is there any?
Yes, Chair, we do have one caller waiting.
Very good.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Board of Supervisors, Matthew Coulter.
Hi, Matt.
This discussion reminds me of K-housing. For those of us who have been here for a number of years, K-housing was a very controversial topic, but it gave people places to live, and those houses actually came into the system eventually, a lot of them. Right now what we have going on are a lot of Airbnbs and 12 by 12 tough sheds in backyards that are being rented out for $1,500 a month with a bathroom in them and not on the inventory. So I'm afraid that we have a lot of structures, a lot of toilets feeding into the system that aren't even on the list. And the Airbnb thing is just out of control in the county. A lot of other municipalities from the bottom of the state to the top have dealt with it, yet I still see it expanding here for some reason. I know the TOT tax is exciting for the cities to get, but at the same time, it takes places out of inventory, and if you drive around at dusk and see all the different houses that are empty, it's very sad that our town has been gutted like this for quick cash instead of long-term thought. So I encourage more housing, but at the same time, the sewage issues are a problem in our town. I just opened a case in Nevada City about a dump into Deer Creek that's ongoing right now. And then I just did a video, put it on my Concerned Citizen page about direct sewage being dumped into South Fork of Wolf Creek. And these things need to be dealt with. We have a lot of old systems that at one time, the sewage just dumped directly into the creeks. Of course, that's not acceptable nowadays, yet both the sewage plant in Nevada City and Grass Valley and some of the county ones have been fined by the state for doing that exact thing. And then we want to kill the geese in Wildwood saying there's an E. coli problem. So a lot of tentacles to this issue. People produce a lot of trash, and we need to do something with it. But at the same time, the Airbnb is just sad that we've lost so much housing to that. for just a vacation weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Or any other?
Chair Schofield, I did want to report, the board received 2 letters earlier this week, and so did planning. One was from Amy Wolfson of the city of Grass Valley, and the other was Jonathan Collier, which Supervisor Hall referred to. They're both uploaded into Legistar, and the board have all received them.
Thank you, Julie. Yeah, so Jonathan's has been addressed as the city's?
I believe they have. When I received that email yesterday after business hours and was a little concerned because of the timeliness of it, but after talking with Brian, that actually was received August 31st, and they did address the issues, and they did incorporate some of the things that Amy had mentioned in her letter, as well as when this was going through the planning process. They worked with both Tom Last and Lance Lowe, who were the planners at the city at the time, and incorporated their suggestions into it. So I believe that the city of Grass Valley's issues have been taken care of.
Okay. I'm going to close the public comment portion of this. And I appreciate the comments on this. And my thinking is some of this I don't know even relates to what we're presently doing with these amendments. But I think about the program that Mr. Durkins is working on right now and addressing kind of what reality is. Matthew kind of brought it up too, where we do have people living in these conditions that don't fit into these regulations at all. Some of them don't fit and probably never will. Some of them might, to be seen. I agree with Michael. The idea of commercial and residential, I think, is a very, very good one. And I think if you look, you'll see some of that going on right now. And it's because folks open a business, they don't have the finances to have a home, so they create the two together. So I appreciate the public comments on all of this, and I bring it back to the board. Heidi?
Yeah, thank you. It's great that we all seem to be in alignment in terms of getting more housing, more good housing here, and multifamily and low-income housing especially. I just want to add, I think, disabuse people of the idea that just passing these changes is going to all of a sudden create housing. This is one small piece that's going to make it easier to meet the requirements to build the housing, but we still have huge challenges, especially for multifamily housing. The infrastructure that's been referenced, but that's across the state, that's an issue, so we're going to have to work at other levels to try to get more funding for that sort of thing or make it easier. The insurance issues are big. There was a Senate Banking Committee hearing on insurance just last week that I was able to go back and listen to, and they had one of the experts was Michelle Norris, who is part of one of the largest low-income for seniors building nonprofit, who are now being held back from completing projects because of the insurance costs on multifamily housing. So that's a crisis that maybe still has just begun to hit us here too. So I think we just need to be mindful that this isn't going to create housing. It's just one step to make it easier. And but I do feel like this county is committed to keep trying to make it easier to build housing for our workforce and our seniors and our youth and all those people who are having trouble finding housing. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. A lot of work went into this, and I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the comments today. It was good to hear from everybody. I was just going to mention the housing balance, in my opinion, with economic sustainability and economic development. We, in the Truckee and Eastern County, we had this whole piece about STRs that was brought up, and the balance of the people that come to stay and play and visit restaurants and go to the downtown Truckee and downtown Grass Valley and downtown Nevada City, kind of balanced with the local need to keep neighborhood character intact so that people can feel like they're coming home to their neighborhood, not a visitor's neighborhood or a makeshift hotel zone. And so I think that to me, in my opinion, this strikes a balance. I think it's something to keep looking at as our community grows and changes. It would be nice to retain those community character elements. But I do agree with the one public comment that came up about the septic systems, just in that if there was a way to balance the need, with water saving and those things, and have less stringent septic requirements to build ADUs and accessory dwelling units and houses and bedroom expansion, I think we should look closely at it. There is, on our Hobart project that we've heard a little bit about, one of the controlling obstacles in that project is really sanitary sewer and water treatment. So it will make or break future projects within our county if we don't come up with innovative ways to handle water and waste treatment. Amy Arani's been very available to all the kind of stakeholders in those building processes. In my opinion, she's really working proactively to say, hey, here's some ideas that are coming forward. Here's what we can look at. There's also some really cutting-edge small treatment plants that are being brought online in different communities. So I'm hopeful that we can have other ways to have various types of building in those unincorporated areas like you've described, Sue. But again, thanks for putting in the work here, and I hope it's one step in creating a little bit more, removing some of the barriers to housing.
I agree with you on the septic issue, too. Sue?
No, again, that's good, but I agree. So like right now, you can't have those kind of septic systems in rural areas. So, but maybe that is something later to look at. They've advanced probably significantly over the years, but that's a challenge. We look at our systems we have now. I have a few of them in my district, so I could tell you it's a challenge. I don't know if we want to see that happen either, unless there's some changes that come down the pike with that. But this was interesting. I agree, we need to build housing, and we talk about it, but you have to be able to afford to build it too. They say, you make them a place, they'll come, and we'll build it. Well, we have to encourage and find people that really want to come and really do that for us in our community in a lower cost. Because there isn't low-cost housing right now. I think that's what I find the most challenging. When you look at the rules, the regulations, and costs and permitting, just like we just talked about what traffic mitigation is, right? How do we do this? And I know we are committed and we are looking all the time, and we have some great projects happening. So we're going to keep moving forward with that, and I appreciate what you guys do in educating us and working through this. This was really good.
Lisa?
Yeah, I agree with all the comments that have been made up here, and as well as many from the community on this issue. This is just a small step in moving forward with trying to figure out how to get some additional housing in our community. But I think that while we can update this and change things and make it a little easier for people, we are still going to have to spend time being creative and looking for ways to whether that's through redevelopment or zoning conversions. There's so many impediments to building housing today in California. The main one is the cost. And, right now, we sat here a little while ago and we just made it more expensive to build a house with the traffic mitigation fees. And every sewer connection, water connection, school fees, everything has gone up considerably. So before you even put a stick in the ground, you're looking at $200,000 just in the infrastructure cost with land acquisition and all the permitting. And then if you're talking about trying to build for $300 a square foot, you're at $500,000 for a 1,000 square foot house before you know it. And it's not affordable for many people. So I hope that we'll continue to work on ways to get more housing in the community. I really love the ADU program. I think that is one opportunity because people oftentimes already have the infrastructure in their homes, some of it anyway, with their septic system that might handle an additional unit, and if they have a well that might handle an additional unit. But I just hope that we'll continue to work with the community and look at all opportunities that we have to put more housing in. But I know how much work goes into doing these amendments, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done for it, and let's hope that we get some takers for it.
Thank you, Lisa. Any further comments? I would entertain a motion then.
So moved.
Motion, Supervisor Swarthout.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
And is that on the resolution, Chair?
Yes. Do we have two?
Yeah.
Do we have the ordinance, which would be next?
Okay. All right, well, this is the, I'm sorry. This is a resolution amending the Nevada County General Plan, Chapter 1.
So I move that we,
Motion Swarthout, second Hall.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
So I would make a motion that we
Yes.
approve the resolution amending the general plan chapter land use element.
Motion Swarthout,
Second?
second Supervisor Hall.
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you. Thank for all the comments out here, too. We have one more? I don't see one more. Just did the, Yeah.
Chair Schofield, I'm sorry, it sounded like the resolution was acted upon twice. I'm not sure if the ordinance was.
we only had 2 votes.
I think the second one was meant to be the ordinance.
Yeah, I think it was said reso,
Yeah.
but
Okay.
Is that going to be acceptable, you think?
I have my moments. Are we clear, Madam Clerk?
I think I'm hearing from my next-door neighbors that we might want to redo the
Okay, we
motion
want-
and vote for the ordinance.
Hold it. What is it we need? What is it we need?
action on the ordinance.
Okay.
That's 28B.
All right, I think we just did that, but that's okay.
Mine was on 28A, so I would make a motion that we introduce, waive further reading, adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 11 and or
second.
Chapter 2 and Chapter 4 of the Land Use Development Code.
Second?
Okay, motion Swarthout, seconded Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. All right. We're clear? Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kyle. A lot of work. Realize that. All right, I think our next one is Heba again, and we are going to have a presentation from Caltrans. Looking forward to this. Wow. Great shot.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. Good afternoon, board members. Hebel Gindi, Public Works Director. This agenda item is to present to the board an update on the safety alignment project of State Route 20 and the upcoming highway closure. With us from Caltrans District 3, Jeremy Linder, Public Information Officer, who will be providing the presentation. Also, Jeff Johnson, Resident Engineer, Sam Vandal, Project Manager, and David Catania, Engineer.
Thank you so much for having us for today. Jeff, Sam, and David will help answer any technical questions that are beyond my area of expertise. I've been with the department for 3 months, so I'm coming in right in the middle and obviously in a very important part to get this project finished, hopefully on time. So just a little bit of a background on the Omega Curves project, as we call it. The purpose of what we were doing to Highway 20 is to improve traffic operations and safety by reducing the number of severity of collisions. We did an assessment over a 3-year period. There was a total of 39 collisions along this stretch of highway between January 1st, 2015 and December 31st of 2017, including 19 of those involved injuries. The collision rate was much higher than the statewide average for a similar type of facility which is how it got to our radar and why we made the improvements to try to make that area safer for the traveling public, for those that utilize it as a regular traffic route, and for those that just like to use it to bypass 80 and use it as a scenic highway. So overall, the project description, what we are doing is constructing 2 12-foot lanes and 8-foot shoulders on both sides. We're improving the horizontal and vertical curves in the area, improving the clear recovery zone, reconstructing the roadway connections, reconstruct drainage systems, and remove and rehabilitate existing systems. Also adding left turn pockets at Conservation Camp Road and Washington Road. So the big question that everyone wants to know right now is sort of what's next. Our crews have been working very diligently, and now we've gotten to the point that we need to close the highway. The contractor is going to be performing grading and paving and constructing tie-in locations to divert the traveling public from the old section of highway to the new alignment that we've been actively working on, doing those fills and getting them ready for the traveling public. So on the schedule right now, for the full closure, we are tentatively looking to shut down. This would be a hard closure of State Route 20, starting Sunday, September 24th through Friday, October 6th. It's a 12-day period, but the entire stretch won't be closed. They get broken up into 2 sections, which is the public's probably very familiar with the 2 big portions, first being Lowell Hill. So that closure would be the first one in place between the Omega Overlook and Bear Valley, starting September 24th around 7 p.m. and then ending October 1st around 7 p.m. tentatively. From there, the closure then would shift farther west into the White Cloud segment, where crews will be working between White Cloud U.S. Forest Service and Campground and Washington Road. That tentatively between October 1st at 7 p.m. and then ultimately reopening the highway October 6th at noon. Here's a look at the project location. You guys are very familiar with it, between the White Cloud segment and the Lowell Hill segment. Very curvy, windy sections. That's where the ultimate of realigning and straightening out, increasing those sight distance are very important. Removing a lot of dirt, doing a very big project, and trying to make sure things are ultimately completed on time. Obviously, we also have the looming deadline of Mother Nature throwing a curveball. Tentatively, we're trying to be completed this fall as long as we have the ability to do the work, and that's ultimately why this closure is important. For us to meet that deadline as best as possible, we need this time to be able to perform the work without any interference from the traveling public. During the closure, ultimately the road would still be accessible for emergency vehicles only. This is an area that anything can happen. We're also in the middle of fire season, so we have those plans in place and know immediately if something were to pop up, how we would act accordingly. Get our crews to a point that that roadway is back open for anyone that needs to be evacuated through this area. On a regular basis, we're asking that trucks utilize State Route 49 as their alternate route to connect to I-80, and then motorists can also utilize 174 to connect I-80 to basically divert around the Omega Curves projects. We're also in the process of mailing direct mailers with this information to those that live right along State Route 20 within the Lowell Hill area and also the community of Washington to let them know and make sure that they are prepared to act accordingly with these closures in place. We also started our public outreach this week. You may have heard some of our radio ads on KNCO and Star 94. We also have additional print ads within the Union, the Appeal Democrat, Chico ER. We're sending out regular press releases on this and also updating our social media pages, X, formerly known as Twitter, everyone still knows it commonly as that, along with Facebook, and getting that information out. And we'll continue to update as the closure progresses. At the same time, we've got our incident management team a part of this, helping us along the way. Caltrans Traffic Management Center being the main one to get some of the signs out to let the traveling public know what is going on. Obviously, not only do we have the closure scheduled for State Route 20, but there's also the large emergency repair work that's happening on I-80 as well. So we are in the process of both teams working with each other, making sure that we limit the impacts when one is actively going. Already construction on I-80 has agreed that westbound activity will cease during the closure to hopefully prevent the need for a detour if there ever was an accident along I-80. If we can keep that major artery moving, we can keep the traveling public off of 20 and possibly interfering with the work that's needed to be done. We also have the construction zone enhanced enforcement program, also known as COZEEP, staffed by California Highway Patrol that will help us with the closures. We're in work with Caltrans Maintenance and what their activities are as well, along with CAL FIRE, the U.S. Forest Service, Nevada County Sheriff, Nevada County Consolidated Fire District, and also the Washington Volunteer Fire Department as well, to make sure everything moves slowly. The tentative schedule for overall the project, we've been moving along, and we are still, as I mentioned before, trying to hit our deadline to have things completed by fall of this year. Couple of pictures just to remind everyone sort of the work we've been doing and how we're moving forward. So here's a look at what is going on within locations 1 and 3. Then we have the white cloud curve realignment, which is probably the biggest visual as you start traveling this route heading eastbound. That's the first one that sort of catches your eye, especially if you're unfamiliar with how it looked before the construction started. Look at some of the realignment areas, which actively today, this compared to what you would currently see, has continued to move forward. In some sections, they have already done paving where we just need the last bit to tie it in together. Like I mentioned, the ultimate reason of why the closure is scheduled, to be able to make it to the point that everyone can travel between the old and new as a seamless highway. Here's a look at some of the 5 foot by 5 foot box fill that we did within the project limits. We also have a 72-inch concrete pipe fill that we are working on. A look at some of the Bear Valley cut, and then the Bear Valley fill work as well. So you can get an idea of just overall the sheer amount that our construction crew has been working on already and what we need to do in order to complete the project. And I'm available to answer any questions you guys might have at this time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, the one that uses the highway the most, do you want to start it, Artie?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, thanks for everybody who's put a lot of hard work and years and years and years of planning, I'm sure, in engineering and design and bidding and a lot of taxpayer dollars to fix it. I've been traveling Highway 20 since I was a child, essentially, and it used to be this quiet forest highway, and it's really, really busy now, and it has been for quite some time. So the improvements, in my opinion, are desperately needed. So take my comments with a grain of salt, because I really care about the quality of the drive experience, but also all of the safety and the components that lead to that corridor being safe for people going between West County and East County, and diversions on 80 and everything. So the one question I had is, there's new fencing installed in most of the new construction areas, perimeter fencing. Are there animal or undercrossings or wildlife corridors built into that process? Is that the 5x5 box that you described?
Yeah. Jeff or David, you might be able to clarify.
That's just water.
Some of that.
You guys can come up to those seats there too, Sam.
So yes, there's actually 2 animal crossings. They're actually 12 by 12 reinforced concrete boxes. So, and then there's, I believe, almost 10 miles of wildlife fence to funnel the wildlife into those crossings.
Okay, yeah, that's great. 89 North out of Truckee has some success with that too. So I'm glad to see that. I wasn't aware of that. Yeah. One of the pictures you had, it had the rumble strip with those really deep grooves, and then the center also getting closer. one more back, I think, right there, picture on the right. Is there a way that the rest of the highway can have similar type of grooving in the center and on the rumble strip?
Yeah, it's all 5 locations at
Okay.
the rumble strip, both in the center line as well as the shoulder.
And then does that include the pre-existing areas that were not treated through
Not the
construction?
existing.
Is there a way you can do that?
Not on this project, but I know there is a project coming.
The plans?
out, The CAP-M project.
Yes,
right?
we have a project that's coming out that's actually out.
Use the mic, Sam.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. There is actually a project that's out to bid right now that starts actually at Highway where 20 comes into 49, coming into Grass Valley, and goes up to actually post mile 10, I believe, east of Nevada City. And that one's a CAPA we're grinding off and replacing. I believe we have identified rumble strip to be going on, or replacing existing rumble strip also in those sections. So
Yeah.
again, that should be out to construction, hopefully this next summer. So hence again, why we're trying to get this project completed as soon as possible as well to reduce any potential conflicts with closures and interrupt traffic.
Yeah, thank
Then-
you.
but
Yeah,
There's
it's-
also the other follow-up project, right? The other project.
There is, exactly, there
The
is
drainage.
another project that's going on, and in our NCTC meetings, we have regularly scheduled status updates on those projects, but there's another project, another CAP-M project that's going actually in design right now that will start at where the last one I was just talking about, there it ends at post mile 10, starts at post mile 10 and goes all the way up to Highway 80, excluding the new areas there through the current Omega Curves project. That will be doing the same grind and replace, and I would assume the rumble strip as well.
Yeah, very supported. Yeah, it's appreciated. When you come around the corner and somebody's phone is up on their steering wheel and they're texting and driving at you in the middle lane.
Yeah.
And it's common, it's not uncommon in any way, so I just want to bring that up, so thank you for,
Absolutely, yeah, distracted driving is definitely an issue that we all have to deal with, and safety-wise as well, as these people often, veer off the traveled lane, and having these safety measures in there to help, notify them that they have gone off, whether it's off to that side or even worse, crossing the median.
yeah, kind of a traffic, I mean, it seems like a speed calming element as well, because if you're going too fast, you're kind of drifting at the edges of the lane, and once you hear it, maybe you'll slow down and conduct the rest of your drive in a safer way. The next couple of questions, on this, along that piece, the 5 Mile House has a bunch of recreation activity on both sides of the road, and Tricia and I have talked about things where flashing lights, crossings, the whole road basically has a recreation interface all the way through it. What would it take to get flashing lights in a crossing or some signs and some traffic calming devices installed east and west of the 5 Mile House?
Well, I know that has been brought up on numerous occasions.
You guys know all about
by
this?
Supervisor Hoke.
Thank you.
As well as Tricia as well. And that's something that, we are trying to work with to try and identify those with our traffic operations, but also working with the U.S. Forest Service as well. They're the ones who own most of the trailheads that are in that section there and that bring a lot of the recreational users up to that area and the ones that are typically crossing the roadways. And so we're definitely trying to work and coordinate with those people and identify, trying to help out with those, safe crossings and make things much safer for them as well as the traveling public.
Yeah, some of them are official and they're kind of, you would identify them right away if you were a driver, and some of them are really not, right? So the ones that are just to the west of White Cloud, where there's kind of a clandestine little crossing right there, and some of them right above Washington, where they're not really common, but they're there if you're a cyclist or a hiker or an equestrian user. And so, it would be avoid a tragedy, I think, with some sort of, and I know that there's a regulatory process around putting signs and those things in there, but I think we all would support that. And
Yeah, that's an easy one or one that we'd like to, try and improve first is improve some of the signage through there. It's an inexpensive one that we can do quickly through maintenance. And I know our traffic and our operations teams are reviewing those and trying to identify ones that we can put in there. They definitely, traveling through that section, as anybody does, who've gone through that area, realizes that it is an area that definitely needs some improvement, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. On the September 24th to October 6th is the hard closure for 20, and then I know 80 has restrictive closures. Is there a time of day? Is 80 going to be closed at night or during the day or 24 hours a day? Or I guess my question is, when is it an appropriate time to travel between Truckee and Nevada City if you're going on the 80 corridor to 174 when 20 is closed?
We're going to let Jeremy talk to you. Jeremy's the PIO person coordinating with our construction and our maintenance staffs working on that, and I'm not as familiar with the closures, so I'm sure he'll be able to provide more details.
So like I mentioned earlier, so during the closure of State Route 20, they've agreed that within locations 1, 2, and 3, which would stretch from Colfax just past the connection with 80 and 20, with no westbound activity. So coming from the Truckee area, you won't be seeing anything within those sections. Location 4 and 5, which would stretch pretty much between Lake Kingvale all the way to the Nevada state line, those would still be active. They have, in those particular sections, those lane closures are in place around the clock, 24 hours a day, with crews off the highway by noon on Fridays. That particular area is having a lot of concrete work where they're needing the time for the concrete to be able to set and cure before the traveling public can utilize it again.
If I understand you right, west of 20, there's sections 1 through 3 will be controlled in the way to have one lane remain open, but everything from 20 eastbound to the state line is going to have 24-hour round-the-clock construction. Okay.
As of right now, that's the plan. I'd like to reiterate, it won't be the entire stretch. Each construction zone where the repairs are taking place is only maxed out at a 2-mile section.
Okay.
And then there will be a gap before you hit another one and so forth.
I totally appreciate that. I'll mention that nobody lives at the 2080 junction. People live in Truckee. So really functionally speaking, the road's closed. So just, if you can pass that along to people and at least publish a time, maybe sometime in the morning and sometime late, or publish the time so that people can decide, you know what, I'm going to travel during this period of time to get between these 2 points. Greatly appreciated.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we do have news releases, I would assume, on these closures and things going on 80 as well.
Yes.
And this work is really to help prevent further deterioration, 80, because of this last season and how tragic it was with all the snow and snow plows and everything, has done a terrific amount of damage to the actual pavement. And so the pavement has probably done more damage in the last 5 years combined because, you know, the wet weather and everything, the water getting underneath the pavement, cracking. And if we have another season that's even close to what we were last time, we're talking a very hazard condition out there that could be created from, you know, deterioration. So we're trying to make sure it's going to be a safe traveling for the public, especially through the wintertime when we do have all the recreational people going up there for, you know, skiing and other opportunities.
Yeah, no question about it. And just a couple more and then I'll be quiet, but the EMS access to Washington, so if I understand correctly, an ambulance or a fire truck under all conditions could go up 20 and get to Washington?
Yes,
on
we
the
will
highway?
be able to maintain emergency access at all times.
Okay, great. And then my last one is a little more just kind of a long-term thing, but when you travel on 20, in June, there's shoulder work going on. In July, there's tree work, and in August, there's surface work, and in September, there's some other work. And so basically the whole season, the traveling season in the summer, the road is being restricted. Can you coordinate the vendors or contractors or procurement to get those services accomplished simultaneously so the road actually is open more than it's restricted? That's my request for the summer. Yeah, that's it for me. Thank you for your time and thanks for your work.
Absolutely.
think I'll bring it to Sue.
This is interesting. I'm like Hardy. I've been driving that road for my life. There wasn't nothing wrong with it. It's people that drive. So, but I tell you, it has been incredible to watch it go through the process. And I actually haven't even mind the hold stops because I've hit them almost perfectly every time. It's crazy. But it's been really interesting to watch and how it's going to. Today, this is a little helpful seeing the pictures. It kind of gives you another visual. And of course, I knew where they were going to connect, you know, and why you had to close the roads off. So like I said, it's been really interesting to watch this project. So real excited to see it finished in November. I think everybody will be before the weather does get here. It's kind of fun to watch your vegetation management, what you're planning out there too. That was really interesting to learn about as well, the different kinds of plants and how you're going to, I mean, because those are pretty steep slopes, especially when you cut across there at the Bear Valley, well, both sides. So that's going to be really interesting to watch that all take place here before the winter gets here. So I don't have a lot to say except for that. It's great. And just curious, though, and I could ask you at NCTC, though, so there's a lot of shoulder deterioration once you pass there. Is that in that next section, too? There's some deterioration
So
after
that is
it.
another emergency contract that we do have, so.
Okay,
we're
I
gonna
just
get
was curious.
started on that next week, but we're gonna try and really hit it hard in that 2 weeks that it's closed, so we can do exactly, you know, what you were requesting, try and, you know, get as much as you can do done when you have it closed.
That's
Do it all at
fantastic,
once,
because
so.
those are kind of hairy. They drop right off there a few feet.
They
but-
do.
Yeah, so anyway, kudos. Is like I said, been very interesting to watch this process. You know, we get a ton of complaints, the trees coming down, and I think people be pleasantly surprised once the vegetation starts to come back, and I think it's going to look pretty amazing with the plan, so looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Heidi, sorry, forgot, it's in your district.
That's okay.
As well as ours.
I was hoping somebody else would be grumpy, so I didn't have to be, but I guess it's going to be me. You weren't that grumpy. You could have been grumpier. So I appreciate all the work you're doing. I think we all agree it needs to be done, and we appreciate that's being done. My complaint is the timing. And just for an example, we happen to have an event, we're going to have an event up in Truckee right during this time frame, with over 100 people coming from all over, probably most of them going east, right during that time frame when both 20 and 80 are having this major work done. I mean, it's the same agency, right? The same agency doing work on both of those roads. And those are the only two roads I know of to get from here to there. So does this mean people going east during that time are gonna simply not get there? Or are they gonna have 2-hour delays or 4-hour delays on one highway or 2-hour? I mean, what does this mean practically speaking? And is there not any way, probably way too late now, but to just adjust the timing so you're working on 20 and not 80, and then you're working on 80 and not 20, and just that one little section there?
Well, I do know the one big push was trying to do it after the summertime traffic. The traffic volumes are much higher in the summer, so doing it after Labor Day, it really minimizes the impacts as much as possible. I'm not sure if that's why the 80 emergency work waited until after Labor Day. I'm sure it was traffic volumes. So I think we are trying to take that into consideration the best we can, but at some point, the work has to take place. And I think after Labor Day is the most minimal impact to the travel.
Yeah, because we do have other events also, as I'm sure everybody's familiar with, right? We had, the Burning Man happening. We had a Hot August Nights that typically happens, and there's
Vibrations, 4th of July.
Right, the barbecue, cook-off, things along those lines. So in our case, the timing was that we looked at, because of the recreational travel over the weekends, right? And so we wanted to make sure it happened during a time frame where, it would be less. And so right after Labor Day is a time frame, but we also have to temper that with the weather moving in as well. If we don't get this within a certain small window, then we have to push everything off until next year, which adds additional cost. Unfortunately, as far as the work on 80 goes, I can't speak a lot to that, but I'm assuming a lot of that had to do with funding, getting those funds to do that work. Typically, we don't use maintenance funds, and I think right now we are using maintenance funds to do that work. Typically, we use shop funds or other funds that are identified with that. We had an opportunity to be able to do that work with maintenance funding and get it done, and so we took that opportunity to do it. Unfortunately, it does coexist with the Highway 20 work that's going on. Definitely better planning on bigger projects and projects in the area is something that we try to do and coordinate the best with, because we do have next year, potentially, we have up at 80 and 20, we're looking at replacing both of those bridges up there at that location as well. And so we are trying to get this done to be able to do that work as well as the work down below on that lower stretch. So we do look at the projects in the area and coordinate those as well and do our best. But as far as the 80 work, a lot of that was just a matter of timing and having the available funds to do that work because of the conditions of I-80 itself. We can't control the weather and what happens to the pavement and how fast it deteriorates, right? Last year just seemed to be a very, very heavy and wet year that we really needed because we'd been in a drought for many years, but it did a number on our facilities, and really needing to take care of those is something that we had to prioritize.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's arguing with the need, but you are the same agency. And so the planning of both of those roads at the same exact time is problematic. So just to answer my first question, what does it mean for people driving east, either on 20 or 80, to get to some event during a weekday?
During the weekday, during the closure, they will have to look at taking 174, vehicles will, cars will, anybody that's coming, needing.
To where?
If they're looking to get to Truckee or anything on I-80, if they're coming up 20 or going from Grass Valley or Nevada City, they're going to need to take 174 over to 80 to reach whatever destination they're looking to off of I-80 going east.
So on 80, but there's still going to be.
On 80, we're not shutting 80 totally down. There will be specific lane closures that will happen because we have typically 3 lanes of traffic that are, available on I-80. Sometimes we may be taking 1 lane, sometimes we'll be taking 2 lanes, but most of the time you'll have, I won't say most of the time, you will always have open lanes of traffic going east on 80. There will never be a full closure plan that we have right now on 80 itself.
Thank you.
To expand a little bit on the delays that you were asking about, especially on 80, you probably have heard the 2 hours that we put out as the worst case scenario. Ideally, we want to keep it under 2 hours if you were to travel from Colfax all the way into Nevada. So far, this is the first week that each location has had some sort of activity. I have yet to have any big complaints of anyone hitting that 2 hour mark. I don't think we're anywhere near it. So we're continuously taking what we're learning this week and going to be implementing that for the weeks to come. Hopefully, when 20 is closed, that we will not be seeing those maximum delays at all and keeping them as minimal as possible and keeping the traffic flowing as smoothly while also having the repairs done.
Thank you. I appreciate that specific response. Maybe you guys should have led with that.
Lisa.
Thanks. I just have a couple of questions. So is there any work in that time frame that Highway 20 is going to be closed that's going to be happening on Highway 174? Or is maintenance? Because I know they've been doing tree work there this summer, and for those of us who've used that as an alternate route have gotten stopped. So you've got, an hour delay on Highway 20, and then you got a half an hour delay on 174. So do you know if there's any planned work on 174 from that?
There will be.
September 24th through October 6th?
There won't be any work on 174
Okay, so there won't be any obstruction. And then,
And we've been also reaching out to the 80 projects and all the local maintenance folks to try to do exactly what your colleagues are mentioning, try to, eliminate as much delay and try to consolidate as much work as we can at a certain time.
and the work on 80, eastbound 80, is that Is it 24 hours a day?
So that's going to be all dependent on the different locations. So the very first one within the Colfax area, because they're dealing with just regular asphalt, that work's been happening overnight, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And then from there on, in locations 2 and 3, currently they're only doing grinding, so it's being done during the day. And then once you hit the Truckee area, that's where the lane closure is in place 24 hours around the clock.
They shut down on Fridays at
At
noon.
noon.
So they
Correct.
have the weekend, you have weekend travel.
Exactly. Everyone will be off the highway noon on Fridays, and then you won't see activity pop back up until Sunday night within Colfax.
So when you say 2 hour, when you use a 2-hour reference, is that a 2-hour delay, or is it, it's a 2 hours to get from Grass Valley to Truckee?
That would be a 2-hour delay
Delay.
if you were to travel from Colfax all the way through. If you hit every single section,
It could
that would
be.
be the worst-case scenario. You would have an extra 2 hours on your commute.
Is there some place that the public can go to get the updates? Like, say, I'm going to leave my house at 8 o'clock in the morning. Is there some sort of website or someplace that I can go to look to say, oh yeah, you're going to hit all of those between 8 and 12?
Yeah, so our updates are every week are going on our District 3 website within the news section. As I mentioned, with the closures on 20, they're also going on social media on a regular basis. I do have my contact information here because I am the public information officer for 80 and 20, so I get the best of both worlds. Anyone can reach out to me with questions. I can also add them to our listserv email so that those weekly updates immediately come to their inbox.
So when I'm sitting in my car stuck in traffic, I can call you and yell at you.
And if I may also add, Vera and our CDA communication teams has been coordinating with Jeremy on a regular basis, and will continue to provide information to the public on a regular basis about the closure and the project in general.
Well, we all know that you can provide so much information, you can bombard everything, but oftentimes people don't pay attention. So the worst thing that happens is people start up there and they don't realize that it's closed, and then it just kind of screws up their whole process and their whole day. And I know you're prepared for that, you're Caltrans, I mean.
And we'll have CMS packages placed before the actual closures take place to help notify everybody along the route that it's closing. But also, Jeremy, I believe, is Quick Maps available to the public for them to download on their devices?
And then you can see it in real time?
And you can see it in
Okay,
real time,
yeah,
and if
that-
you're sitting in your car, you can pull it up and, oh, this one's going to be closed, there's 2 lanes closed here, oh, it's only 1 lane closed here. You should be able to have those updates off of Quick Maps, which is something that's very, I think Android and Apple both have.
Yeah, the app is available for both Apple, Android. You can pull it up on a regular web browser as well. Now, it won't tell you the time that it takes to get from point A to point B, but at least looking at the route, you'll see the color coordination of green, everything's moving smoothly, yellow and orange, a little bit of backup, and red would be like your maximum. We're seeing some sort of a delay.
Yeah, and then you can hit the traffic cone and it'll tell you what type of closure it is as well, whether it's a single lane closure, if it's a double lane closure, things, more details like that as well.
I mean, I think that Google Maps does a pretty good job of telling people how long it's going to take to get somewhere. I know I've been pretty lucky. I've only driven up there twice since the construction was started. And once in June, when it was the worst rainstorm I'd ever driven through in my entire life. So there's no construction going on, so it was actually worked out well. And when I came home, it was also raining, so there was no construction. But we went up a couple weeks ago for our board meeting, and I think I came back I hit it a little, it wasn't bad. I know that this is a lot different of an experience for people, but communication is important, the real time for people is important, and the access to emergency vehicles is, I think, ultimately the most important issue. Sounds like you got that all covered, so.
Absolutely, it is during that time frame, unfortunately, during the year where fire season is very notified, very critical, and that's something I know Dave and Jeff both have had experience on their work on 174, where we had the fire on Colfax, where they actually opened up both those lanes. It was during construction. We had a one-lane closure, and they both, with the contractor, had that open within less than 30 minutes for people to be able to use both lanes. So they do have great experience and coordination and great contacts as well. They have a list of people that they contact to be able to make that happen. So they're a very experienced crew, and we're thankful to have them on this project.
Do you utilize the electronic billboards on Highway 80 for talking about the road construction and that there could be potential delays coming up?
Yeah, so we'll be using all the message boards along 80, as long as portable, the smaller message boards, pretty much up and down 20, 49. And as Sam said, we'll be putting them out a week ahead of time, so we'll be notifying everybody dates ahead, that it's going to be closed, and then, yeah, they'll obviously be implemented during the closure itself.
Great. Well, sounds like you're doing all the right stuff to make this as painless as possible. I know they closed the Carquinez Bridge over Labor Day weekend, which is one of the main thoroughfares to get into the Bay Area. So if you guys can do it and it was successful there, then there's hope that people won't be too inconvenienced.
I think that's the big thing that a lot of people, when they hear these lane restrictions, it's not like we're not closing 80 by any means. Pack a little bit of patience, you'll get through it. We promise you'll get to your destination. One thing we have noticed, especially for the first couple of weeks, which I like to reiterate for everyone, with all of these locations having work done at the same time, one thing that we've noticed is your largest delay so far has been at that very first section of repair work that you hit. And then from there, the delays become a little more minimal for each additional section. It's acting very similar to like a freeway meter that you would see within the valley. You get bunched up first, but as they progress along, everything runs a little smoother through all the additional sections.
I had one question on the Pioneer Bike Trail. So it runs parallel to Highway 20 in a bunch of different spots. Will it be realigned or reinstalled or reconstructed?
Yes. Yes, we're coordinating with the U.S. Forest Service and coordinating and to do that exact work. Definitely going to be realigned as part of the project.
Okay, thank you.
Not as part of the
Well,
project. Yeah, actually,
is it separate?
Yeah, basically, we have a contract with the U.S. Forest Service. Once we're complete, then they'll come in and they'll tie everything back in together.
But we built them a bench.
That's true. Yeah, we did build a bench on one of those big fills. I mean, it's a 180-foot
Oh, yeah.
fill. So there's a bench, a 6-foot bench, basically, to tie that in and out
Trail back
of
in.
the.
Well,
trail.
yeah, so, we're building our project, putting some facilities in for them to come in. That's how we coordinated it when we designed it, was for them to be able to come in after the project's finished, to come in and put in a new alignment
Reconnect.
for the Pioneer Trail itself.
Okay, thank you.
And I think some of the other trails that we have created as well through there.
It's pretty much just Pioneer Trail.
Is it, yeah, the minor. Okay.
Thank you.
Dwayne Strasser sits on the Transportation Commission. He stays abreast on trails. Yeah. I'd like to open it up for public comment at this time. Michael or Al?
Al Bolf here, District 1. If I had, on my ship, if I had one system to protect my 8 reactors, I'd be SOL. Our transportation system needs to be balanced, and that's why the 80 rail corridor is so important. Do you know what they're doing on the Caltrain on the peninsula? They're electrifying it. They're speeding up all the service on the corridor. It is an alternative to 280 in Bayshore. We need to do the same thing on the Interstate 80 corridor. We need to promote a good electrified rail system. We can't keep putting all our eggs in the automobile basket because it has our fallacy. I pay almost $6 a gallon for ethyl for my truck to keep it running well. And that's going to go up, I understand. We should learn from the Europeans that are building all these other systems. Did you know in the south of France now, they're building a new high-speed rail link between Lyon and the northern part of Italy? They have 7 boring machines operating at once. And in Sydney, Australia, they're building a new subway system, and they've got 8 boring machines. The Chinese got a boring machine going on in the Himalayas that's 6 stories high. I know what that is. That's probably to move military cargo. But, we can't keep thinking in one mode of transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Michael Taylor, District 1. Like Lisa, I've only been on that road twice since it started its construction, and I was amazed at first it was a shock. And then what came to me was the fire protection that we're going to be provided with that corridor is amazing. And I think that we are fortunate to have that be an emergency corridor, that we have the support of Caltrans widening that highway and making it possible that it's not only safe for fire, but also, I believe, is going to improve the economics between here and Truckee, making it easier to go back and forth. One of my concerns is speed limits, and I think that that we need to look at reducing speed for maybe like areas like Little Town of Washington, and then coming into Nevada City, so that people are identified to slow down, so that there's not accidents coming in and out of Little Town of Washington. I'm glad to hear that Dwayne was involved with some of the planning of this, because some of their concern was the trails, Western States, Travis Cup, the horse race. I personally have, a long time ago, when I was in better shape, used to ride from Yuba Gap back down to Nevada City, and there's several times you would cross the highway coming from Highway 80 to get to Nevada City. So it's good to hear that Dwayne's on board and that there is some protection of these trails, because there are several, and there were several crossings over the highway over time. Western States speed limit fire. And then if there's, hearing Heidi's question, and maybe adding a little more to that, if the Caltrans could commit to not having more than 2-hour waits, in other words, could they monitor their own maps, and if they could see that there's a problem generating where there's much longer stops, that they agree to moderate or to monitor the apps and then maybe make some changes so that the wait's not more than 2 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Jeremy, you want to respond to that, or?
So the keeping things under 2 hours is one of our primary goals. It's the one reason why we are doing weekly meetings, especially for the I-80 corridor. If for some reason one particular week sees a delay over 2 hours, that's one of the first things that we plan to talk about, find out what went wrong, how can we mitigate that, and then implement those changes moving forward so that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have,
Yes, we do have one caller waiting.
okay, can you bring him in?
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hello, Caltrans. I'm one of your trash picker volunteers calling in. And I had a couple questions. One was, how many trees were removed during this project?
Go ahead and ask all of them, Matthew, and then he can follow up on those.
Okay. And the cost of the project from start to finish, including design. And then my comment on it, which I think has already played out with the fatalities and the serious injuries on either side of the construction zone, is that you guys are building funnels, basically. You're building 100-mile-an-hour sections that then go right back down into the old roads that we've always had, which were modified horse trails, and that's where the people die. I mean, we experience it on Highway 49 here from Grass Valley to Auburn on a daily basis. We experience it at any place there's a passing lane or a section like that. I understand you can't design stupidity out of the situation, but at the same time, modern cars are so easy to drive. 100 miles an hour is fine for most cars. And you talk to the highway patrol, and they were writing more tickets for 100 and over than they ever have before. And this kind of started in COVID because the roads were pretty empty, so a lot of speed demons are out there, but it has not slowed down, according to them. So I'm concerned about basically the ends of the funnels where it's going to narrow back down, and maybe incorporating some helicopter landing pads into those sections so we can pick up the pieces of the people that get scattered around those areas as they pass through. And I'm really shocked to hear that the Pioneer Trail isn't up and running. That historic, federally protected trail was mutilated for time's sake. And I think our forefathers would be pretty disgusted at the whole scenario, being that they trudged and walked across the U.S. And we want to know how fast we can get 50 miles away. And if it's not 10 minutes faster than what we think it is, we blow a fuse and we have road rage and all chaos is on the roads. So I've stopped driving because it is just so crazy out there on the roads. And it's not just the Caltrans controlled areas, but even our city streets. It's just gotten so out of hand. So many people are on their phones. So many people are doing other things than driving, watching movies, reading books, shaving, putting on makeup. You guys know the deal. I listen to the scanner, and I can't even listen to the Caltrans frequency because your guys are so brave to get out there on the freeway and take a mattress off the road when, you got 5 lanes of 80 going at 80 miles an hour. So good luck on finishing it up before the end of the year. But I'm very disappointed that I was one of 3 people at the initial meeting when this started. There were no bicycle groups, no trail groups, no equestrian.
Wrap it up, Matthew.
Nobody was there. Yeah, so to wrap it up is this kind of got shoved down our throats, just like the Highway 174
Thank you,
thing
Matthew.
did.
Thank you very much. Now,
All right.
Sam, or would one of you like to answer maybe the number of trees and total cost?
So as far as the Pioneer Trail, during the development of the project, we did get together with the Forest Service. They own the trail. It's on their property. We did extend the offer to maintain the trail during the life of the project. They felt that it wasn't safe with all the work going around, and they asked us to, hey, build us a bench at the one major crossing, which is at White Cloud, which we did, and they said, hey, we just want to close it. We feel that's the safest thing instead of having people too close to an active work zone. So they're going to finish the trail, so that's on that. The amount of trees that we removed, and we don't have an exact count, but estimated from density around a couple thousand trees. We're also going to be replanting a couple thousand trees. So the idea was to restore it back to its natural state. As far as the bottlenecking down, it is a very dangerous road. I've been living in the community since '97. I travel it all the time to ski. There are no shoulders. It's very dangerous. There's a lot of trees in the clear recovery zone. It's a dangerous road. I still drive it. We are going to have 8-foot shoulders. It is going to make it feel like you can go faster. We are doing some rumble strips and stuff like that for traffic calming. Hopefully that does help. But the gentleman is right that we are going to be going from a wider road that's, with 8-foot shoulders down to 0. As far as the capital cost of the construction, it's $34 million. So that's the capital cost to build the project.
Is that within budget?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. You know how that goes.
So at
We're not done yet.
at last check, the entire project cost was around $62.5 million for everything.
Okay. And you guys didn't present it today, but at the Transportation Commission, we had a pretty good viewing of the planting that was going on and the diversity of planting, and I would suggest to anybody, do you have that on your webpage? Or, it was quite interesting,
We don't, but we could add it.
Yeah, there is some amazing, Sue can attest to it, so there's much more to the project.
Yeah, we have a one-year plan establishment period where we're going to be making sure that the trees take and replace anything that dies or anything like that.
And the plantings are all native too, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Seeing no other public comment, no correspondence, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
I'll close the public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. And if there's no further questions, I'll call for a question. Or no, just a question. Motion.
Motion. Okay, I'll move to adopt the presentation. And
Motion.
thank our guests for being here to answer these questions.
Motion Supervisor Bullock.
I'd second that.
Seconded Supervisor Hook. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Heba. Thank you, Al. Thank you, Michael. All right, moving right along. Our next item is our County Executive Officer, Allison Lehman, it looks like.
Thank you, Chair Schofield. I'd like to introduce Jeff Thorsby and Caleb Dardick and Steve Monahan that will be presenting this item today. And this is the recommended response to the Nevada County Grand Jury. Thank you.
Thank you. Caleb, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Chair Schofield, board members. And just lion's share of the presentation will be Jeff Thorsby, our board analyst, but I do want to just acknowledge the staff time in preparing the responses to the grand jury. Really appreciate and respect the grand jury's work. And on the grand jury report related to contracts, Steve Monahan, his team did quite a bit of work, and many of them are here and available to answer questions. One of the questions was also assigned to our auditor, and she's also here and can answer questions if she'd like. And then on the Donner Lake item, there were two items that the county responded to, and Trish Tillotson prepared those responses. So as with most of the reports that you get, it's a team process, and everyone's here to answer questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Jeff Thorsby. I'm your Senior Management Analyst, and I'll be providing a brief presentation. And what I will do is I'll kind of go through an overview of the grand jury and its purpose, and then kind of essentially kind of go over each of the recommended responses before your board today. I will note that both there's specific deadlines with those, and so we're excited to receive your direction today. And I think as Caleb mentioned, I just also want to articulate really our thanks to the grand jury themselves and the amazing work that they do, those volunteers every year. We just want to acknowledge that work. So starting off, I just want to kind of give a brief overview of the grand jury's purpose and its overview. The grand jury, in California, the grand jury system consists of 58 different grand juries that's associated with the 58 different counties. And they're convened on an annual basis by the Superior Court to carry out three functions. That includes investigating the operations of all county agencies, special districts, schools, and other entities that receive public money. Issues are chosen by jurors based on citizen-initiated complaints based on the will of the jurors. The jury is required to annually inspect all the public prisons in the county. The jury may investigate the efficiency of local government activity, audit financial records, and review all public records. The deliberations are conducted in secrecy, and jurors are sworn to maintain confidentiality for life. The grand jury issues reports, and those reports include finding and recommendations. Identified in the public agencies are required to respond to the findings per the penal code within 90 days. And responses incorporate, the county's responses, I should say, incorporate examination of county records, conducting interviews, review of the county executive office and the county council, and incorporating any requested department responses. So this year in 2022-23, grand jury reports include 4 different reports. That includes the Donner Lake, a Pearl and Peril, Nevada County School Boards, and an educational opportunity, Nevada County challenges in managing contracts, and Washington Ridge, a well-run facility with great community benefit. The grand jury requested that the Board of Supervisors respond to 2 of the reports of this year. That is Donner Lake, Pearl and Peril, and Nevada County challenges in managing contracts. So what I'll do here is move forward and kind of give a brief overview of each report and then go through the recommended response to the findings and the recommendation as requested by the grand jury. So starting off, Donner Lake. In summary, the grand jury report raises concerns facing Donner Lake due to various conditions regarding drainage design and infrastructure being unable to adequately manage stormwater and spring melt runoff in the Donner Basin area from the I-80 corridor, Donner Pass Road, and Reed Avenue West. Concerns the grand jury raised were the conditions have damaged roads, homes, utilities, stormwater managed facilities, and put Donner Lake in peril. The grand jury recommends that the town of Truckee assume a leadership role and partner closely with the county, as well as the Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship, to convene a consortium of stakeholders to identify and implement solutions. So I'll walk through the different findings and staff's recommended responses to each. First of all, the first finding was agencies and local government and organizations interviewed were all willing to contribute to a consortium convened to address the issues on the hillside affecting Donner Lake and the area residents and visitors. The response was staff agrees with this finding. The second finding that we were requested to respond to was for successful strategies to be implemented, Caltrans and Luaton, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that correctly, must be a part of the consortium and solution. Responses, we partially agree with this finding, as the agencies involved will depend on the strategies proposed. The 2 different recommendations were made in the report. The first one, and I won't read through all of those stakeholders, but I'll read the general consensus. So the town of Truckee initiated a partnership with the County of Nevada and DIPS for the purposes of convening a consortium with the Truckee River Watershed Council, serving as a coordinator and facilitator, including the below listed stakeholders. The response was that Nevada County doesn't have jurisdiction over the area of concern, but as it's in the town limits. However, Nevada County would be open to participating in a consortium at the request of the town. The following recommendation, number 2, which was that the consortium establish an initial mission and charter that should include, address the significant risk to the safety of the Truckee residents, critical utilities, and importantly, the health and sustainability of the Donner Basin. Seek and secure the funding to engineer and build the infrastructure necessary to manage the excessive runoff from the hill and the interstate down to the Donner Lake, and establish a working relationship. And this is critical to the success of the consortium's mission. Nevada County, again, our response is that we do not have jurisdiction over the area of concern as it's in the town of Truckee limits. However, Nevada County would be open to participating in a consortium at the request of the town of Truckee, including establishing a mission and a charter. That being said, the DIPS does involve the town as well as us and a number of the other folks mentioned in the report. So those are our findings, or our recommended responses, to the grand jury's report. Moving forward, I want to also, is the second report that we've been requested to respond to. And in summary, the grand jury recommends that Nevada County take various actions to improve its management of our contracts as it sees as a result of the decrease of pre-Great Recession staffing levels, with the need for increased staffing, centralized contract management systems, updated policies, and increased staffing, among other recommendations. Again, I'll go ahead and review the findings and the recommendations that we're recommending for response. The first finding is the county needs a centralized contract management system. Response was we disagree. The current countywide contract management expectations are adequate and comprehensive. A decentralized contract management is an inefficient and flexible model. 2, the county needs an updated software to manage contracts. Staff recommends agree. The third finding was the county purchasing process is well established and effective. The county's response recommended is agree. The fourth finding is the county needs to allocate sufficient funding to employ a well-trained contract management staff to perform oversight. The county's recommended response, the county staff's recommended response was a disagree. Staffing and funding needs for fiscal 23 and 24 have been analyzed and allocated during the award-winning county annual budget process through the executive office. The fourth finding, which was many county employees are qualified and capable, but because of insufficient staffing and limited collaboration among departments, the county does not exercise its right to manage and audit contracts. Response was partially disagree. The county does manage its contracts. The county performs limited but regular audits of selected contracts. Furthermore, regarding the findings section, the first recommendation from the report was within 6 months, implement a centralized contract management system supported by enough trained staff and up-to-date software to serve all county departments. Recommended response was we will not implement. An enterprise contract management system is a large effort requiring extensive research, and the county has prioritized the replacement of the financial system and will impact the contract management process. I do just want to make note, and I failed to do this in the beginning, which was that the specific penal code that requires the responses requires a very distinct format of response, and that's why you see really clearly implement or no implement or partially or dispartially, and I think just want to make note for the public's sake. The second recommendation is within 3 months, budget administrative costs for county expenses of managing contracts under grants that do not allocate such funds. Recommended responses will not implement. Administrative costs are budgeted and analyzed during the annual budget preparation process. The county seeks to cover administrative costs during the grant application and award process. Recommendation 3 within the report is within 3 months, the county should improve requirements and contracts with nonprofit vendors to ensure the county's ability to manage those contracts effectively and to ensure vendor financial responsibility and transparency. Recommended responses, this has been implemented. The county has updated its contract templates and tools to assist departments with nonprofit contracts. Additional improvements have been identified and will be implemented. Recommendation 4 from the grand jury was within 3 months, implement improved procedures for advancing contract funds. Recommended response was this will not be implemented. The process for advancing contract funds is being developed. However, this would not be completed within 3 months. Recommendation 5, within 3 months, require nonprofit vendors to use fund accounting. Recommended response is this will not be implemented. This is not required by law or regulation. It would be impossible or strenuous for almost all medium or small vendors to accomplish. Recommendation 6 is within 3 months, only contract with nonprofit vendors that agree to operate consistently with the Brown Act. Recommended response is this will not be implemented, as this is not a current legal requirement, and this recommendation would severely limit the vendor pool. Recommendation 7 is refrain from new contract amendments or extensions unless the additional amount involved is less than $50,000. Recommended response is this will not be implemented. Contract scope and timeline change along with the needs of the department. There's an established process for amendments that will be continuing to be followed. That's articulated within the county's purchasing policy. Recommendation 8 is within 6 months, expand outreach program to broaden the potential vendor pool. Recommended response is this has not yet been implemented. The recommendation has not yet been implemented, but an outreach program will be initiated within the next 6 months. That being said, I just want to highlight what Caleb said is we have a number of staff here, including your agency directors, to answer questions, provide further detail, as well as the auditor controller and other staff. And we look forward to your questions and direction. And ultimately, we're looking for your approval of the responses from you today. Thank you so much, Chair and honorable members.
And Chair Schofield, before handing it back to the board, I just want to share the county's appreciation for the grand jury's work. We appreciate the recommendations and the work that it took to look at our process. And even though that some of the recommendations will not be implemented currently, our executive team continues to look at how we can improve our process.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, so do we have comments or questions regarding the responses? And I'll start with Supervisor Swarthout.
I have no comments or questions on this, either of them.
I think we'll take them one at a time, our individual votes here. So we're starting with the contract one. I apologize. Supervisor Bullock, or Heidi, you want to go next? I know he's got one.
Yeah, thank you for this report. Thank you for bringing it forward to us, and thank you to the grand jury for doing their diligent work on this issue. I do have a question about why we aren't considering centralizing contract management. I done contract management myself in my jobs for 30 years, and while I agree that we need to have contracts managed in the unit that they are working in, we've always, in my other agencies, there's always been some kind of a centralized system, not necessarily to have all the data, but to ensure that there isn't overlap, so that if you're using one contractor, several people are using one contractor, you all know what they're doing. There isn't overlap, there isn't double charging, there isn't that you're learning lessons. So maybe part of it is in the definition of centralized, but seems to me we ought to have someone or some office that it knows how many contracts we have per any given contractor.
Mr. Monahan, do you want to take that one?
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Schofield, honorable board members, Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services Agency. And I think, Supervisor Hall, thank you for the question. I think it is in the definition of what we're saying is centralized contract management. So what's unique about counties is we have about 40 different lines of business and different vendors that live within each of those lines of business. So having a centralized system for all of that would be very complex. I think it would take a lot of staff. I think what we all agree that we need to do is have better quality control, better standards on how we do our contracts, better tracking. We do have some of the bigger agencies like HHSA has a contract group. It's one of the only dedicated ones where we have dedicated people in a classification that do nothing but contract management. For everybody else in the departments, it's fractional. You know, it's a fractional of this accounting tech or this administrative service officer or this program manager that oversees that contract depending on that line of business. So doing a centralized system where we put it all in it would be very complex. It would be quite the big animal. But I think we could make good progress on standardization, quality control, and most of these contracts are all in our financial system. So we're also looking forward to our enterprise resource project, the replacement of our financial system with a modern financial system where we'll actually have some higher level reporting capabilities to look at these contracts from a fiscal side.
Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. So it would be great to see what you can do with the financial system. I mean, I've been used to looking at a monthly basis on a lengthy list of contracts with the expiration date, the amount, whether it's been extended, which office is using it, and just checking, just double checking, and we all would get that list. So that would be something that ideally could come out of the financial system.
And Supervisor Hall, I appreciate Mr. Monahan's response, and we do believe the migration to a new financial system will provide that coordination, but per board direction, if it's something that you would like staff to do a further analysis on of what it would look like in the costs and staffing levels for centralized contracting, we're happy to do that and then bring it back to the board during your workshop.
If it doesn't take too much time, and my colleagues agree, I think it would be helpful to have that information, but certainly what what we want is something that's useful, not just a list. I'm not just asking for a list for the list's sake, but a useful way just to make sure we are overseeing all of our contracts in some centralized fashion. Thanks.
Well, and I would say that in a little research into this and then looking at next year, because we're always limited as to the topics that we can put into our planning session. So I would just say, make sure that it's something we really do want to go forward before doing that. Marty?
Yep, I appreciate it. And then once again, thanks to the grand jury for taking their time to look into our processes, and it's the check and balance system that makes our county great at what we do. Can you pull up I think it was F4 and F5 response, or we'll start with F4. It's one that, so the county needs to allocate sufficient funding to employ well-trained contract management staff to perform oversight. I disagree, I think, in part with this, and it's not the well-trained part, because I do believe that we have a great, well-trained staff. I just think that we did an exercise yesterday in the conference room, and I drew a graph between 2008 and 2023, and the amount of staff we had in 2008 versus 2023, and this kind of dramatic uptick recently, adding 40 or 50 FTE in 2021, 22, moving in this direction. And the opposite curve, or an oppositional curve, is the amount of our budget, right? So in 2008, we had a much smaller budget. We didn't have $60,000 worth of grant revenue flowing through our organization. We didn't have the community building. We didn't have an entire OES independent staffed position and budget. We weren't looking at some of the board objectives. So I just think that for us to properly manage the amount of grant funding and community building revenue that we're asking staff to handle, I think we need to look closely at this in the future workshops, the next year's budget subcommittee, and other things like that. And I guess I'm not necessarily asking for F4 to change. I just wanted to bring it up because this is our opportunity to have discussions regarding staffing around the response here that we see in front of us. So just a comment, happy to, if staff has any insight on that, or my colleagues have insight on that as well. That's it.
Well, my only comment was, I think you probably meant 60 million.
Yeah, did I
in
say?
grants. You said 60,000.
Thanks, 60 million.
Yeah, 60 million. And the only comment I have is that every time we do projects based on grants, and we bring in people, we have to say how sustainable is these dollars. So if they're not really sustainable, it's hard to bring in an FTE. I don't disagree with you. I was part of that discussion yesterday too, but at the same time, we're not likely going to have $60 million in grants that often.
Yeah, ARPA and bill funding and some of those other federal streams are going to taper off, and staff was great in pointing out state revenue is projected to taper off as well, which the carry cost on additional staffing and legacy costs related to those staff are considerable, and I recognize that. I just feel like we run a little bit thin, and sometimes the repercussions of that are measurable, and I would like to see us talk a little bit about that in a formalized way. And this is one piece of data we can use to support a conversation about things like that.
And another, I'm sorry, Steve, you go ahead.
Chairman Schofield, Supervisor Bullock. I think part of what we struggled with as staff with this recommendation from the grand jury was the semantics of are they telling us that we need to go out and get an allocation of money right now and hire contract managers, right? And as I explained earlier, most of our contract management is done by fractional pieces of employees, right? So it's part of a program manager's job, it's part of an analyst's job, it's part of a administrative services officer's job to oversee that contract. So what we try to do, and what the practice is in the county, is as these projects come, as demands get reevaluated, as we're looking at doing contracts, as we're looking at applying for grants, we build that cost into that overall program and then look at the annual RSC process, request for staffing change, and do those requests in coordination with the budget process. So what we're saying is we already have a mechanism that we're looking at all of that. We're not disagreeing that we need to make sure that we're doing a good job in building in that staff capacity to do contract management.
Yes,
Yeah, I guess I would agree with Hardy, though, that it's worth a conversation. So again, my experience is just mine, but working for a large state agency, had multi-million-dollar contracts, which was a part of my job as a project manager, and had to coordinate with people who had the same issue in the same department. And what it meant was you scramble at the end and you make sure your numbers line up, and then you sign on the dotted line. And if you want to take the time to make sure that there aren't problems or that you are getting your money's worth, and you want to collaborate with other people, that takes a great deal of time, which in my experience is generally not the highest priority when you've got a project that you have to manage on your desk. So I found that always to be not an optimal way to manage grants, especially if they're huge and they're very hard to get your hands around, and you're putting a lot of trust in people you've been working with for a long time and systems that have been there a long time. But there's a lot of opportunity for abuse just from neglect or lack of time. So I think it is worth a conversation. And again, bringing my experience, it doesn't mean it's what's happening here. It's just where I know things can go wrong, and I've had big contracts and grants to manage. Thank you.
okay. I guess staff has some,
So what I'm
to
hearing.
at least research into it. And
Correct, but in terms of the response to the grand jury, I'm hearing a recommendation from Supervisor Bullock to revise the response to F4.
I don't know if
And-
we need to find the response. I mean,
okay.
it's just something,
If the formalized response as it stands now, I'm okay with. I just would like to memorialize this discussion for future workshops or other items addressing F4.
Okay, understood, absolutely. So as a follow-up, we'll go ahead and work with the chair and the vice chair in terms of looking at staffing approach and allocations, and that's something that we could bring to the board workshop for a discussion.
very good.
Is there another component to the contract, bringing a little research forward on the centralized contract management system?
I'll lean on the direction, if that's the consensus of the board, we could do that as well. My recommendation, if that's the direction of the board, we would bring more information on the finance system that we're migrating to, look at the tools that are available to see if that meets the needs of the organization, discuss if there are any gaps, and then the pros and cons of a centralized system, contract system.
I support that.
Okay,
Yeah, as part of the financial system that we're already going toward, I think
Yeah.
just to be able to look at it, understand it better, and understand what it might be able
yeah.
to
We should be able
respond
to do that, right, Steve?
Chairman, we are in just finishing the needs assessment phase for the new financial system. We're going to be writing the RFP, which is taking all of our requirements, and then we'll be evaluating products. So we will not be through that phase to really know what an ideal system will do for contract management by your workshop.
Excuse me, it's a perfect time to look at adding a module that would address the centralized contract management system into the RFP, and maybe it could be cost separately, as we understand that budget for the scope and the RFP are probably already essentially set in some form, but I think it may be an affordable way to just scope that, and if it's an independent line item that the board could accept or decline later. Just one idea.
I think that's perfectly appropriate, and I would suggest the Capital Projects Committee, we will, be updating that committee with the ERP process, and we can add, contract management to that update.
Well, yeah, I mean, this sounds great. You have experience with it. This is your thoughts. I mean, the three of us, I think a centralized system we really have not been looking at. So while, okay, we can proceed with this, but it's not something I think that we are agreeing to go forward at this time. And my suspicion is, but you take that module is going to take a lot of money, cost a lot of money, just as the financial system does. So that's all I'm saying, okay.
I would agree 100%. I think that we're just at an opportune kind of piece in the crossroad of the RFP and the procurement process to just ask for that data, and that'll support whether, hey, can we afford it? Is
Yeah.
it important to us? Can we have another conversation about it?
You okay with that, Steve?
Absolutely, sir.
Allison? All right. Very good. I want to open this up to the public then for public comment. Is there any public comment? Madam Clerk?
And there's no callers for this.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board, and if we're ready, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Bullock,
Second.
second Supervisor Swarthout. Madam Clerk, this is for the approval of the response to managing contracts.
Thank you, Chair. District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you. Which brings us to the response of a Pearl in Peril, and I bring this to the board, and I'll bring it to you, Hardy, and your district.
Yeah, thank you. Again, thanks to the grand jury. This is was a very technical report on a really large, comprehensive problem that's existed in that area. And I happen to have friends that live where the creek goes through their garage. So in the winter, the water runs underneath their garage and out the front of the garage doors, across the road, and then into the lake. It's like a stormwater nightmare. I think if that was another jurisdiction or agency or a company, you'd be immediately thrown in jail for that. But it comes from Highway 80 from the state of California, and so it was really problematic understanding who actually is in charge of everything. But anyway, and I think now that the report's out, I can say that obviously I was part of the grand jury's process and looking at this. The Donner Lake Interagency Partnership for Stewardship, I believe, is DIPS, yes. And it's been a long topic of trying to understand the impacts on Donner Lake. The shoulders eroding, and 80 is right there as well. So I thought that our response to the grand jury report was right on the money, and my understanding is that staff are open and willing to help convene a partnership should the town ask the county to be a stakeholder in that process. I think we have a lot of things to offer, and I think that the people that are currently engaged in DIPS are doing a great job, and there's a lot of talent. Turkey River Watershed Council and the state and Lahontan Water Regional Quality Control Board and the town are all very qualified to make changes and, make a plan to improve what's happening there. So nothing from me, just thanks to everybody who's contributed to getting the solution built up.
Thank you, Hardy. Heidi? No comment? Lisa? No? Nor I. Good response, I believe. Open it up for public comment. Again, is there anyone wishes to speak? Public comment? None in the chambers. Madam Clerk?
And there's no callers, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment portion, bring it back to the board, and we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Bullock.
Second?
Second Supervisor Hall. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you, Board. All right, with that, we come to County Council, Catherine Elliott. This is an acceptance of the informal presentation regarding the Nevada County Code revision.
Thank you, Chair Schofield, and we will try and keep this brief. I'm going to introduce my office manager, which is Kelly McKinley, and also Attorney Helen Kavanaugh. So we hired Helen as a retired annuitant to sort of focus her on what I was requested to do, which is to update all of our Nevada County codes. It has been a very large task indeed, and we've been working on it, and eventually we're going to get to the full product, so I'm going to give it to them, and we'll try and keep this brief.
Very
Get that
good.
This is late in the day.
I do briefly want to put context around this because I think your county council's being modest in terms of this project. This has been over a decade of need in terms of refreshing the county code. So I appreciate the time and the staffing and attention of her team that has put into this for your review. So thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Kelly, I'll give it to you.
I am Kelly McKinley with County Council, Office Manager. I'll let Helen introduce herself.
Kavanaugh, is this on? Okay. And I've been working with the County Council's office. I started in September of 2001 and thought this was going to be a nice little 6-month project. So we're still here, but we're closing in on the end of it. I was going through old files in storage a couple of weeks ago, and I found an internal memo from '04 that said the oral history was the last time the codes had been revised, they had to hire an attorney who did just that. So what we're doing now has been done in the past. They've come to the same conclusions. And what we have found is that the code has been majorly revised approximately every 20 years. So we're sort of on target. The last major revision was in 2006. Currently, we have 4 separate titles, which in a visual are 4 separate 3-ring binders. Many departments or many agencies live in one of those 4 binders, but not all 4 together. Why revise the county codes? At this point, we wanted to make sure that they were transparent and easily accessible for the public. We also wanted a code that's useful for the county staff. We wanted to clarify what was in the code and make things easy to find. Some of the comments I heard when I met with different agency heads and department heads were that they would go and look something up in the code, it would refer back to a section that had been repealed. And so there was a lot of confusion and murkiness in what was there. Currently, you will go to one of the 4 titles, say the administrative code. You'll end up in a chapter, in a subchapter, and in an article. Talking earlier on today's agenda, you were talking about the transient occupancy tax for the short-term rentals. And one of the questions I got from the tax assessor's office was, would you please make this easier? Right now we have to take people online, have them find Title II, Chapter 5, Article 5, and it's really called Authority and Title. We also wanted to make a code that's useful for county business. Several different people in different departments wanted to know, wouldn't it be nice if we had one general penalty section? And we did, but it lived in a section that very few people ever referred to. So the end result, we hope, is that this is going to be a document that will, again, be living and useful. When given this task, we started making sure that our codes were in compliance with state and federal statutes and regulations. We wanted to have uniform citation with the prior ordinance dating and gender neutrality. As we started to dig into this, what we found was that consolidation and grouping needed to happen, and we needed to start making moving pieces of where to make the different sections live. As the revisions have gone forward, they've been sent out to individual departments and then reviewed by county council. So far, several different batches have come through to you for approval and been approved. In an effort to be as transparent as possible, all of the red line and edited versions are available online, so any member of the public can go and see what exactly changed, both before and after. What's going to be the end result? What we would like to now do is take the Administrative General and Land Use Code and make them just the Nevada County Code. We had a lovely example of this in the 1950s. There was a code that actually made sense and was sort of in plain English and made sense, and we've updated it so much now that nobody can really find anything that they're looking for. So we're going to go back to what worked before. In the restructuring process, we hope to have a section that'll just say administration, personnel, and property. So now when you want to find your transient occupancy tax, you'll go to revenue and finance, and it'll be right there. It won't be called an article or a title. Working now with department heads and agencies in terms of a new proposed structure, starting to get some very valuable input back from staff in terms of what they would like this to look like globally. And instead of sort of obscure little sections that are called things like miscellaneous, we'll actually be calling sections what they refer to and govern. What have we completed so far? The entire administrative code has been revised. The general code has been revised and is in cleanup sections. And most of the land use code by this point has been revised. One of the things I wanted to do, and I think it's appropriate on a day when you had employee recognition, was to say what a real pleasure and honor it has been to work with all the departments and line staff and agency heads. Everybody that I have talked to obviously isn't delighted to say, yes, sit down and talk to me about our code sections, but everybody's been very gracious in giving of their time and their expertise. We have really tightened up what some of the policies are and how we actually operate as a county, and that's now being more clearly reflected in our code. So it's been a pleasure to work with everybody. It's been surprising to me pleasantly that each little nook and cranny you have staff here that it's really excited about what they do. And that's been a really fun piece of this for me. We do hope to have most of the general revisions done by the end of this calendar year, and then the restructuring process will start early next year, and we are moving to a new platform, a new provider that will make searching the code easier online and will link to state statute or regulations. So it'll be much easier for both the public and staff to locate what our governing ordinances are. Are there any questions or comments you have at this time?
What is that timeline, Ellen?
We hope to have the initial, and I'm looking at Kelly, who's been frantically entering things for the last 3 days. We hope to have all of the revisions in by the end of this calendar year, and then early next year, February or March, to be live on the new platform with a new order.
And when did you begin on this project?
I started in September of 2021.
Okay.
There were a few
whole-
snowstorms in the middle of that, and power outages and other delays.
This seems a whole lot more interesting than it originally seemed.
Yes. I really thought I was just going to be making sure that we had the right citations, but it's really turned into a pleasure to work with, and I'm excited about how useful a tool it's going to be.
Sue?
I remember when Kit came and we talked about this, I thought, oh my gosh, what an undertaking. But it will be a lot, I couldn't find it. I was looking for something one time and it's like, you have to dig, and I had to call and ask, and then somebody else had to call and look it up for me. So I think this is going to be, it's a big endeavor, but I really think this is going to be very helpful. Plus, it kind of takes some of it had some, Kit showed me a couple of those one time, just the blah, blah, blah in the language that could have been very streamlined and said the same thing. So appreciate the work you're doing on that, and I'll look forward to it coming forward. And I did want to say, so I can go in there now and you can actually look through some of the red line, right? Yeah, so if you do have anyone to look, you could go and check out some of the changes, and it's kind of interesting to see how much more simplistic yet direct it is.
Right.
Yeah, so thank you.
And we did get rid of prohibitions against dance halls.
I know, isn't that funny, some of the old stuff that was in there, that was interesting. Dance halls.
Oh.
The county had a prohibition against dance hall. They were all supposed to be in the city of Grass Valley, I think.
No, I appreciate how much hard work is going into this. I think it's really important service to the public so that people will have an easier time being able to find things. I know sometimes you get really frustrated and then you feel like the county has a lack of transparency. So anything that we can do to be more transparent and more helpful to the public is really important. And yeah, it's three big binders of code. That's a lot. So thank you.
Ready?
Oh, mad respect to you guys for doing this. I'm so glad that it's been done. So props to Kit and Allison and whoever decided it was time to do it, and those of you who are doing it. As a public servant of over 35 years now, I have to say, the longer I'm in public service, the more passionate I get about taking bureaucratic language and making it plain language. There is no need for the bureaucratic language that we end up using most of the time. There's enough esoteric industry terms that we have to use, no need to add on bureaucratic language on top of that. And I agree absolutely that anybody from the public, any of our constituents should be able to come in and open that book and find what they're looking for so that they can ask the right questions so that we can help them. So thank you very much for your work, and I hope you have a little celebration planned when it's all done.
Marty?
Yeah, I think it's been said, thank you so much. It's just nice to see internal process turn to be customer-facing and understand that we're spending time and resources to make the customer-facing experience around what drives all of these decision-making pieces with the ordinances and the statutory language out there facing the people that need it and use it and then want to interpret it. So yes, thank you very much, and appreciate all of your work and the whole office and the county council. I know kids spent a lot of time as well.
Have you been implementing this as we've been going through the process and improving certain sections?
So
I'm kind of curious what it takes to actually implement it.
So what has happened is we've gone through the revision process, and many of the sections has come before the board, and the revisions have been approved. They're not currently online because we don't want to use funds to stay with the old provider. So they're being uploaded to our new provider, and they're in sort of a transition period in terms of being able to find them. However, those red line versions are available, and so if there is something that's been revised, the public can see what it was and what it is currently. It's just not looking in its finished form yet until we're on board with the new provider.
Okay.
Does that kind of clarify where we are?
Yeah, I think so, yes. Understandable, too. Yeah. So again, thank you for the work that you guys have done. Frankly, I think it's a whole lot more than I ever realized. So thank you.
Me too, but it's been fun.
I'll open this up for public.
Oh, and Chair Schofield, just a comment.
Sure.
Although this is tedious, it is important. We can have outdated laws and get in trouble sometimes for those, and certainly outdated language, which I really appreciate getting rid of. But wanted to have this public presentation to sort of give notice, because ultimately we'll switch all of our code numbers, and we'll have charts that will say where one went to the other. We will make sure they all point to each other, but frankly, there are not very many people in this county or in our own government that can cite to any of these codes because the citation is so complex. And I'm hoping we will do away with that once we switch over. So.
Okay, I'll open this up to public comment. Jeff, you got any comments? You're the only one left. Desiree just left. Madam Clerk?
We have no callers for this item, Chair.
Very good. I will close the public comment. I'll bring it back to the board and entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion Supervisor Hall.
Second.
Second Supervisor Hook. Madam Clerk?
District 4,
District 4, yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
and District 2.
Yes. Thank you. We come to the final portion of our agenda, and that's our announcements. Does anybody feel they have to do announcements today? No. I think we'll just pass on announcements until our next meeting. With that, well, Sue, I'll leave it up to you. Okay.
I'll save them for next time.
Has it been 3 weeks? Oh, my gosh. All right, yeah. All right, you guys. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much for a good meeting. We did public comment up in